Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Shut up. Captain Danvers cut him off sharply, her tone brooking no argument. There was no time for debate. No time for doubt. She launched upward with a burst of light, streaking toward the surface without once glancing back. Meanwhile, across the planet, L stood still, gazing at the sky. After receiving confirmation from Danvers, he let out a faint smile. From within his cloak, he pulled out a glowing planetary energy crystal, prepared long ago for this very moment. With a calm motion, he tossed it into the sky, its light piercing the atmosphere. He turned to the colossal being before him. "Take one last look," he said to Taiamu. "From now on, your world will be among the stars." Taiamu's massive head slowly rose, his movement alone causing the earth beneath to tremble violently. "If I had the choice," the celestial rumbled, "I would not have been born so vast. If I were as small as you, I could walk among the trees, feel the wind in the grass, savor the world with every step." Taiamu's voice carried the weight of millennia. He had memorized every inch of the planet's surface, every dead behemoth, every sprouting dinosaur, every rising mountain and crumbling valley. And yet, the time had come to leave it all behind. "You are unlike any god I've known." Carrot was silent, touched. Maybe it was the influence of this planet, the humanity of it, that had given Taiamu a soul not bound by divine detachment. Maybe that same influence was what allowed Carrot to cross universes and be recognized by the Ultra Realm. He floated up to Taiamu's outstretched hand and landed in the center of the massive palm. There was something oddly familiar about this moment. Smirking, he fired a narrow beam of heat vision and carved into Taiamu's middle finger. Superman was here. "Visit when you can," he added warmly. "And don't forget, you still owe me a fight." He laid one hand gently against the pillar-like finger, then pressed two fingers to his forehead. Taiamu gave one last glance to the world that birthed him. His voice, powerful and mournful, echoed across the minds of every living titan beast on Earth. "Farewell, Earth." Whoosh! In a flash, the two figures vanished. Taiamu and Carrot L disappeared into the cosmos, leaving behind a massive trench gouged deep into the Earth's crust. Boom! The Earth convulsed. Earthquakes rocked continents. Tsunamis surged. Volcanoes erupted. A gaping, miles-long rift carved into the planet's core appeared on seismographs across the globe. And amid the readings, was a hauntingly humanoid silhouette. Panic swept across the world. At the Global Governance Committee headquarters, stacks of files flew in every direction as satellite alerts screamed across screens. One particular feed, the seismic data, brought the room to a standstill. On the projection screen, a colossal humanoid gap burned into the core of the Earth. Silence fell. "What is that?" The Speaker of the Parliament stared, breath stolen by the sight. The Justice League had brought many extraordinary events, but this surpassed human comprehension. "Some kind of giant," muttered General Swan. But it felt less like a being, and more like something hatching from inside the Earth. Then his eyes narrowed. Zoom in. Lower left quadrant of the giant's hand. A few keystrokes later, the image sharpened, and there, standing tiny against the massive hand. "Mr. Speaker, it's Superman." Gasps echoed. Carrot L had disappeared alongside the behemoth. The speaker's hands clenched on the table. "What do they think Earth is, a sandbox?" He turned toward General Swan. "This is no longer a matter of speculation. Carrot L has brought too many alien presences to Earth, and public pressure is mounting. Earth cannot become his personal experiment." He paused, tapping a finger with intent. "General, Stark has a friend in the military. Colonel Rhodes, right?" Swan's expression barely shifted. He knew exactly where this was going. "Get him into the Justice League. Quietly. We need a presence on the inside." Swan frowned. "Mr. Speaker, that may not be possible. Rhodey and Stark are closer than blood. If he senses any political manipulation, then be subtle." The Speaker's hand slammed the table. "Just watch the scale. We cannot afford ignorance anymore." There was no more room for blind trust. The Justice League might one day wake up and accidentally collapse a continent. Or worse. Alert. New satellite readings just came in. A technician burst into the room, eyes wide. The updated feed flashed on screen. And the entire room froze again. The massive crater was gone. What the hell? Is this a recording error? Did Superman take him out for a stroll and bring him back? The disbelief was palpable. In one instant, the planet had looked on the verge of implosion. In the next, it was pristine, restored as if nothing had ever happened. Sir, material analysis shows the core isn't the same. Whatever was replaced, it isn't the original. The speaker stood still for a long time. Then his voice cut the air with steely resolve. Send a summons. We're calling in the Justice League. I want an explanation. From Superman himself. Taiamu's departure had stirred something ancient. Deep beneath the oceans, in the abyss where no light reached, a low rumble echoed. A slumbering titan stirred. Godzilla, king of the monsters, defeated long ago by L and cast into deep hibernation, opened his eyes. He rose from the sea like a mountain, salt water cascading off his scaled back, and let out a thundering roar that split the sky. Ow! Across the planet, his cry resonated like a summoning bell. On Skull Island, King Kong raised his head to the sky and bellowed in reply. On volcanic peaks, Rodden spread his molten wings. On Juliang Island, Gakuma emerged from ancient stone. In the misty jungles, Australopithecus, a forgotten primal guardian, stirred from his cave. Whether from the monsterverse or the ultra-universe, all titanic creatures, beasts born from Earth's marrow, responded. Their cries, one after another, rolled across oceans and valleys in a chorus of farewell. It was the Earth itself speaking through its children, bidding goodbye to a god who had watched over them, their creator, their guardian, and now a departing star. They were not just roars, they were thanks. For the light he gave them. For the land he left untouched. For allowing them to exist at all. But in the darkest depths, something else awakened. On the sunken island of Lului, in the blackest trench of the Pacific, a pair of scarlet, alien eyes flickered open. Something indescribable stirred. A presence that should not exist, whispered of in madness and myths. A gaze from the end of time, answering a call older than memory. The call of Cthulhu. In this universe where elder gods truly slept, their ancient darkness was growing. They watched. And the abyss watched back. Far away, on the sentient planet Ego. The skies rippled with blue divine power, painting a serene tapestry of stars and seas. Then, rupture. Reality twisted as L appeared in orbit, Taiamu in tow. The moment Taiamu was inserted into the planetary consciousness, Ego let out a shriek that echoed across the cosmos. What the Taiamu? What are you doing here? No. Ego's will was assaulted. Agony tore through his divine nervous system. Cracks split his surface, volcanoes burst, forests burned, and mountains collapsed in apocalyptic waves. His mind reeled as he stared into Taiamu's twin rows of blazing eyes, filled with joy and mischief. Get out. This is my body. My planet. From his palm, L waved lazily, grinning. Sorry for dropping in unannounced. Last time's hospitality was explosive. Didn't bring a gift, then again you're probably dying, so I won't stress about manners. Superman. Rage detonated. Ego's crust cracked open. Blue divine energy surged like tsunamis of pure power, hurling itself toward Carrot in a desperate attempt to annihilate him. Die. He poured everything he had into the blast. Every drop of godhood, every ounce of cosmic will. The ocean of divine flame swallowed Carrot whole. Boom. The detonation could have scorched a star. A sea of blue power raged. Until a golden beam burst through the inferno, carving skyward with unfathomable force. L emerged, golden key burning like a newborn sun, floating above the wreckage in a Super Saiyan stance. He smiled, playful and dangerous. You know, when you scream like that, I just want to fight you more. Haim. Wait, L. A surge of power greater than Ego's swept across the galaxy. White mist consumed the heat. Sacred clouds flooded the atmosphere, calming the volcanoes, silencing the quakes. The divine fire evaporated, swallowed. Ego began to shrivel like a deflated balloon. His voice cracked. Why? What is happening? Taiamu had acted. From the moment he entered Ego's planetary shell, he had sensed the familiar remnants of celestial energy. But Ego wasn't a god. He was a mistake, a failed fetus, a cosmic mutation. Incomplete. Impure. Taiamu grinned and absorbed his malformed divinity with ease. Ego's thoughts unfolded before him like a book. The arrogance. The delusion. The countless children ego had devoured in search of a perfect heir. Disgusting. Even among monsters, there were lines not crossed. You aren't even human, Taiamu said coldly. You're not even a god. We made you. Now we end you. Crack. Taiamu's fist, miles wide, punched through the clouds. From the planet's core, his massive body rose. His armor gleamed like molten gold. Twin rows of eyes lit up, cutting through the void. The planet shuddered. Continents tore. Ego's divine power was swallowed whole, consumed by the celestial proper. This, Taiamu roared, is what a god's birth really looks like. In orbit, aboard the Guardian ship, everyone froze. Star-Lord's mouth hung open. Gamora stared, expression unreadable. Rocket actually dropped his weapon. Drax muttered a prayer. Captain Marvel was sweating. Even she, who had seen countless galaxies, had never witnessed this. Not like this. Not a god hatching from a planet, tearing the crust as casually as opening a door. It was awe. It was terror. It was history. Carrot L landed gently on their ship. His key dimmed. His expression was calm. He activated the suit's recording system. Enjoy the show, he said. This kind of miracle doesn't happen often.
God appears and a god is born. Following the gravity of the airflow, the boundless sea of stars gathered in this lifeless ego galaxy. The vast and majestic giants used the universe as nourishment to evolve into the supreme splendor on the other side of the starry sky. Boom. The vast earth has been torn apart in the blink of an eye, and the reshaping and destruction are just another poem of destruction under the power of the gods. No. Egg's shouts were gradually annihilated among the shining stars. In front of Taiamu, a real group of gods, the self-proclaimed planet has no power to resist. For Taiamu, he feels extremely happy now, and the power he has suppressed for many years has finally been released. It's like a baby that has been curled up in swaddling clothes for hundreds of millions of years, and can finally stretch its limbs, roll, crawl, and move its body at will. While the entire ego star is falling apart, the internal star core is also shrinking and expanding. Suddenly, a bright golden color exploded, looking into the universe, rolling up thousands of clouds, and a gathering nebula flow swept everything into the depths of the black hole. Captain Marvel was guarding Star-Lord and the others as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Carrot was dressed in a black robe and his cape was blowing loudly. Standing on the periphery of the spaceship, Superman silently admired this spectacle. When he saw a formidable air pressure sweeping over him, he released his own energy to form a protective shield, which offset the gravitational pull from all directions. The gravitational tide that appears in front of us is not an ordinary black hole, but a space wormhole formed after the arrival of the timeline. It is an unstoppable anchor point in the universe that connects to build a connecting bridge. The wormhole became larger and larger, and the process of representing Taiamu's birth became smoother. Soon, a vast and boundless giant stood in the starry sky, as tall and majestic as the sky and the earth, and the stars shone to cheer it. The gods shouted for it. Until this moment, the wormhole not far away finally stabilized. As for the entire ego planet, after being eaten up and wiped clean by Taiamu, as the star core was shattered, it was completely reduced to ashes in this universe. God ego, die. You deserve it, Egg. Go over there and apologize to my mother and your other children. The moment Egg disappeared, Star-Lord felt that his divine power had gradually faded. Quill could not be said to be unmoved by the death of his biological father, but he could not completely ignore it. He had to admit that when they first reunited, he did fantasize about having a father-son relationship. But reality severely awakened his fantasy. He gave birth to himself in order to eat himself, killed his mother, killed his master, and even killed his partner and adoptive father. If Egg didn't die, he would definitely die. Finally setting foot in this universe, Taiamu breathed freely. After looking around, he slowly lowered his head and focused his gaze on Carrot and the others. Thank you, Al, for saving my life. Taiamu sincerely thanked Carrot, and slowly opened his palm, scaring everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy. This kind of monster is so huge that it is difficult to observe, and every move can cause huge changes in the environment. If it weren't for Carrot L's own biological force field that constantly offsets the surrounding environment, Taiamu would be able to reduce an entire star fleet to nothing with just a wave of his hand. The next second, countless golden streams of light gathered on the vast giant's body, freezing in front of Superman. Something similar to a talisman bookmark fell into the palm of Carrot L. What's this? Reaching out to take it, Carrot felt that the thing had a mysterious power that he couldn't understand. At least he had never seen this kind of power in this universe. It was a light that warmed him, a light that made even Superman feel comfortable. This is the anchor contract I signed, and it is also the passport to the world of light. I know that you have always had the ambition to open up other worlds. The Anchor Point universe is the center of the infinite multiverse. In human terms, this is the place where military strategists fight for 4 battles. I already know about Salama, and now you have successfully obtained the coordinates of the Anchor Point in the Dragon Ball universe. I will also give you the coordinates and access rights to the universe of light. After hearing this, Carrot Air put away the contract very solemnly. Now what he needs to collect is the coordinates of the Marvel Universe and the DC Universe. The timeline coordinates of other small universes are not worth mentioning at all. Even if there is something that needs to be collected, it will be much easier. Thank you very much, Thymo, I just needed this. Seeing the huge black hole behind him getting bigger and bigger, L hurriedly asked, so, are you leaving now? Well, according to the contract, I will go to the world of light and fulfill the duties of the Anchor Universe God Group. Build and create bridges connecting timelines, create the origin and branches of light, and finally project it into the Anchor Universe. Diamo turned around, looked behind him at the strange universe that led to an unknown timeline, and began to think like a true god in a divine way. Since the channel for the manifestation of God is opened here, this is the anchor point of the new timeline. Diamo is still very satisfied with the location of this Ego galaxy. This was once Ego's home base. The entire galaxy and the planets in nearby surrounding galaxies have been emptied by him over hundreds of millions of years. It is absolutely the quiet and privacy. This is exactly what Diamo wants. L pondered for a moment and asked, will you return to this universe? Yes. Diamo, I don't belong to that world, I just want to complete the necessary work of the Celestials. Is there anything I can do? The Guardians of the Galaxy watched the conversation between the two bosses quietly, not daring to interrupt at all. During this period, Captain Marvel also told Star-Lord and the others that he secretly stayed here to monitor Ego, and they also learned that all this was planned by L. L looked at the huge head of Diamo with a serious expression, and said word by word, since you are responsible for managing the channel and establishment of this new timeline, then I ask you to stop those bug-level guys. No matter what happens, don't let them come to our universe. For example, the one called Yafu. L couldn't imagine what would happen if Yafu, who disappeared in the Ultra Universe, really crawled to them along the timeline and bumped into the ancient Doomsday. According to the setting of the DC Universe, whether it is the movie universe or the comic universe, there is the ancient Doomsday, so he reasonably speculated that there is also the ancient Doomsday in his universe. One of these things is enough for him to drink a pot. What if there is another Yafu? Haha. After hearing what L said, Diamo was a little confused. He took a rough look at the monster information sent to him by Noah. After finding Yafu, the whole god was instantly refreshed. Okay, this is necessary? In every vast universe, there are some bugs in the settings that even the god of creation cannot understand. The reason why the Dragon Ball universe and the Ultra universe cannot be compared with DC and Marvel no matter how infinitely diverse their development is because they do not have the observable editorial department in DC and Marvel, and the ability to break the fourth wall. In other words, they don't even know the existence of those things. It is precisely because they cannot observe the fourth wall that whenever something outside of their creation appears in the wall, even the god of creation himself will be surprised. At least in the Ultra universe, even Noah and Rigido, who are at the top, cannot understand the principle of creatures like Yafu. Fortunately, there is a direct conclusion in their universe, idealism. All unreasonable things are idealism, and even monsters like Yafu must respect the idealist conclusion. I understand, Superman. Diamo looked around silently and nodded solemnly to Superman. The two of them were old friends, and each of them had many things that could only be helped by the other. Feeling that the time to leave was approaching, Diamo said no more, stretched out his hands, and where his palms converged, a bright green nebula slowly emerged. Goodbye, I wish you a smooth business trip. Seeing this, Carrot hurriedly made a retreat gesture to Danvers, asking her to carry the spaceship and run away quickly. Captain Marvel felt that the huge aura in front of her was rising unprecedentedly, and she picked up the spaceship and ran without saying a word. It is impossible to escape the creation range of the Celestials with the speed of the normal engine of the spaceship, so she must carry it and fly. The next moment, a golden light flew towards the end of the universe, and Superman's dark cape also retreated. Before leaving, Diamo still needs to complete the final creation, creating a place suitable for the survival of the Giant of Light in the barren galaxy. Goodbye, old friend. L murmured, and then flew towards the distant starry sky at a high speed. See you again, El. Just as Carrot left, Diamo responded, and then threw the nebula in his hand into the boundless darkness. In an instant, a ray of light spread out, lighting up the lonely Ego galaxy with an unstoppable momentum. The stars poured back, the gods created the world, and the galaxy restarted. L, looking from afar, only saw a piece of light that outsiders could not approach, covering everything, shining like 10 suns in the sky. There was nothing there, only light. In another universe, the birth of the Kingdom of Light originated from the destruction of the sun. The advent of the Dark Age allowed the scientists of the Kingdom of Light to invent the most powerful artificial sun in the universe, the Plasma Spark Tower. Under the direct irradiation of the Plasma Spark Tower, the people of the Kingdom of Light, who originally had the same form as humans, evolved into a special race, Ultraman. Carrot is not sure whether they are carbon-based life, but the fact is that Ultraman is a creature that was born artificially on Ultrastar. From today on, there is no Ego Star in the universe anymore. This galaxy should be called M78 Nebula in the future. 270,000 light-years away from the Earth, a huge flare opened up an absolute restricted area in the Milky Way starry sky. The new country of origin has already had the soil to breed it in the near future. Although progress is still slow, a country that belongs entirely to light is rising in this universe. A new story begins here. Standing in the starry sky, Superman stared at this scene silently, with a complicated mood. In this world with American comics as the theme, no matter how dazzling the light of another universe is, it is destined to be just an embellishment. Whether in reality or film and television, they cannot cross that beautiful arc. Two superpowers and many strong ones, towards diversified anchor points to other worlds, is the basic tone of this universe. No matter how powerful the Kingdom of Light is, it is just a drop in the bucket in the Marvel and DC worlds. The basic base of this universe is still the American comic world. Even if Ultraman really comes to Earth to train, they will no longer be the protagonist. Carrot glanced at the Superman suit on his body and silently thought that even if people from the Kingdom of Light really come to Earth one day, no matter how many copies they play, won't they have to join the Earth team? And now there is only one special team on Earth, called the Justice League. So what will happen? Some Ultramen disguised themselves as Earthlings and came to the Justice League to play copies. As a result, their identities were exposed on the first day. By the way, they received a set of Batman plan packages, plus a set of Iron Man research plan packages, and a Super Ancient Ruins pilgrimage package. There are even Camartage demon packages, as well as countless other packages that may appear, and there is no upper limit. Carrot thinks that you should stay in the universe honestly. I am afraid that the drama of Ultraman protecting humans will never be staged again in the future. Light, the times have changed, and it is the turn of the Earth to protect you. Wow, now is the time for humans to protect Ultraman. Maybe in the future the Justice League will send people to Ultrastar to play dungeons? Maybe this is why Noah and the others signed the contract with Taimo. Carrot thought about it, and seemed to feel a resentment from the Ultra universe for its long-term poverty alleviation, and his cheek twitched. I have a bad feeling those innocent and kind little Ultramen will not be led astray by the guys from various universes. If this result occurs, won't Taimo be beaten over there? Thinking of this, Carrot felt a little sorry for the people of the Kingdom of Light. The chaotic situation in this universe is definitely enough for them to drink a pot. Without the mysterious 4 Ultramen to back them up, those dimensional demons alone are enough to destroy them. In addition, the creatures here are all TM 800 minds, and it is really hard to say what the start of this group of innocent and conscientious old giant babies is. Welcome to the Anchor universe, I wish you good luck. After looking at the scenery for a while, Carrot shook his head and sighed. Not to mention that it is not easy for people from the Kingdom of Light to get along here, they themselves still have a lot of messes to solve. Seeing that Taimo's figure completely disappeared at the other end of the black hole after creating the light source restricted area, he finally left. The hidden danger of the Celestials was finally solved, and they could go back to sleep well again. After flying for a while along the perception of the breath, Carrot soon joined the Guardians of the Galaxy. After a turmoil, Star-Lord immediately rejected Carrot's invitation to go to Earth. He planned to accompany his adoptive father Yondu back to stabilize the situation. Now that they are reconciled, their feelings have deepened. In addition, there are many people in the Space Pirates who intend to overthrow Yondu, and Peter Quill is even less likely to sit idly by. Carrot didn't care about the Guardians of the Galaxy. This group of people were representatives of restlessness. The most famous street urchins in the universe didn't care about them after giving them the coordinates of the Earth. In fact, Rocket Raccoon and Groot were also happy to stay away from people of Carrot's strength. At the end of this trip, Superman also returned to Earth with Captain Marvel. On Earth, in the Justice League Affairs Processing Hall, Carrot L was surrounded by everyone as soon as he came back. In the meeting room, everyone stared at him with a scrutinizing look as if they were afraid that a child would skip class and run away. Captain Marvel greeted everyone and was a little shocked by the high-tech facilities and decorations in the Justice League Hall. After completing the member registration, Danvers changed into casual clothes from the warehouse and went to the Black neighborhood to find Nick Fury. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? Carrot L felt a chill and felt uncomfortable being stared at. His eyes turned red on the spot, scaring everyone back half a step. Oh, God, did I hear it wrong? He actually had the nerve to ask us why we looked at him like this. Tony Stark, who had just returned from the desert investigation with number 17, didn't even have a minute to rest. He rushed into the meeting room and grabbed Dagu by the back of his neck and dragged him over. Tony looked at everyone in disbelief, and then stopped his gaze on Carrot's face, as if he wanted to see how thick the Kryptonians were. Mr. Superman, do you know what just happened? The whole Earth is in an uproar? Did you know that? If the Justice League were to print out the emails it receives now, they would be enough to fill up a small mountain. Hearing this, Carrot L nodded lightly. You're talking about this, I've heard it, it's quite loud, it hurts my ears, there's nothing I can do, I can hear the sound coming from anywhere on this planet, like a group of flies buzzing. Hearing this, Tony Stark choked on the words he was about to say. Kryptonians are creatures who not only don't follow the laws of physics, they don't follow the laws of magic, and even the laws of fantasy are not as outrageous as them. Stark almost immediately decided that he would also invent a similar device, or even better, not only in reality, but also on the internet, and must be able to receive all dangerous information and signals from around the world. No, not only that, he also wants to invent the ability of the perspective eye. Then, he. Broly's face was a little unnatural when he heard this. After coming to Earth for a while, he also learned some things about Carrot from this group of people. In a word, Krypton's bonus is stronger than Saiyan blood. Various abnormal abilities emerge in an endless stream, and basking in the sun can make you stronger without limit. Although this did stimulate his desire to win as a legendary superhero, he had to admit that it was really difficult for Saiyan blood to touch Krypton. Broly even had a hunch that Carrot would continue to awaken other new abilities as his strength became stronger, and these abilities themselves were far beyond blood and combat power. In comparison, Broly felt that he had nothing else except that he became stronger by shouting twice. Really? Didn't you hear how hard we work? The great Stark should really invent a noise-cancelling earplug for you, just for Kryptonians. Tony gave Al a look, and drew circles with his hands in the air, as if he didn't know where to put them, and finally pushed Daegu. The kid just confessed. Tell us the truth, how many things are you hiding from us, you sadist? Where did you take that big monster? Stark's barrage of questions also expressed everyone's thoughts, and Daegu shrugged helplessly. In theory, he should go to the hospital to see a doctor and do a few courses of treatment to remove parasites from his body, but he regretted not having enough money when he needed it. When he saw the country's high inspection bills, and he was a foreigner and couldn't enjoy the country's policies, Daegu immediately decided that it was more important to come back to work first, and then go to the hospital to see a doctor after making money. Natasha took a bite of her sandwich. She had been busy this morning and had not eaten yet, mainly because she participated in various diplomatic activities. She was also helpless about the shortage of manpower in other projects of the Justice League. Al, we are not saying anything to you, even if you are invincible, can you not act alone in the future? At least tell us if there is anything, we are a team. Carrot smiled at them. Although he heard a lot of voices, he saw very little sincerity. In a sense, this group of superheroes did violate the law that human nature is evil, but nothing is absolute. There is always a small group of people among humans who have sincerity and true intentions that ordinary people do not have. Okay, I promise you, since Daegu has already told you about the inner world, I will also explain the incident. Just like your analysis, Taiamu and the Earth are like eggs and eggshells. They are gods. After being planted inside the planet, they use the number of intelligent life as nutrients and finally break out of the shell. This involves some struggles on the timeline in our universe. I have solved this problem and used the planetary energy crystal to fill his vacancy. Taiamu himself has also gone to another universe. This situation is somewhat similar to Trunks, except that he went to another different world. Hearing this, Tony hesitated for a while. He immediately noticed the timeline and the other universe mentioned by Al. Counting Trunks' visit, he seemed to have vaguely guessed the truth about the composition of the anchor universe, and said with a stern look, that is to say, we are being controlled by countless other worlds. At this time, Rhodes had also joined the Justice League on behalf of the military. Although everyone knew about his affairs, they were still relatively polite because of Tony's relationship and allowed him to attend the meeting. After hearing these incredible things, Rhodes couldn't help but complain, so is our universe the starting station of some transportation track. Carrot glanced at him, confirmed that he was not a Skrull, nodded, and kept complaining. It's weird, don't pay attention. To be precise, it's more accurate to say it's a transit station. When Rhodes heard Superman talking to him, he was a little excited and blurted out, then why don't we sell tickets? This made Carrot laugh. What a good idea, sell tickets? This mountain is opened by me, and this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave money to buy your way. You are doing tourism in the Anchor universe, right? Everyone looked at each other with different expressions. In fact, most people in the Justice League don't care about the dangerous situation of the universe itself, just like ordinary people only think about getting off work today and what to eat in the evening. Even if Carrot tells everyone the specific dangers, no one will care. Take care of your own business, uphold justice, and maintain peace within your limited scope. Even if the end of the world comes, it seems that they have the ability to manage it. Only human arrogance like Batman, Stark, and Strange would try to control everything. No matter how big or small the matter is, it must be controlled in their own hands. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the red alarm communication was transmitted to the screen of the command center. Carrot received the signal, but the person who appeared on the screen was Trunks with an anxious face. What's wrong? Number 18 was attacked. What's going on? Carrot pushed his swivel chair, looking a little serious. In a sense, Trunks' arrival means the closure of the Flashpoint event in the Dragon Ball universe. When the timeline of the Dragon Ball worldview is completely still, it stands to reason that the story of the artificial human chapter has been completely erased from the original storyline of Dragon Ball. In addition, number 17 and number 18 have already surrendered, which should also stop the creation of a new artificial human chapter in the Anchor universe. But now, number 18 is still attacked? Is there another world that has taken over this timeline? Hearing this, everyone's expression also became solemn. With the strength of number 18, plus Trunks and the two of them working together, ordinary strong enemies have no way to attack them, let alone succeed. How is Lazuli now? Is she injured? What happened? How did you get attacked? No 17's heart tightened, and his face turned frighteningly pale. He and Stark had just returned from Dr. Jero's research institute, and they got nothing and the building was empty. This also deepened the two people's suspicion. This matter is definitely not over yet. Tony was even more indignant. He wanted to pick up some equipment this time to see what the other party was like. He still remembered what Carrot said when he mocked him in the desert. Al praised the shitty artificial human technology to the sky and said that his previous life was a waste of time. Obviously, his big Tony is the genius among geniuses. Now that he has finally waited for this opportunity, how could Stark miss it? He took this job at the first time. He just wanted to see what kind of technology was in the legendary Red Ribbon Army, but the result was that the people were gone and a group of turtles with their heads huddled. In the picture, Trunks was in a very sorry state, with disheveled clothes and scars all over his body. He had obviously been through a tough battle, and even spoke with heavy breaths. He said in a tone of seeking help. It was a man. He was very strong, he took 18 away. When did this happen? Natasha saw that a member of her Women's Federation branch was in trouble, and she also felt a little anxious. About 10 minutes ago, Stark snapped his fingers and said, Jarvis, pull up the surveillance video near Trunks and Lazuli 10 minutes ago. After hearing this, Broly closed his eyes and thought carefully, then shook his head. I didn't feel any strong breath just now. Stark obviously thought of this, and called up the satellite monitoring screen. Looking at the data without fluctuations on it, he also felt something was wrong. I didn't feel any movement of chi, including the breath-sensing radar I invented. There was no abnormal movement. Carrot was a little surprised that Stark could do such a thing as taking off his pants and farting. You can sense chi and you have nothing to do to invent this thing. Stark sneered, raised his head and chest, and swore to carry forward science in his life. Sorry, this thing was invented for all ordinary people who can't use chi. Carrot held his forehead. After contacting Batman, Stark was liberated. At this moment, Lapis pondered for a while and blurted out, it's a man-made man. Only man-made men can't sense the breath. Bruce Banner also looked at number 17 with a special look. If this guy is cut open and studied, the results must be higher than Daegu. Shaking his head, throwing away those thoughts that shouldn't have, he asked. Now that Dr. Gero is dead, do you know that there are other man-made men under his command? Lapis took a half-step back. He was very familiar with Banner's eyes, or he had seen such eyes countless times. Hehe, this guy looks quite honest, and there must be a little devil in his heart just like in his body. I have told you everything I know. The next second, as Jarvis finally slowed down the surveillance screen to a point where the image could be seen clearly, a face that everyone was extremely familiar with appeared on the big screen. Zed. When that face appeared, everyone widened their eyes at the same time, and looked at Superman at the same time. What a hard-to-kill guy. Carrot also stood up from his chair with a serious expression. He knew that Zed's body was not found, which was a hidden danger. At that time, it was because of Vegeta's attack that he had no time to look for it, and he thought he was dead. But now, Zed's appearance in the video has changed a lot. Although his outline and appearance can still be vaguely seen, the skin on his cheeks has a strange white color, and purple lines extend on both sides of his cheeks. The wrists and shoulders have black crustacean armor. If there were no green insect characteristics and spots on his body, he would almost think it was Cell. Did Dr. Gero pick up his body? Zed's genes come from the code of life. In theory, the behavior pattern will not change due to the fusion of other DNA. If Gero tries to copy Cell's power in Zed, then what will happen? No one can predict. When the Kryptonian bloodline devours all the genes that can be obtained, it will definitely produce an extremely terrible guy. Perfect Zed. Judging from Zed's current appearance, isn't this the face of perfect Cell? Carrot thought, frowning. If Zed has grown into a complete form, does he still need the energy of NOS 18 and 17? Zit-size. Guys, I think you should take a look at this. This is the latest news. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice came from the computer, calling up a news report from the TV station. In the picture, the explosion lit up the colors above the city, and the burning peaks at the end of the skyline turned into a blazing mountain range. Humans on Earth, I believe you should have heard this voice. I am Zed, General Zed. I'm back from the depths of hell. Zed did not shy away from anything and stood openly in front of the media and countries around the world. Of course, most importantly, he also stood in front of the Justice League and Carrot L. He said live broadcast word for word. I know you can hear me, Superman. Carrot L. Iron Man realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly patted Carrot's arm. I have to remind you that everything he does will be blamed on you in the end. Carrot L also understands this truth. Superman will always be smeared and praised by public opinion. There is no point in using this to attack him. Jarvis, is this a live broadcast? Jarvis, yes, sir. Zed used Kryptonian technology to connect receiving channels around the world, and he wants to declare war on the world. That's out of character for him. Carrot L carefully observed Zed's current changes. He remembered that in the Dragon Ball world, it took nearly 20 years for Cell to be born, but only a few months had passed since Zed's death. Carrot is not sure whether this is due to the Kryptonian bloodline, new technological innovations after the Luthor group took over, or the closure of higher-level temporalities, but according to the rules of American comics, I'm afraid a series of events will follow. Zed is different from Loki. He does not crave the audience to witness the grand opening of his rebirth. He is an excellent military strategist who does not accept peace talks, let alone mediation. Everything is just to achieve strategic goals. Iron Man thought for a while and said, don't think about it. His purpose is definitely aimed at you. You can think of it by elimination method. How about calling that dead bat back from Gotham? Didn't he make a lot of plans? When Carrot heard this, he shook his head, let's forget it. We have to think about the people of Gotham, not to mention that Loki's entry into Gotham is enough for him to drink. Loki? Is it dangerous? It's hard to say. After all, Gotham is a place that trains people. Natasha reached out helplessly and patted them. This group of non-professionally trained soldiers always created a relaxed atmosphere every day, including during missions. Shut up and listen to what this guy has to say first. Besides it, a group of shivering TV staff huddled, not even daring to take a breath. The police surrounded the building in circles, and all the anti-aircraft guns and missile radars had locked onto the target, but they just surrounded and did not launch an attack, because they knew very well that no matter how many people launched an attack, it would only be a collision of eggs. Just stones. There are even some smart businessmen who have begun to figure out how to use public opinion to make a fortune from the Justice League and Zhengshu. Zid was still wearing the Kryptonian clothes, and his whole body seemed to have ants crawling under his skin, and his carapace seemed to be growing out of his body uncontrollably. It was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. But despite this, he did not take off his Kryptonian clothes. Even though he was transformed into this inhuman form, he was still the eternal military leader of Krypton. Zid said, twisting his neck uncomfortably. Like you, Al, I once viewed this planet as hope, the hope of rebuilding Kryptonian civilization. But now it's all destroyed. Instead of being treated like you, I was dragged to the experimental platform by the people on Earth and turned into this inhuman and ghostly appearance. Zid's eyes became as pale as his face. If hatred can be turned into power, then the paranoia in his genes will make him hate anything that goes against him, and then become invincible. You destroyed Krypton, you destroyed me. I heard that the Justice League is about to hold the world's best martial arts tournament for extraordinary humans around the world. Is this a spur-of-the-moment entertainment activity, or is it just a weird hobby? Without a strong enough opponent and a scale that determines fate, your martial arts club will be just a child's play. After hearing Zid's words, the people in the Justice League nodded in agreement. Actually, we think so too. L. Zid spread his arms, golden energy light gathered in his palms, pointed it at everyone present, and declared word by word. But now, it's no longer just playing house. There are no rewards and no rules. Use the fate of this planet as a bet to determine rebirth or destruction. To everyone, the dead souls of Krypton, the orphans of hybrids, and the so-called League of Superheroes. You can try to find as many people as possible. It will be very beneficial to you. Just when Zid was about to launch energy, Carrot used teleportation, appeared out of thin air and held his arm, staring at him with stern eyes. It seems that you are very confident in your current strength. Regarding Carrot's sudden appearance, Zid seemed to have expected it and looked very calm. The two people's eyes met together, and the invisible pressure formed an arc-flashing barrier between the two. It's nice to see your face again, Al. But you are no longer the same face as before. The oppressive atmosphere was filled with burning fighting spirit. The two men's footsteps were suspended in the air at the same time, rising to a height that no one could see. Carrot also let go of Zid's hand. Do you think I'll give you another chance to challenge me, Zed? Carrot could tell that Zid's current state was very unstable, a bit like a genetic mutation. Hearing this familiar tone, Zid smiled. Carrot was still as arrogant as ever, which really didn't look like Joel's son. He pondered for a moment and said, before that, I want to ask you a question. During the period of my death, have you done anything for Krypton? Hearing this question, Carrot's face did not change at all, and he said calmly, from the moment I was born, I have never stopped working for Krypton. Haha, what about? Zid was amused by Carrot, formed the Justice League, stopped the Krypton transformation plan, stood with the people on Earth and became their hero. Is this what you call doing for Krypton? Carrot looked at him silently. Zid had his own limitations. He had no idea how much impact the reconstruction of Krypton would have on the timeline, and how much resistance it would have. That was something that was not allowed at all. Zid's plan would never succeed even if it was implemented 100 times. Rebuilding Krypton was a huge challenge in the DC universe, and it was not something that could be decided by occupying a planet as he thought. So, L wanted to take a gamble. For example, I have been leaving you alone, and even letting the person who rescued you go. Zid did not understand L's words, but he was sure that he saw the suffocation of pressure from the depths of Carrot's eyes. No one knew how big his gamble was, and no one knew that this time, his bet was the rebirth of Krypton. Each family had its own calculations, but L did not want to be a pawn, but only a chess player. Even if he only dropped one piece, it was enough to prove that he had paid. Stop talking nonsense. Where is Lazuli? Don't tell me she's in your body, or I'll beat you up and make you vomit. Elko was not interested in dragging Zid around and waiting for a martial arts tournament. Even if he wanted to fish, he could just change the bait and kill him if he had the conditions. When the accumulated clouds burst into thunder and lightning, L's momentum was gradually rising. Zid quickly reached out to stop L's action. Although he was a man who was keen on military warfare, he would not do cannibalism. Don't worry, L, I don't have the hunger instinct that only lower creatures have, and of course I won't eat people. The infinite energy furnaces in number 18 and number 17 can permanently stabilize my own genetic form. With them, I can gain powerful strength. I am trying to find a way to remove the energy furnace in their bodies and integrate it into my body by transplantation. L looked at him expressionlessly, but his momentum was infinitely rising. Cold, he said coldly, really? Then it seems that I can't let you succeed. Zid seemed to think that he had already grasped Carrot, and said fearlessly, so, the woman also serves as a hostage. Carrot L couldn't figure out what everything Zid did had to do with Krypton, of course, except for revenge on himself. Hey, a dignified military commander, but he always takes women as hostages. It's really embarrassing for Krypton. Are you so confident that you can beat me? Carrot still mocked Zid as always, which also awakened Zid's unforgettable memories. Zid didn't have any good feelings for the Earth and the people on this planet, including Carrot. Even if Carrot Al was half a Kryptonian, he thought Al was stupid. Because these Earthlings conducted various experiments on him and used him as a guinea pig, they were essentially to deal with Al, the Superman who always protected them. This also means Carrot's stupidity. No matter how hard he tries, he can't integrate into this planet. Jor-El's plan for the son of the two stars is doomed to be in vain. Fear, suspicion, fighting, jealousy, will be imposed on Carrot layer by layer until one day he is completely crushed. So according to his thinking, it was the right choice for Carrot to destroy the Earth with him and rebuild Krypton. Because only Krypton belongs to him and is willing to accept him, but Al betrayed them? Isn't this the purpose of those ants to turn me into this? Zid glared at him with disgust, his voice as arrogant as ever. Maybe he is not a monster formed by self-esteem like Vegeta, but he will not bow down to anyone, even if this man has crushed him. To be honest, I don't know how strong I am now, so I'll just try you. What's more, this martial arts tournament not only has me, but also the Anti-Justice League. Huh. Hearing this, Carrot frowned, and it was not difficult to judge from this word that this was an organization specifically targeting the Justice League, Anti-Justice League. Zid smiled in his heart, watching Carrot's face gradually change from doubt to interested joy. He knew that Al had taken the bait. He knew Carrot's thoughts and the Sun genes in his body very well. The existence of such an organization would definitely maximize his desire to fight. But he could understand, after all, life on Earth was too backward, and there was nothing exciting at all. Of course, dealing with you alone won't get that guy what he wants. And the Justice League you founded has indeed proved that even without you, they have the ability to start a war with other cosmic races, so the people on Earth see not only you as a threat, but also everyone standing by you. In other words, the challenge for revenge in this martial arts tournament is the entire Justice League. Most of the members of the Anti-League have grudges against you. This is revenge, a challenge, and a decisive battle. Zid's words were transmitted to the communication device on Carrot's battle suit at the same frequency, which also made the entire Justice League crazy. Oh, that's interesting. It sounds like there are quite a few people. Tony rubbed his hands, looking eager to try. Do you all have enemies? I'm usually kind to others. I don't think anyone in this anti-alliance is targeting me. Broly immediately spread his hands. Don't look at me. I just arrived on Earth. These enemies definitely don't target me. Daegu also raised his hand. For some reason, he always had a severe headache recently. Maybe it was some sequelae. I believe I'm not one of them. Compared to the relaxed look of the others, Diana was a little worried, thinking of the fleets of Steppenwolf and Chidori that appeared before, and the truly terrifying dark side behind them. Since the enemies can cooperate once, they may not be unable to cooperate a second time? Hawkeye and Black Widow looked at each other. They obviously didn't think they had any human enemies who could participate in this level of battle. Natasha pondered for a while and shared the same opinion as Diana. Zid is talking about the vast majority of enemies, but there are other forces that want to invade the Earth. I think everyone here knows that this is a trap, right? Natasha looked at everyone's eyes one by one. Stark didn't care, Beak didn't care, number 17 was full of anger, and he wanted to be the first to rush up and tear the people on the opposite side to pieces. The rest of them looked like they were following orders. This is the current situation of the Justice League seminar? Stark agreed with her. When this idiot Kryptonian general proposed that the more people attend the conference, the better, I knew it was a trap, and the other party is betting that we are confident. Or, they are confident of their own trump cards. Rhodes and Hawkeye looked at each other. Both of them looked like they had lost hope. Why didn't we know that the Earth was so dangerous before? Now all kinds of monsters have come out. Stark smiled and snapped his fingers at everyone. So what if they come out? If there are difficulties, we will solve them. So, this time we can't all go, in case the other party has other arrangements that cannot be dealt with. At the same time, Caradel heard the voices of the crowd from the communication channel, understood their meaning, nodded and said, okay, seeing that you are so troublesome, I accept the challenge. The condition is to release the person. Although I like fighting, I will never use my companions as a bet for fighting. Caradel is not Super Goku. Although this martial arts tournament sounds interesting, he will never use 18 as a hostage to satisfy his desire to fight. Not only her, but anyone in the Justice League is like this. Feeling L's high fighting spirit and uncompromising attitude, Zid doesn't care. He just wants to fight Carrot to the death, and everything else has nothing to do with him. But the person has been handed over to Lex Luthor, and he has no choice now. Unfortunately, I don't know where the woman is now. You can find one yourself. Before Zid finished speaking, Carrot, who got the answer, fired an energy bomb and hit Zid's face without any defense. The attacks came one after another. Carrot didn't waste any time talking to him. He just raised his hand and started to hit him. His fists came like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the other. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, there was no hesitation, nor a moment of pause. In just a moment of days, a war song of blood and fire was played in the vast world. L did not give Zid any time to react. One punch after another, one faster than the other, in the blink of an eye, Zid was pushed out of the city, out of the atmosphere, and into the solar system. Damn. How is this possible? Zid was caught off guard and stunned. He had never thought that Carrot, who had already made an agreement, would suddenly take action. When he reacted, Carrot punched his chest with a heavy punch, and the heat of his eyes had burned on his face. He pinched his neck with one hand and 5 fingers. The red eyes added to the determination of killing. At this moment, Zid was shocked to find that he, who had completed the cell transformation, was still unable to break free from Carrot's arms. The feeling of despair came again, as if he had returned to the battle when he first came to Earth, which was a nightmare that he still couldn't get rid of. Why can't I beat Carrot? Zid widened his eyes. His strength has changed drastically compared to before, but he never expected that he would still be like a baby in front of Carrot and have no power to fight back. Is this guy so powerful that there is no end? Zid didn't know that even the final lightning cell was only at the level of Super 2, and the final form of Frisia after training was far beyond the Super 3 level. After the battle on Namek, Carrot, under the blessing of 3 suns, was on the verge of death countless times and finally reached the point where he could fight back and forth with Frisia. After the Super Saiyan transformation, he could easily destroy the galaxy with one blow. In other words, Zid is not the only one who is different now. Do you think I'm kidding you? Carrot pinched his neck, the red light in his eyes gradually turned into a fierce and imposing aura, and said in a warning and threat. I don't listen to your excuses, and I don't need you to give any reasons. Just 2 words, let them go. The Justice League is the family I created. It is not just an organization. If you want to defeat me, you can, but you have to follow my rules. Just like I let you grow up, I can give all of you a chance, but if you dare to cross the line and kidnap, don't blame me for turning the table. No matter how many of you there are, if Lazuli has something wrong, I will start with you, until I kill all the anti-Justice League people. I will kill you once you are resurrected, and I promise that each death will be more miserable than the last. Hearing Al's words, Zid was shocked. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, this is a familiar tone, Al. You haven't changed at all, you are still so arrogant to your enemies. In the galaxy, the cloak is cold, and the look in Carrot's eyes is like the boy in the farm fields back then. He has never changed, and he is always the same heart, that person, answering Zid word by word. Because I don't need to be changed. ZZ. Suddenly, Carrot's ears heard the FM sound of signal connection, which was Batman's usual gloomy voice. Wait. Al. Bruce. At this moment, in the metropolis, which is only separated from Gotham by a river, in an underground laboratory near a port, there are gun wreckage and mercenaries seriously injured on the ground. In a mess, in the dark shadows, the 2 pointed ears are particularly eye-catching. Batman knocked down the mercenaries guarding here. Number 18 was lying on the experimental table, her pretty and fair face twitching from time to time as if she had had a nightmare, and she was unconscious, and Batman was standing beside her. I have found Lashley, but her condition is very bad. There are many things in her body, including neural controllers, bomb detonators, monitors, and signal transmitters. There is no way to dismantle them in a short time. Batman's eyes swept across the entire port laboratory. Since he returned to Gotham and fought the Joker for several rounds, his sense of conspiracy has improved qualitatively. Through interrogation of the experimenters, it was learned that not only did Lashley's body not take out the infinite furnace that Zid needed, but also another detonation device was installed on the basis of the original bomb, a device that was enough to remotely detonate her energy, enough to bury the entire Earth. Although he returned to Gotham, Bruce always kept the communication channel of the Justice League open, and he could always reveal what happened between everyone at the first time. After all, one of the 3 stewards of the League is Alfred. Although Batman has little time to participate, he still pays attention to it silently. As soon as he learned that Lashley was kidnapped, Bruce, who had a strong execution ability, directly locked the surveillance camera on number 18 and found out her current location in the Metropolitan Port. He took advantage of Zid's public statement to capture this place. Of course, he installed the surveillance camera. He had been with the android brother and sister for so long before, so how could he not install something on them? Especially after discovering that Lashley liked shopping, many clothing and supplies companies under the Wayne Group have specially launched some new products based on her preferences, but there are always some other surveillance products with bat patterns in the clothes and necklaces. It can be said that it is hard to guard against. If you remove one, there will be another one. Zid's comeback was indeed beyond Batman's expectations, but what really woke Bruce up was the anti-Justice League he mentioned, which meant that a group of powerful anti-heroes would appear. This also made Bruce feel a little strange. If the other side really had a group of powerful anti-heroes, how could the guard of number 18 be easily broken by himself? Could it be that Zid was just a part of this plan? But even so, there shouldn't be no anti-superhero guard here. Batman. L was stunned when he heard Batman's words. Not only him, but the entire Justice League who also received the signal was stunned. Stark's eyes widened, and a possibility quickly flashed through his mind. How do you know where number 18 is? Wait, you didn't put a surveillance camera on her, did you? Batman was silent, and the others suddenly felt a chill. This guy from Gotham didn't install surveillance cameras on all of them, did he? Oh my god. Megalomaniac, sadist, voyeur, don't call us the Justice League anymore, let's just change our name to the Orphan Mental Health Intervention Center. Rod couldn't help but complain, and everyone agreed. Batman certainly knows how controversial his actions will be, but even if he is given another chance, he will still do it. The crux of the problem now is, where should I take number 18? The bomb and detonator in her body are a hidden danger. She cannot return to Gotham and the Jinglian base. However, it seems that the power of this bomb means that no place on the Earth seems safe. Is it necessary to return to the spiritual time room again? Batman will not give up any life. He plans to find a place to dismantle the bomb and the monitor first. He vaguely feels that the person behind the scenes seems to have deliberately let him save number 18. Just then, a green light caught Batman's attention. Bruce walked to the warehouse next to the laboratory and saw several stacked boxes with a slight crack tilted up. After opening them, he found that the boxes contained some green glowing stones. Batman frowned, his eyes glowing after using the Bat Terminal to steal the experimental information. This is a Kryptonian product called kryptonite, which can greatly weaken the cells of Kryptonians. As Carrot's friend, Bruce is worried, but as a member of the Justice League, Batman is happy. However, a large amount of information was obviously deleted from the computer data, and coupled with the fact that it was so easy to obtain, Batman felt that there must be a deep meaning behind it. The person on the other side was a master of planning. Whether it was the bomb in No 18's body or the appearance of kryptonite, it could be said to be a blatant conspiracy. Does he look like a traitor who beats up our teammates? How come the whole world knows about this? Bah, there is no such thing. Stay still, I'll ask Wanda and Quicksilver to pick you up. Carrot told Bruce that if a detonation device was really installed in No 18's body, the situation would be really not optimistic. As expected of Lex even thought of installing a bomb in number 18. If Zid swallows number 18, we can easily control Zid. If we take her back to the base, we can easily blow up the Justice League. This guy is really an interesting opponent, and the day when they meet should not be far away. As for Batman's surveillance actions, Superman has long thought that this matter cannot be forced. He should find a plan that will not damage the relationship, disgust him, and make him remember it, and slowly play with Batman. The main theme is a strategy of repaying evil with evil, and its scientific name is prank. When he is free, he will call on the Justice League to go to Gotham to collectively retaliate against this little bat and see who can torture it better. Who? Don't you like playing with clowns? Either we collectively play the Joker, or we collectively play the Batman. Seeing that number 18 was fine, Carrot breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes slowly returned to Zid and said, "Since number 18 has been rescued, I will spare your life today and go back to convey my warning to Lex Luthor and others. Don't you want to fight? Okay, I prepared the venue a long time ago, so you don't have to worry about it. The day after tomorrow, the Global Martial Arts Conference officially opens. Let me see how many monsters you can come to." After Carrot L said that, he released his hand on Zid's neck and looked at him with an indifferent expression. The martial arts tournament is both a challenge and an opportunity. It is an opportunity to wipe out the Anti-Justice Alliance, so for this purpose, Carrot L Lot doesn't mind playing with him either. Stupid uncle, cherish your life. Since you are still alive, then just continue to live. Carrying the name of the undead of Krypton, live as a human being and a ghost. Wait until one day you feel that you are a ghost. Now that you have the same power as me, come and challenge me. Carrot also dislikes Sid. He hates Sid as much as Sid hates him. The leaving figure seemed as relaxed and comfortable as taking a walk. However, in Zid's eyes, this scene seemed particularly dazzling. Carrot seemed to have let go of an insignificant insect and casually discarded it in the universe. Inside, Carrot L. How dare you insult me like this? Al's last words were like a steel needle piercing his heart in an infinite loop, echoing in his mind. Gradually, Zid's face became more and more ferocious, veins popped up on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth with hatred. For a villain, the most terrifying thing is not being defeated by the protagonist, but being defeated by the protagonist who doesn't care about him at all. Zid can feel that Carrot's interest in him now is far less than that of the Earthling he has never met. Even if he is stronger now, even if he and Al come from the same place. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom resounded across the sky, like a bell ringing in Zid's inner world, instantly landing in a corner of the Earth. Lex regarded him as a small role as a messenger, and Carrot also regarded him as a small role as a messenger. What a joke! He is the military leader of Krypton, the future of Krypton, not an insignificant messenger. Damn the Earthlings! Damn the Earth! I'm not a small role. Just wait for me, Carrot L. I will defeat you, no matter what the cost. Metropolis, the Luthor Group's luxury cruise ship on the coast, is covered in the world's most efficient soundproofing. When Zid descended in anger, a huge noise raised a wave. Lex was enjoying the sea breeze when he was unexpectedly drenched in seawater. Zid's behavior also wet the portrait of Al he carried with him, which made him grit his teeth in pain. Here it comes, the naughty little rabbit knocks on the door. It seems that the rabbit didn't kick the eagle. Lex turned around and looked at Zid. He knew the final result as soon as he saw Zid's look. His playful eyes seemed to tease an angry lion. At this time, he still had hair. Stop talking nonsense to me, you damned human ant. Zid rushed forward in anger, but was stopped by number 16. After a punch, the two sides were about to fight each other. Lex knew that number 16 was no match for Zed, so he quickly stopped them. If you keep fighting, your condition will become more unstable, General Zed. Zed stopped and looked at the bulging part of his arm, where the skin had begun to grow green carapaces. Is he about to turn into a disgusting bug? Haha, but what's the big deal? Let alone turning into a bug, even if he turns into a ghost, he will make that arrogant bastard L pay the price. Thinking of this, Zed stared at Lex Luthor coldly and said, "Give me that injection, I know you have got it." Lex Luthor shrugged his shoulders, took the towel handed to him by his men, and wiped his precious hair. "There is only one original injection, but it is not prepared for you. If you don't give it to me, I will kill you now. Don't play tricks on me again, you let number 18 go, right?" Zed is not an idiot. If Lex really wanted to protect, how could number 18 be rescued? Looking at Zed, who was already overwhelmed by anger, Luthor couldn't help but raise his hands and applaud. "Wow, wow, wow, leader of Krypton, I really don't know whether to say you are smart or stupid. I think you're mistaken about cause and effect, General Zed. If number 18 had not been rescued now, you would have been killed by Superman by now. In other words, I saved your life." As he spoke, Lex took off the wet portrait of Superman from the drawing board, threw it into the sea, and clapped his hands. "Understand, we are the ones who do great things, but those who do great things must first have brains. You have to know your enemy, just like I know L far better than you, and I also know Iron Man, Batman, Black Widow, Tiga, Banner, Diana, and even Krypton. Get to know Asgard, Thor, Loki, Wanda, and the rest of the people we're dealing with. You need to understand this country, understand human beings, and understand everything you can use." Lex's temperament is filled with an intoxicating madness. This madness is different from the anti-nihilism of the Joker. It is purely self-arrogant and worldly judgment, and in the extreme, it leads to a story of no return. It was like a runaway train. On a journey destined to crash, he stepped on the accelerator crazily. No one knew how he would crash. Which bottomless cliff should I fall to? But when he floats to high altitude along the shattered track, he will surely stage the most thrilling speed and passion. Batman will fall into a trap no matter what he chooses. And what you have to do is consume as much of their power as possible. Lex hovered next to Zed, confusing him, who was about to lose control. "You must understand that we are not only dealing with Superman, but also the Justice League." Lex really dislikes Zed since his first invasion of Krypton was so poorly done. It was such a big thing to seize the code of life and revive the race, but they directly launched a general attack without even understanding the most basic information about the Earth. Since Zed dares to look down on the Earth, he, Luthor, can naturally look down on Krypton. I need that thing. L's strength is far greater than mine. But after experiencing Carrot's blow, how could Zed breathe this sigh of relief? Not to mention that Lex also needed enough time to cultivate his trump card. "It seems like he gave you a big blow." Lex frowned. Although this incident was within his expectation, looking at Zed's appearance, his defeat was not a miserable one. Superman is more powerful than he imagined, and even Dr. Jarrow's modified Kryptonian cellulite project cannot stop him. Okay, that's a no-brainer. The experimental subject is currently in an unstable state, and the reaction with the reagent is still in the process of integration. Also, I have to remind you that your current state is constantly mutating. I can give you a reagent, but I'm not sure if it will have any side effects on you. When he thought of this, Lex Luthor was no longer prepared to blow the sea breeze here. Now that the gauntlet had been issued, he was about to start laying out his plan. On the 16th, give the rest of the things to him, and then go gather everyone and start setting up. It's time to accomplish your goal and kill Superman. Good evening, citizens of New York. This is the Daily Bugle, now broadcasting a special first-run news that only VIPs can listen to. If you want to purchase, please log into the following recharge channel. This morning, the former Kryptonian General Zed made a comeback. Known as the Anti-Justice League, he attacked a New York TV station and claimed to hold a martial arts competition with the fate of the world at stake. It is obvious that this is a blatant provocation against Superman and humanity. Superman and the Justice League also responded, announcing that at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, they will officially hold a global martial arts conference on the Tistro Islands in the Delta waters. However, due to the degree of danger, all outsiders will not be allowed to enter this conference. However, at Zhang Shu's strong request, the entire event of the martial arts conference will be broadcast live via satellite. It is worth mentioning that this is the world's first world-class martial arts conference in the superhero era. In this regard, Zhang Lian stated that if the Earth side wins, bonuses and prizes will be awarded to the winners of the remaining contestants, as well as qualification certificates to join the Justice League. In addition, this martial arts competition is open to candidates from all over the world. To register, please log on to the official website of the Justice League. The registration deadline is tomorrow evening. A special plane will be sent to pick you up from the Zhenglian headquarters and go to the venue together. The Bugle Daily adheres to the professional ethics of being a news and communication worker. We will try our best to publish first-hand information about this martial arts conference. Members who are interested are welcome to order the latest news section at any time. So I wasn't the one to take those photos. The New York Daily Bugle, faced with Peter Parker's embarrassment request for a refund, James refused without a smile, put down the microphone of the broadcast, and looked at him blankly, not at all moved by Peter's expression that he was about to cry. After all, his principle in life is that money should be returned to money and righteousness should be returned to righteousness. How could he spit out the money he had eaten? Peter Parker, on the other hand, stared at him pitifully, touching his empty pockets, wondering in his heart why he had fallen into the trap of the evil boss again. Sorry Peter, the newspaper's recharge system is voluntary. I'm not forcing you to recharge, and there will be no refunds. Peter Parker was really on the verge of tears, but isn't this information copied from the official website of Justice League? At most you changed the title and said there was a follow-up inside story. Where is the inside story? James shrugged his shoulders, indicating that this was all routine in the news industry. It was confirmed that Peter had no talent for this. Look at the Planet Daily next door, they made a fortune? I'm not saying anything bad about you, Peter. Why do you, a student, love superheroes? Working honestly to earn money is the right way. Have you earned enough tuition? Have you paid your girlfriend? Have you paid the rent and utilities this quarter? Do you have money to reward the novel you are following recently? James looked at Peter's timid attitude, as if he saw a poor student stealing money from his family to reward a female anchor. Asking himself, he still likes Peter very much, so he was ready to teach him a lesson on the spot. As a die-hard fan of superheroes, Peter Parker has no resistance to the temptation of this great battle between good and evil. He just started his internship and was very tight on money. He finally made up his mind to recharge a membership of his own newspaper. James turned around and said, "Please pay to unlock new information? Isn't this a pure scam?" However, after he gritted his teeth and paid the fee, he unlocked a sentence with great anticipation. "You are cheating. You don't have the latest information about the martial arts meeting." James snapped his fingers, took off the cigar in his mouth and dusted off the ash. "You reminded me that although this conference is prohibited from outsiders and reporters are not allowed to interview, isn't the Justice League open to all people? I will recruit brave men to sign up in the newspaper office. You just need to follow the team with a micro camera and take a few behind-the-scenes photos at any time to follow up on the facts." Peter Parker was shocked. As expected, there are no good neighbors in the adult world, only the old Wong next door? No, absolutely not. How can this be? It's very dangerous there. When it comes to principled issues, Peter is not afraid. He can imagine what a terrible battlefield it is. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and explosions flew across the sky. Letting an ordinary person impersonate to participate in such a battlefield just to take a few photos to make money is really crazy? James rolled his eyes at him. People should be dedicated, and reporters should be more dedicated. Look at Lois Lane next door. She has been to all kinds of dangerous places, including the terrorist organizations in the Middle East desert, the Bermuda Devil's Triangle, the Monarch Organization's Monster Outpost, the primeval forest in the tropical wilderness, the gathering site of cultists, the Gotham slums with a high crime rate, and Superman's farm. Didn't she come back safe and sound? Why don't I have such talents under my command? I'm not participating in the competition, I'm just taking the opportunity to sneak in. After that, I'll find a reason to say that I have a stomachache, or I'm uncomfortable, or my superpowers are not working. Anyway, if something goes wrong at the conference, Superman will take care of it. Do you really want to participate in the competition? Just take a few precious photos of the martial arts conference as front page news." James casually threw the Spider-Man photos taken by Peter aside. Now there is a better event, of course he will not let it go. He is in a very good mood. The newspaper man wishes the world would explode every day. After I have these photos, I can raise the membership price and increase it tenfold, and then take advantage of the opportunity to buy the stocks of the new superhero sector launched by the Justice League. I bet I can make a fortune. My wife just happened to like a house, which is the third phase new universal capsule model. When the news is a big hit, I will sell the current house. The tax for buying a piece of land is much cheaper than the combination of real estate and land. Hearing James' words, Peter Parker called him shameless, and at the same time, he felt a sense of panic in his heart for no reason. It was obviously the end of the world, but no one cared at all. Everyone only cared about whether they could make money. But the Justice League has a strict screening system. Are you sure you can get in? James looked at Peter meaningfully. He had already calculated this, so he called Peter over today. "Don't you have it, Peter?" Peter was inexplicably flustered by the boss's eyes. He pulled the corner of his clothes unnaturally. "Me? What's wrong with me? Isn't Spider-Man your good friend?" James took out his long-cherished ultra-clear micro camera from the drawer and handed it to Peter. "Please use your connections to see if Spider-Man can go to the venue and let him take a few photos with the camera." Peter's cheeks twitched when he heard this. Although he also wanted to go to the scene, it was a chance to meet countless idols. It is said that Gensha will also send a new superhero group formed by Captain America this time, but how can he do something like secretly taking pictures? That would be too damaging to Spider-Man's reputation. What a joke, how could Spider-Man do such a thing? James seemed to have expected Peter to say this. There is a saying that goes, the people who know you best are often your haters. As the leader of the failed man's haters, James is not stupid. Spider-Man asked Parker to take photos in every issue and exchanged them for money even though he knew he would be blacked by him. He even asked Peter to take close-ups. How could this be because of friendship? There is only one possibility, that is, Spider-Man himself is short of money, and he and Peter split the money 50 to 50? It may even be 30 to 70, 19 to 10. Oh, poor Peter, He is a poor student and is exploited and squeezed by Spider-Man. So I cut his salary in half, which means I deducted Spider-Man's salary and indirectly helped Peter to get revenge. Ha 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 ha. James is really proud of his genius and kindness, while Peter stared at the boss who was inexplicably grinning with a look of stupidity. This guy has Alzheimer's disease because of eating too many black-hearted fans, right? Nothing, I'll leave first. I have classes later. Peter really didn't want to stay with James for even a minute. Usually, he either listened to him scolding Spider-Man or himself. Especially since he had just cheated him out of money. He had to make it back quickly, otherwise he would have no money for meals next week. Unexpectedly, James was determined to make a big investment this time. Seeing Peter was about to leave, he said on the spot, "The price of the photo this time will be 10 times the usual price." Peter Parker stopped and grinned with his eyes shining. 10 times? 10 times? Then I will have both tuition and living expenses? James couldn't help but smile knowingly as he saw Parker stop. Hee, Mr. Spider-Man, you don't want Peter to lose his job, do you? At the same time, on the Testilo Islands, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament stage was already being prepared before Iron Man appeared. There are 8 outside and 4 inside, a total of 12 arenas, each different, arranged from the sky to the ground around the main arena. There are also 42 defense mechanisms, connected to the main arena in the center through teleportation gates, as if it is a game of passing levels from different directions. Every inch of land around is arranged with magic circles, which can absorb the energy and power scattered in the battle and transform them into deeper defenses. And the main arena is magnificent and luxurious. Originally, Carrot planned to launch a martial arts tournament for the world. The purpose of the event is, first, to strengthen the public's impression of superheroes, so that they can gradually become normalized and daily for the people, and it would be best if it could be held like the Olympics in the future, with the whole nation boiling. Secondly, it is to select outstanding talents and expand manpower. Originally, it was not intended to be linked to the fate of the world. It was just an entertaining game. At most, the tickets were sold at a higher price, and the 5-star VIP plus crown recharge was just that. Therefore, he also specially designed a reception area, a rest area, and an elimination area, and prepared a rich variety of fruit drinks, fine wines, and delicacies, popcorn and cola, everything you need. There is also a party venue next to it, so that after the game is over, everyone can stay to attend the party and celebrate, and the whole world can celebrate together. I really love this place. The evening breeze blew, and it was night. Gamera took Broly's sturdy arm and walked in the beach party area by the sea, opening her hands and bathing in the salty sea breeze. It's really good. The venue arranged by Kakarot is much better than the Colosseum on the Bisaka planet. After watching all the layouts, even Broly couldn't help but praise it. There are so many foods here, as well as the sea and scenery. He had heard that there are many cute little monsters on Earth, and he was preparing to catch one in the center of the Earth for fun. It's really good. After coming to Earth, even Nebula's frosty face melted a smile and changed into a more trendy and fashionable clothes. She likes the use of blue by Earthlings very much, but she likes the meaning they give to green more. If you want to live a decent life, you have to have some green on you. Broly's green mood? As the 3 people who had participated in the most competitions, Carrot asked them to go to the island first to check if they had any other flaws. I like the way it is now, doing logistics support, no blood, no killing, plenty of food, sunshine, and sea, and most importantly, there are people I love. Gamera looked at Broly affectionately, snuggled in his arms, stroking his side face, her face full of happiness. She once specifically told Bulma that your husband's lack of a tail is definitely your loss. This sentence made Bulma so angry that she couldn't sleep for 3 days and specially opened a project team to study how to make Carrot grow a tail again. Broly also happily held Gamera's hand. Me too, Gamera, thank you, my past has gone with the wind, only you are left, accompany me forever. The two then kissed each other affectionately, and let go for a long time in the sun. Seeing this scene, Nebula felt a sudden pain in her heart. She covered her chest with her hands trembling, and gritted her teeth and said, "You two are enough." Hearing this, Gamera decisively hugged Broly's neck and said provocatively, "Are you jealous? Call me brother-in-law." Hearing this, Nebula decisively turned around and left. "Go to hell, I don't want to stay with you two." In the last quiet before the war, everyone was enjoying this hard-won peace. In Stark Tower, Tony rarely stayed in the laboratory today, but was enjoying their own world with Pepper. Under the moon and flowers, sofa bed, bathroom balcony, kitchen wine rack. Stark hugged Pepper's shoulders and looked at the starry sky outside the French window on the bed. Only when he was with Pepper did his anxiety disappear like a stone sinking into the sea, and he relaxed like a child who didn't know the world. "You're weird tonight, Tony." Pepper rubbed Tony's tired arms, and her distressed tone seemed to melt the glacier. "Honey, let's not talk about this today, okay?" Stark grabbed her hand and kissed it gently. Since meeting Carrot in the desert, no, to be precise, since being kidnapped, Tony Stark has never stopped to rest for a day. And today, he wants to have a good rest. He gave Pepper a comforting smile and hugged him in his arms. His vision was hazy and empty in the reflection of the window. The alarm of wisdom always sounded in his heart, although on the surface he had been laughing and scolding and playing with everyone, saying that he had no enemies. But in fact, Tony knew very well that if the other party's goal was the entire Justice League, then they would definitely pick the core figures to start with. Putting aside the part targeting Iron Man would definitely be the focus of attention. No one knows what kind of bloody storm this conference will be, and what kind of terrible danger is waiting for them. Everything seems to have no end and will continue endlessly. Since he put on this armor, he doesn't know if he will have the opportunity to stop in this life and take a good rest like now. What are you looking at, Master Bruce? Gotham City, underground Wayne Manor. The lights in the Batcave are dim and dazzling, and the night with bats dancing is Gotham's eternal nightmare. For Bruce, this is another difficult night. Wanda and Quicksilver have temporarily moved into Wayne Manor with number 18. Number 18 is in a bad situation and is still sulking with him because of the monitor. If you say you want to put a monitor, then put a monitor. You actually used the clothing store to make her lose her biggest hobby. At this moment, Batman sat silently next to the kryptonite box, doing experiments without saying a word, transforming the kryptonite in the box into bullets one by one. Somehow, his mood was complicated, especially when he saw the family portrait on the table. Bruce actually stopped what he was doing. He knew that he was not a qualified friend, but with such a complicated heart, he might not even be qualified to be a Dark Knight. Alfred, how many good people do you think there are in this world? Hearing this, Alfred walked to Bruce's side and put a cup of tea in front of him. He did not answer the question directly, but said earnestly, I think if good and bad can determine the right to survive, everyone will choose the good side, but in fact, maybe bad people live better. I once heard of a topic that said that the total amount of good and evil in this world is constant. Everyone determines his or her position as soon as he is born. Some are good and some are evil. However, people's nature is not subject to fate and will always be with each other, fighting. Fight against your own evil, and also fight against the goodness of others. Therefore, the conclusion of this experimental subject is that good and evil are not opposed to each other, but are entangled with each other and constantly changing. Batman slowly took off his mask, revealing Bruce Wayne's young face. There was no emotion in his voice, but knowing his old father, he naturally knew the child's inner depression. The Joker said that just one bad day is enough to drive a sane person crazy. I once asked Carrot Air this sentence, and he told me that the real meaning of the clown's sentence lies in the last word, which is approximately equal to infinity plus dot. There is no worst day, only a worse day. When you have experienced the worst day, you think that tomorrow will be even worse. You can never see the end, and the only end is death and disappearance. Then everything you hold on to is meaningless. Your reason will force you to make changes to fight against this so-called nothingness. A bad day will make your reason go crazy. Batman feels like this now, a feeling that is very different from Iron Man, but completely different. They also believe that there is no end to these things and there will definitely be worse situations in the future. But the difference between them is that Tony has always lived under the sun and faced it calmly, while Bruce has always been rooted in the night, fearful. Alfred believed that Bruce would have the right answer in his heart, looked into Bruce's eyes and said, Then do what you think is right, young master. In fact, I have always believed that the prerequisite for not killing bad people is to protect good people. You have trauma, and it defines you, but it also blinds you to the world outside of the trauma. Don't forget, you still have a smart mind to daydream and imagine what kind of scenery is beyond the trauma. Maybe that's what you want to see, and it's what you ignored on this endlessly bad road. After saying this, Alfred left silently, leaving Bruce alone in the Batcave. Batman was silent for a long time, raised his head and looked at a room full of various models of bat armors, stretched out his hand to touch the bat pattern on it, and sat next to the kryptonite box. After a long time, he seemed to have made up his mind, and began to patiently handle every piece of kryptonite, and then left in the bat fighter before dawn. Not long after, a bat knocked on the door of Martha and Jonathan's room on the Celestial Temple. When the two opened the door, they saw a whole box of kryptonite quietly placed outside the door, with Batman on it. Of a letter. Maybe you are the scenery beyond trauma. Under the dark night and heavy rain, the terrifying Batman once again enveloped Gotham's night, blending into every shadow of the city. He left 3 bullets in case of emergency. Giving the remaining kryptonite to the Kents may be the best backup arrangement. Awesome Daegu, you have made your mark. Now should you be called Ultraman Tiga? Right. I said you kid is willing to come back. It's all thanks to you this time. Japan, TPC Victory Team. As Diga disappeared, UN Daegu appeared behind them with a smile. Right in front of everyone, G. Lanbo, a man from another dimension, was frozen into a huge ice sculpture. Because each member has a different style and symbolism, the Justice League does not have a uniform dress code. There is only a universal capsule box that you carry with you and the clothes you usually wear. Weapons are also chosen based on each person's strengths. Daegu didn't like Superman's tight-fitting clothes. He chose a black jacket with trousers, a universal capsule box and a communication terminal hanging on his waist, and a laser gun and accessories produced by Comatage placed on the outside of his thigh. The Devil's Stick, the Divine Light Stick was still placed on his chest. He originally planned to custom make a specially placed leather case, but later he found that it felt like something was missing if it was not placed on his chest. You can call me whatever you want. Long time no see, everyone. At this time, UN Daegu is no longer what he used to be. He has experienced the hell copy of the jungle of 100,000 monsters in the inner Earth world. His whole temperament is completely different from before. The childishness of the past has faded away, leaving only the calmness polished by suffering. I was sent here to pick up people this time, and I just happened to catch up. By the way, is there anyone here who wants to participate in the martial arts competition? L gave everyone a holiday. Daegu didn't know where he was going. His parents passed away very early and he didn't have a girlfriend, so he decided to go back to the victory team to have a look and add a friend by the way. Class. As a result, he happened to run into Gillenbow's dream of kidnapping and absorbing children, and then he used a freezing beam to make a research specimen. The Department of Transportation is now being called to consign it back to the Justice League branch. As the saying goes, what kind of organization does what kind of thing? After having Jenglian's establishment, Daegu also gradually understood the truth. Monsters are not fighting and killing, but slicing experiments? It was indeed hard for him to accept it at first, but after he got used to it, he had an inexplicable urge to return all the suffering he had suffered to these monsters. Anyway, killing them would just kick them to pieces, so for him forming a monster division doesn't help. He is now the #1 figure in Jenglian. With his official position, naturally he can no longer think like an ordinary soldier. Gillenbow who has a dream, come here, there is delicious light to eat. People from other dimensions don't need to dream. Before the results of the experiment come out, they just need to be like mice and let others slice them. When Daegu discovered Gillenbow, his first reaction was, I'm going? Dreams can actually be eaten and turned into energy. According to Gillenbow himself, the dream of adults is not that it cannot be eaten, it just causes diarrhea. So if you can let it eat the dreams of those villains, that would save trouble? Moreover, Gillenbow is a person from another dimension, and he can also create a stable survival structure in a distorted space. This makes it even more impossible to let it go. Natasha has her own mirror space. Batman runs to the spiritual time room when he has nothing to do. He also has various bat caves. L and his family have almost completely covered the quantum realm. As for Stark, he is the master of real space. He can buy wherever he wants and build a base wherever he wants. Daegu has been envious of the alternate dimension for a long time. He has seen the financial report of the Monarch organization. The money spent on imprisoning a Titan beast is simply an astronomical figure. If he also has an alternate dimension, he will have a place to store research materials. From this point of view, this little witch looks quite unique, like leeks. If it doesn't work out, she can be packaged and sold to Camartage. It's perfect. We don't have that many superheroes here. Those who hang around here are aliens who want to destroy the Earth. They wish we would die every day. Who would sign up? To be honest, since we have you, I feel like we have already retired in advance. No matter what Daegu has become, Zinken will treat him as his best brother. He hugged his neck, which earned a slight smile from Daegu. He handed him a form. Is that so? Then why don't you sign up on behalf of the victory team? Come on, fill in the form first. Hearing this, Zinken was so scared that he waved his hands repeatedly and took 2 steps back. No, I think retirement life is pretty good. What a joke, in a war of your level, he would just be a delivery boy if he drove the Acties, and the technologies such as the Mag's power system and the Plasma 100 type were shared with the Justice League. Seeing this, Daegu patted Xian Cheng's shoulder. Ha ha ha, okay, I'm just kidding you, look how scared you are. I still have a form to fill out, I'm leaving first, this is my new number, call me anytime if you have anything. He still knows what the situation is on his side. The only one who can fight is Masaka Kigo, who has not appeared in the dungeon yet. I hope he can clear Skull Island later, otherwise he will come back and compete with him for performance. Alas, they all go home to be with their families, when can I have a girlfriend? Walking in the dark night, every household around him is reunited, the lights are bright, and Daegu feels a little lonely for no reason, sighing and shaking his head. He didn't feel it when he was in the center of the earth, but when he returned to the busy crowd, he always felt that he was out of place, like a rootless duckweed, drifting with the flow. In fact, this is what every Ultraman human body has to go through, but he is lucky, and can also alleviate the emptiness in life by grasping his career. However, not long after he walked, 3 guys who were blocking his way suddenly stood in front of him. 1 woman and 2 men stared at him fiercely as if they were enemies. One had a Shamit hairstyle and shook his head like a hyperactive person. Another muscular man with a serious expression stared at him with a questioning look. Another one was dressed like a witch from the old times, but why was her face painted like she was crying? The moment he saw the faces of the 3 people clearly, Daegu's footsteps stopped unconsciously, and a strange tingling sensation suddenly came to his brain, stirring images spanning 30 million years in front of his eyes. Darkness, silence, death, a burning world and a jungle filled with monsters. The Dark Tiga, the cold world, left in disgrace, glimpsed a corner of the god by default, and was exiled by the Redeemer when he abandoned the throne. Camilla. When the words came to his lips, Daegu blurted out a name unconsciously, and the stinging feeling in his mind weakened slightly. At this moment, he actually saw a look of both joy and hatred on the woman's face. You really still love me, Daegu? What? His blank expression suddenly turned into shocked eyes. Daegu turned to stone on the spot and opened his mouth, wanting to say that he has never been in love. You must have recognized the wrong person. But somehow, there is indeed some kind of quantum entanglement of emotions and memories intertwining in my mind. He told himself that it was all hallucinations and nonsense. He obviously kept his integrity and insisted on himself. He was handsome and never flirted with girls. Beauty, why don't you go wash your face first? Let's take off our makeup and talk, okay? At a critical moment, Daegu suddenly remembered that Natasha once told him that if a beautiful woman comes to talk to you and date you, she must stay away if she wears thick makeup, unless she is in good shape. Camilla was stunned. She never expected that the first thing Daegu said to her would be this. There was a fire in her heart and she whipped it. Makeup removal? Should I take a shower first, put on black stockings and suspenders, invite you to a room filled with roses and props, and discuss 30 million years of life? This scumbag who never changes his nature? Pa. Camilla became more and more angry as she thought about it, and kept waving her whip, scaring Daegu to dodge in a hurry. When Thuram and Hitler saw that their boss had taken action, they could not hold back the anger they had suppressed for 30 million years, and rushed towards Daegu from the left and the right. My friend. The pent-up anger swelled to its peak at this moment. Camilla whipped down, leaving a long ravine on the ground. Daegu instantly became alert when he saw this, his eyes turned cold, and then Darla followed. Mew's fists followed one after another. Danger? Daegu's eyes exuded cold murderous intent, and the sudden punch activated his instinct developed in the primitive jungle, and he dodged the punch. In the original work, Daegu has a rare ability among other human beings, which is the sensing ability in super ancient genes. He can sense the attack of crow people from behind, see through the light in the bird's body at a glance, and hear Lena's call, as well as insight into the existence of various cosmic beings and sensitivity to approaching dangers. We call it popularly, Daegu Yuji Ling. This ability was not well developed in the original work. After all, staying with the victory team all year round to hide oneself, even the efficiency of physical training is conceivably low. But now Daegu has long been reborn, the bone soup is boiling at the right temperature, and every ability is open to the extreme. With this powerful sense of danger, he can keep up with and predict the speed of Hitler's moves even in his human form. Now he is not afraid even when faced with attacks from two people. Like a nimble fish, he instantly darts through the gap between their moves. Seizing the opportunity, Daegu made a clean move without any sloppiness. He turned over and kicked Hitler on the back. Then, taking advantage of his unstable body, he turned around and kicked him to the ground with a sweeping kick. The whole person's movements are done in one go. Thuram was stunned for a long time. This seemed to be different from the scene he imagined of beating Digga to vent his anger. Thuram didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly approached him. However, facing his piano, Daegu was not afraid at all and actually faced it head-on. Boom. After a loud noise, Dalam suddenly felt pain in his wrist and took half a step back. However, Daegu's feet on the opposite side were as steady as a mountain. He even punched forward 3 more times and knocked Dalam to the ground. The two of them grinned in pain on the ground. Daegu relaxed his muscles and bones, threw the briefcase in his hand aside, raised his chin provocatively and said, "Stop trying to get too close to me. Who is your friend? Damn, how can this guy be so good at fighting?" They were knocked to the ground within less than a round of the fight. Thuram and Zitra only felt burning pain in their backs and chests, and they couldn't help showing a look of horror on their faces. Speed, strength, and moves, Yuan Gudo was not even a hair above them at this time. Even if they jointly attacked, they were easily knocked to the ground by the opponent. How is this possible? He should be just a human now? Daegu waved to the two of them. Dalam and Hitler, who did not believe in evil, gritted their teeth and stood up and rushed forward again. Their eyes were red and they used all their strength. Go to hell. You traitor. I will make you pay the price this time. Digga, my friend. Opposite, Daegu stood calmly, like a stone growing together with the earth, staring at them closely with a pair of eyes. Under the guise of dormancy, the beast is good at stopping with stillness, and can remain motionless for weeks, just for the final fatal blow. The opponent's punches were as strong as mountains and his legs were as fast as whips. Daegu's eyes quickly focused on their weak points. One move was sinister and vicious, the other one was aggressive and open. Both sides went into battle together, punching and kicking together. Although unpredictable, in Daegu's eyes, the movements of the two were full of flaws. When the two reached his attack range, Daegu decisively attacked. Facing Dam's steel fist, Daegu swung a punch, and at the moment when his arms crossed, he changed his fist into a palm, pressed the opponent's joint from the inside, stepped to the side of the opponent, grabbed his shoulder, and kicked his knee joint at the same time, making Thuram unable to bear the force and kneel down. Bang! Darham fell forward unexpectedly, and immediately staggered. Daegu hit him in the face with a whip kick, knocking him to the ground. Then he rushed towards Hitler, grabbed his leg that was kicked in the air, twisted his body, and used the wrestling skills of human wrestling to throw him out, and hit him on the ground with a bang. Ugh! Ugga! How could this happen? Hitler ate a mouthful of dirt and raised his head with difficulty. Daegu sneered in his heart. You dare to fight me with these two moves? He is not a person who does not finish off the enemy, especially since the guy looks so wretched. He stepped forward and pressed the back of his head with his hand, and smashed it hard to the ground. Bang! 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 Bursts of dust were raised, and 3 big pits were printed on the asphalt of the asphalt road. Darem was confused, and suddenly felt a sense of hair standing on end. How come this Tiga is getting more and more brutal? Didn't he say that he defected to the light? Does this have anything to do with the light? 30 million years have passed, how come he seems to be more brutal than the dark period 30 million years ago? I don't know you guys. Although there are some pictures in my mind, I don't have much impression, and I don't know who is familiar with you. We can talk slowly if we have something to say. If you dare to fight again, I won't just use fighting skills. Daegu stood up and patted the dust on his body, grabbed the few tufts of hair on Hitler's head, dragged him on the ground, and pulled him to the side of Durham, and then kicked him in the face in Durham's increasingly terrified eyes. Bang! Stepping on Durham's chest with his heel, Daegu slowly moved his foot to his throat, making him dare not move at all. Ugh! Bastard! Tiga, you traitor! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Hitler's head was knocked dizzy, and he stared at him with a swollen nose and face, with resentment flashing in his eyes. He wanted to resist again, but Daegu pulled out a baton and hit his chin with it, saying coldly, "Threatening me? Okay, don't just talk. If you move again, I will smash your head first, and then break his neck. Don't say you won't let me go even if you become a ghost. I won't let you go even if you become a ghost. Come on, don't be nervous, try it. Move now, come. I want to see if you will let me go after you become a ghost, come." Is this Tiga not normal? Hitler was completely shocked by Daegyu's eager and ruthless appearance. Every bit of evil energy in his body was frantically reminding him that this guy was not joking, he could really do it. To be honest, he had never seen Tiga like this before. Although Dark Tiga has a lot of blood debts, his every move gives people an elegant and cold feeling, like a noble prince in the dark, and at the same time he also has a yearning for light and a search for truth. Even if he turned against them in the end, he was merciful when he took action, and his moves were relaxed and tense. But this guy in front of him, he was afraid that he couldn't kill you, good guy, he didn't recognize his relatives, and he was ruthless. Hitler had no doubt that if he dared to move now, Daegu would definitely cut his head. Durham was extremely fortunate that he was a taciturn person. For a moment, he was a little doubtful. Should he let Daegu recover his memory 30 million years ago? Don't look back and remember some social death scenes and really kill them? Or remember those inexplicable rumors about him and Yolian that were spread all over the world, and then kill them to silence them? In fact, the two didn't know that after returning to human society for a period of time, Daegu has now restrained himself a lot. If it was him who had just come out of the inner world, he would have gone straight for their throats. No matter what it was, I would strangle it to death first. Both of them looked at Camilla for help at the same time, but when they turned around, they found that Camilla was staring at Daegu with little stars in her eyes. So handsome. Daegu. Camilla was as happy as a child, slowly walked forward, stroked his cheek, and even her tone became softer. Daegu, you really chose to accept the power of darkness. Finally, time has proved that we are right, and there is still darkness in your heart. Come on, give up the light, return to my side, join the Anti-Justice League, and let us rule here together, okay? Durham, Hitler really wanted to die, let this guy return to darkness? Are you sure he won't kill us first to prove his truth? Camilla, are you awake now? Daegu was teased and felt her hand was so slippery. He was unconsciously dazed for a while, but when he heard Camilla's next sentence, he woke up instantly. Are you the Anti-Justice League? Camilla looked at Daegu affectionately. Yes, I was thinking of meeting you at the conference, but now it seems that we should overthrow the rule of El. Daegu hurriedly covered her mouth, then quickly stepped back 2 steps and distanced himself from them. Shut up, stop it. What a joke. What should I do if someone hears it? Do I still want my performance? What if I get bullied in the future? Daegu frantically observed the surroundings, fearing that an S-pattern or a bat camera would appear in his field of vision in the next second. As we all know, there are 2 indescribable things in the Justice League, one is Superman and the other is Batman. L can hear any sound in the world, although he usually doesn't listen to it or deal with it because it's too noisy. But just like a bad student who is distracted in class, although he can't hear the teacher's lecture, as long as he hears the key words, he will know immediately. So the people of the Justice League usually avoid the name of L and some other key words when they speak. Another one is Batman. No one knows where this patient with late-stage paranoia will install micromonitors in incredible and tricky places to collect their every move and use them as data for countermeasure plans. Even if you run to another country or to the other side of the ocean, you can't escape the same sentence, I am the night, I am revenge, I am Batman. Sometimes Daegu is really glad that he was thrown into the center of the earth instead of Gotham. Otherwise, it will take less than 5 minutes for the transformation device to be stolen, and then he will receive a hierarchical beating from the most vicious place in the universe, and finally he will turn black and face the terrible Bat Demon. Daegu feels that his life is very good now. He is free and has a system. He fights monsters without worries. He also likes the Jinglian family. Of course, he likes to have a boss who is so powerful that he can cover him in the whole universe. It is so good to work with a group of like-minded strong people and have dinner and drinks with a group of freaks from all over the world. Why don't you want to? Camilla's face darkened, and bad memories suddenly came to her mind. I have waited for 30 million years. Don't you want to look back at me? 30 million years, why are you still unwilling to come back to me? Camilla almost collapsed and questioned him. However, at this moment, a spark from the portal appeared silently beside Daegu. If there is still oil to pour on the fire, then this barrel of oil is directly poured into the heart of a certain older woman. Natasha walked out of the portal. Since she was on vacation at home, she was even wearing loose pajamas at this time. With a strange smile on his face, he teased. Dear classmate Daegu, good evening, let me tell you, congratulations, you are in trouble again tonight, this time even Jarvis can't stand it, ha ha ha. I'll remind you, Quickly set up a branch and take your Yalian smart butler away, otherwise Al will really settle accounts with you this time. You don't want to have another adventure in the center of the earth, right? Natasha's words made Daegu stunned at a loss. Superman will settle a score with me? But he didn't do anything today? Could it be that what Camilla said just now was heard by Superman? When he thought of this, Daegu hurriedly pointed to Camilla and defended. No, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Sister, I didn't do anything just now. I didn't say I wanted to overthrow the Justice League and rule the Earth, she said it. Huh? Overthrow the Justice League? Natasha reacted, looked around her surroundings, and silently put away her teasing look. She thought Daegu should stay at home during this period, but who would have thought that he was still working overtime outdoors? Looking in the direction he pointed, Natasha immediately saw a woman with a black aura all over her body, glaring at her with a face filled with resentment, as if she had some deep grudge against her. Digga. The next second, a deafening roar of resentment resounded throughout the entire Halloween night, splashing Daegu with a misunderstanding that could not be washed away even if he jumped into the Yellow River. That's it. 30 million years ago, you accepted the seduction of that woman Yalian and abandoned me, and now you are doing it for this woman again. Camilla's hands were trembling, and the silver tears on her face seemed to be a little deeper. Why did God let her be abandoned for the second time? Why did this scumbag not have any nostalgia for her after 30 million years? Is it because she is not pretty enough? Is it because her figure is not good enough? Isn't she this woman? Well, it's really not the same style as Yulian, it's quite tempting. Is he switching to a new flavor? Well, seeing this situation, Daegu was exhausted both physically and mentally. He slapped himself on the forehead and sighed. Sure enough, even a dog that works overtime will die. He shouldn't have gone out at all tonight. After hearing the woman's words, Natasha glanced at Daegu in surprise, and then quickly glanced at the two of them. If you were someone else, you would definitely not understand this unfamiliar situation, and if you say sorry to that woman, you must have misunderstood. But it only took less than 3 seconds for the widowed sister who was riding the wind and waves to completely understand the relationship between the characters, and then she started to get excited. In less than a moment, Yu and Daegu realized a problem. At the same time, Daegu's Yu-Jilling skill also reminded him crazily that the second wrong thing he did tonight was not to run away now, because at this moment, he saw in Natasha's pupils a sense of excitement with an extremely strong desire to perform. He knew very well what this ant was going to do. This is the time to finish. Sure enough, Natasha showed a charming and enchanting smile towards Daegu, with a subtle lip-biting expression and some kind of directional hint. She slowly walked forward, took his arm, and spoke softly. The language says, "My dear, you are working overtime again. Let me reward you. I just did yoga and the sweat on my body is not dry yet." Well, the sweat hasn't dried, it's just the cold sweat coming out of Daegu's body. Daegu's expression at this time was as if he had eaten 2 kilograms of landmines. His body was completely covered by the thunder, and his orifices were filled with smoke. Camila looked at them in disbelief, her hands trembling violently. "You guys." Natasha made up for it with her backhand, and with a look of contempt that only women can understand, she said in surprise, "Hubby, who is this woman? She looks so old, and her makeup is so ugly. Is she the 321st technician you hired this month? I'm not telling you, your taste has deteriorated now." Yuan Daegu opened his mouth in horror, and with a bang, he felt as if he had been shot in the heart, and he paused for 3 seconds. The Rum and Hitler on the side were both dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. "Damn it! How can you still see this wonderful show after living for tens of millions of years? Tiga, you are having a wonderful life. What have we missed in these 30 million years? It's so exciting." The two of them instantly thought about Tiga's 30 million years of romance and galloping life. No wonder he locked up Camilla. What the hell am I capable of? Daegu really wanted to find a steamed bun and stuff it into Natasha's mouth, and his stomach suddenly felt cramped. I remember that the last time he was slandered, the Emperor organization labeled him an alien spy. Even if you give me Carrot L's kidney, and install a number 17 infinity furnace, I won't be able to find the 321st one. 2 lines of tears fell on Daegu's face. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Natasha actually showed a shy posture. God knows why she blushed, and slowly covered her lips like an innocent little girl. "Oh, you are evil and you are showing off your capital again. I don't know how powerful you are. What's the 17th? Are you reminding me that I remembered it wrong? Okay, it's the 327th one. Hee. Daegu felt his brain buzzing, the world was spinning. Help, nausea, green tea allergy, stomach ache. God must accept this person. I'm not careful with my sister. How did I meet such a living king of hell? Please use your magical powers. Camilla, listen to my explanation. It's not like this. This is just a passerby delivering express. I don't know her at all." Natasha had a pitiful expression. "What? A passerby? Are you tired of it? Thank you, shut up." Daegu roared in a very corrupt way. He wanted to kneel down to Natasha. "It was just a matter of holding you back for a few days on the deserted island. Is it necessary to do this to me?" Camilla stared at Daegu coldly, her face full of disappointment, and silently retracted the blue light whip in her hand. "Okay, you are really good. See you at the martial arts venue, Ultraman Tiga. Tired, don't want to explain, can't chase, destroy it." In the end, Sister Ka pecked her eyes, and loved Tiga's face. A bowl of bone soup made my teeth pop, and it was hard as iron after being boiled for 10,000 years. Seeing this, Daegu hurried forward to stop her. No matter what, this shit pot must not be put on him. He was obviously clean, chaste, self-reliant, and devoted to one person. How could he inexplicably become a scumbag with a criminal record? Well, even if he was a scumbag, he would admit it. But why was he inexplicably labeled as a sea king? Wait a minute, I'm about to remember. No, what on earth did you come to see me for tonight? There's a cafe next door, I'll buy you a cup of coffee, and we can chat while we drink. The bar is fine too, hey, don't leave. A gust of black wind passed by, and Camilla didn't want to care about this scumbag anymore, and turned into black mist and dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Darum and Hitler didn't dare to stay here any longer, and followed the boss and left. Snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind whistled. A cold wind blew by. Daegu turned around with tears in his eyes, covered his chest with his hands, and sat on the ground with a sharp pain. Sister, we are good comrades and besties who share hardships and wealth, right? Why did you come to mess with me in the middle of the night? Black Widow adjusted her pajamas that she had deliberately opened just now, and gave Daegu a thank you look. Why do you say that? I am a professional wingman, helping you get rid of all the troubles caused by breaking up, and I will never leave any troubles behind. Thank you? Who told you that I want to break up? Daegu covered his face with a broken heart. Now it's good, the martial arts conference the day after tomorrow has really become a crematorium. Didn't you want to dump that woman just now? Natasha looked at him suspiciously, and reached out to touch Daegu's slightly decadent face, as if to confirm whether he was dead. His face was like a living person pushed into a crematorium, black and white. Report to me, what's going on? In the position of the Justice League, Natasha is Daegu's immediate superior, and everything about the construction branch needs to be reported to her. Daegu lay on the ground for a long time to relax. The person who tied the bell must untie it. At present, only Natasha can help him, I think. I need help from the magic world. This is what happened. Daegu told Natasha. Because he had seen Taimu in the inner world, he was no longer ignorant of the super-ancient civilization as in the original book. In addition to the remaining memory fragments in the DNA, he could roughly explain what was going on. In addition, there are a lot of possible speculations, and the various tangled psychology of the parties involved. This is because Natasha has a strong professional quality, otherwise she really couldn't understand this deleted version of the ancient love and hatred. You are the best in both black and white, you are Tiga, you are the worst. Daegu, you are very good at playing tricks. If you are the villain, then did I help the wrong person just now? I should accuse you of being a scumbag with her. Natasha blinked in surprise, and her cognition was refreshed again. It turns out that scumbags are actually in the genes. Who would have thought that Daegu, who has been honest all his life, is actually a scumbag? Daegu's face twitched when he heard this. You were so excited when you put the Sea King's hat on my head just now. Why are you on the same front with Camilla now? You still said that after the commotion just now, it's not just a matter of hitting me twice. Natasha smiled disdainfully and gave him a reassuring encouragement. Since she dared to make a fuss, she was sure that she could handle the situation. Don't worry, you underestimate your sister too much. Believe it or not, I can teach her to be a kitten in less than half an hour. She will lie beside you and cling to you. Daegu turned his head away and rolled his eyes at Natasha. He really had no knowledge in this regard, so he naturally didn't believe it. Now, he no longer had any hope. Stop talking nonsense, she's going to fight me to death. Just now she said she wanted to pull me to rebel against the Justice League and rule the world. If she could persuade me, she would have persuaded me 30 million years ago. I want you to use some magic to see if you can activate my memory, or make her forget me completely. Natasha narrowed her eyes and said with a hint of warning, remember? The last time you didn't believe me, you ate bugs in the jungle for 3 months. Ugh. Daegu immediately covered his mouth. He didn't want to think about eating bugs again in his life. Please, don't let me think about this. Natasha smiled indifferently and raised her eyebrows. Do you dare to bet? Intuition told Daegu that trusting her would definitely not be a good thing. Natasha has changed since she went to Camartage. When she was an agent, she still needed to hide, but now she has almost started to lie openly. But the current environment is here. Daegu has only 2 bosses. Although they are both good at picking up girls, he can't go to Stark, who has spent money on countless cover girls. He will be humiliated by the egomaniac? What are you betting on? After thinking it over again and again, Daegu felt that he should trust her once. Although he would be cheated, as long as he was not cheated to death, he would definitely become stronger. Upon hearing this, Natasha's mouth corners gradually rose, and she smiled like a boxer. Simple, won't she also go to the martial arts venue? When the time comes, you put on your headphones, and you say whatever I say, and you do whatever I tell you to do. Don't worry, you don't have to do it, and you don't have to reason. When the game ends, I promise that she will go home with you obediently and listen to you. If I can't do it, I will cover all the magic equipment for your new branch, and give you a 3-month portal monthly package. Daegu's eyes lit up. There is such a good thing in the world? Black Widow picked up Daegu's briefcase from the ground and stuffed it into his arms. How could such a good thing happen in the world? All the luck has been clearly marked in the future. If I do it, you will go to the dark dimension with me and negotiate with Dormammu. Daegu's heart skipped a beat. Natasha's words have not been finished, but every time she said a word, Daegu felt that he was one step closer to selling his body. And, you will be my image ambassador. If anyone from other dimensions comes to collect debts, you will fight them all back. I will declare to the outside world that you are the demon of light, and open a magic account in the industry in your name. I have compiled your identity information for you. Since you can also use the dark energy, we can just eat both black and white. We will join forces to deceive the demon god above and the believers below. First, in your name, we will first deceive the energy of other demon god believers. Anyway, the price is not paid by us, so this time we can borrow as much as we want and try to empty them all. When the devil behind those people comes to our door, we will start to lie to the devil. First, we will use drag tactics to shirk the responsibility. From one family to another, it is best to guide the 18 families with one energy, so that they can find nothing to investigate. We are confused, repaying each other's debts, and tracing the origins. By changing the ownership of energy, we first settle a batch of debts, and finally use money laundering to whiten the black magic energy, and then dye the white magic black. Sister, I won't treat you badly. After all, I've used your image rights, so we'll split the bill 30-70. Daegu broke out in cold sweat as he listened. The more he listened, the more terrified he became. Just when he was about to run away, Natasha held him down, and the cold sweat on his face couldn't stop pouring out. Let me go. Why do I feel like I am on a path of no return? When I look into your eyes that refuse to retreat, I am not sure that I represent the light. Where is the end of this road? A cosmic prison? Will I be tried as a fraudster? In fact, Natasha has been staring at Daegu for more than a day or two. Others either don't have the physical conditions or have too many evil ideas. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain tonight, and she actually caught the little boy. After reaching the bet with Daegu, Natasha was in an extremely happy mood. On the other hand, Daegu was already in a mess in the wind. By the way, what did you mean when you said I provoked Superman? Too many debts are not enough to weigh you down. Now that the matter has come to this, you and Daegu, who got on the pirate ship, is now broken. When Natasha thought about this, her face looked a little weird. After all, it was not always possible to hear the gossip of the Carrot family in this life, and it was still such a shocking thing, and asked, "Are you sure that Yulian is really an artificial intelligence?" Daegu looked suspicious and said, "Yes, her program said so." "What happened? Don't tell me that I told you, she and Jor-El are two artificial intelligences who are at odds with each other." Then this matter was complained by Jarvis from the housekeeping team. Yuan Daegu was gradually stunned. He thought that he would not be burdened by too many debts, but he never expected that there would be a big pot on him. In the dark night, there is always warmth and light, and in the sinful world, there is always hope and blue. Docked at the Justice League building, the Kryptonian ship welcomed a silver-white glowing figure. Joel couldn't tell whether the other party was a soul or intelligence, which made him extremely interested. Or, the life form named Yulian has been transformed into a digital life. Is this the new era? Humans also have their own heroes. Yulian looked at the surrounding environment, looking at the technologically charged building in front of her, surrounded by the crystallization of alien technology and Earth civilization. For a moment, she seemed to have returned to the hometown of the super-ancient civilization, advanced and fulfilling. Joel walked from behind. The black main color of Krypton's uniform formed a sharp contrast with Yulian's silver-white super-ancient wizard style. "Hello, ma'am. My name is Jor-El, the chief diplomat of Krypton and the current AI administrator of the Justice League. Welcome to the Justice League. I am Yulian, the leader of the ancient Earth Guard Corps." The two lost souls of the old times came together in another way and nodded to each other. After a brief introduction, Yulian ignored Jor-El, but silently admired the starry sky after 30 million years, and was in a daze alone. No matter how much time has passed, the starry sky is still so beautiful. Perhaps among all things, only the universe is eternal. Jor-El soon discovered the unusual artificial intelligence of Yulian. The woman's face always had an unsolvable sorrow. No one would add a sad face to their expression when setting the program. "I'm just a program." After feeling Jor-El's gaze, Yulian said to him silently. The whole person was like when she was in TPC, going out for a stroll at night when she had nothing to do, as if she had really become a ghost, silently. Since she was transferred here by Daegu with the authority of the Justice League, she has also gained a certain degree of freedom. However, not long after she left, Xiao Ayer also appeared beside her in a mysterious way, and smiled at her with a gentlemanly face. "What a coincidence, I am also a program." Yulian was a little surprised. How could Xiao Ayer's program be so intelligent that it could almost be compared to digital life? But since the other party was also a program, Yulian also let down some of her guard and unconsciously wanted to find someone to talk to. "I once had a vivid life, but my civilization was destroyed, so I made up a program based on myself, sealed myself in the machine, and guided the inheritors of light in this era." In the original work, Yulian gave people a very strange performance. She seemed to distrust everyone and kept everything in her heart, including Daegu. As a prophetic character, Yulian did not reveal any information at all, just a sentence about Daegu turning into light and the evil demon bird that burned the earth, and it was still a statement at the last minute. She didn't mention anything about the ancient times, Gatenja, Zygara, and the Dark Giant, which made humans unprepared for the appearance of Gatenja and the attack of Zygara, and they were caught off guard. She didn't even teach Daegyo how to become stronger, but just blindly strengthened his understanding of his identity. Yalian really doesn't look like a guide, but more like an old man who is sad and heartbroken. They believe in the future of young people, but they also don't believe that they have the ability to create the future. But if there is anyone who can understand her state, then Joel, who has the same experience, is definitely one of them. What a coincidence, I am the same as you in this respect. Yalian, our civilization was destroyed by ourselves. Joel continued to nod, me too. Yalian silently closed her mouth. She had imagined countless answers, and even prepared that the other party might ask some strange information, but she had never thought of this. I need a person who is both light and human. Guiding him will become a bridge connecting the two sides. One day, everyone can become light by their own strength. Joel once again expressed the same as her, my son, the son of Krypton and Earth, I believe he will become the future of the two planets and their hope. Until hearing this, Yalian finally faced up to Joel's existence. Did you take my script? In fact, strictly speaking, Joel is far more resourceful than Yalian. Now, are you willing to talk to me? Joel politely made a gesture of invitation and began to take Yalian to visit the Justice League. And Yalian seemed to have found someone to hang out with, and she didn't refuse. Soon, the two of them, who had similar experiences, chatted together. Joel introduced his son to Yalian and the process of establishing the Justice League. The more Yalian listened, the more surprised she was. Joel finally found someone who could exchange program data with him. Alfred was not interested in his affairs. Jarvis started planning files and building hard drives, just writing as a diary. Now that Yalian could chat with her, Joel naturally became more and more excited, and even talked about Krypton. Unknowingly, the lost people of the two civilizations traced each other's historical traces in the form of programs, and they chatted until dawn without stopping. You are luckier than me. You were able to persuade Dark Tiga to join the light. It's not easy to make a king who has experienced a long war and has his own ideas give up his ruling position and lover. After being abandoned by you, he actually left in disgrace without a ray of light to blow you all to death. It's not easy. Although he said that Yalian did a good job, in fact, Xiao Ai was speechless. If it were placed in the history of the universe, the destruction of this civilization would be a joke and could be put into the textbook of the history of the universe as a negative example. If my son knew, he would definitely scold you to death. He would not agree with this method. If it were the situation on Krypton at that time, even if Sid was a woman, or I was a woman, I would not be able to do this. Our situation is determined by genes. Yalian obviously heard the ridicule in Xiao Ai's words. The things that happened 30 million years ago, even she herself didn't want to recall them. From the perspective of modern people, what she did was simply outrageous, and it can even be said that she succeeded because of a weird luck. Because Dark Tiga gave up not only his lover, but also the status of dictator and ruling class. He had quelled the war, and according to the process of the earth, he should have been ready to ascend the throne, but in the end, because he returned to the light, he began to restrain his hands and feet, abide by the principles of light, and not interfere with human decisions. In the end, he was completely abandoned by humans when Zygira was born. Theoretically, if Dark Tiga really ruled humans, at least the ancient humans would not perish. For Tiga, what happened later was no different from retribution. You betrayed your own class, betrayed your brothers and lovers, and abandoned power and status for the sake of humans. What did you get in the end? Did you get acceptance and love from humans? No, humans sold you out, and the main point was to kill the donkey after it had done its job. We want Zygira, and the earth doesn't want you anymore. Get out. In many things, choosing the light does not necessarily mean you are right. It can be seen from Camilla's desire for light that the dark giant may indeed have the possibility of transforming towards the light. If we really want to follow the concept of national governance, Tiga took the script of the first emperor and used Chongjin's operations. And the culprit of all this is Yulian? A series of tragedies destroyed everyone. So Yulian doesn't want to mention this, because she also feels that she really made a stupid decision. I just hope that the new generation of humans won't follow our old ways. Unconsciously, the day changed to the starry sky, and the two had been chatting all night. Yulian still didn't tell anything about Gadaji and Zyjlawa, but under the introduction of Xiaoel, she also learned about Superman and the Justice League, a group of New Age superheroes. She secretly thought in her heart, what would they do if it were them? They are the future and they are destined to open up the future. In contrast to Yulian's gloomy worries, as a father, Xiaoel has great faith in his son. He will witness this new world created by them bit by bit. Suddenly, Xiaoel's program received a message from Jarvis, and his expression suddenly became strange. I can't stand it anymore. You have been watching the stars all night. Are you in love? Also, why is your projection in human form and able to wander around, while I am just a ball of data light? No, I also want to have my own body. The principle of not replacing the few but replacing the unequal is also applicable to artificial intelligence. As the artificial intelligence of Genglian's #1 playboy, Jarvis can't bear it. Joel had an ominous premonition, but when he turned around, Yulian disappeared, followed by a shadow on the ground. Joel realized something in an instant and slowly looked up. I saw Carrot L floating in midair with an expressionless face, as if holding a top in his hand, wrapping the rope around the time machine containing Yulian. Spinning top is an essential sport in human history. Apparently this kid just unplugged Yulian's network cable. Joel. Carrot L fell to the ground. I just heard that a certain dead artificial intelligence wants to have a second life. What do you mean? Xiao El panicked. He knew his son very well. Although he usually looked gentle, in fact, he was more Zed than Zed in his heart. He absolutely believed that his son would rather dismantle the Justice League's intelligence units and sell them as scrap metal than unplug both his and Yulian's network cables. But the problem is, he didn't do anything. He didn't want to do anything, and he couldn't do anything. He is simply looking for someone to talk to. Al, no one can replace your mother's place in my heart. I just chatted. It was Jarvis who spread rumors and slandered me. Carrot smiled. He didn't believe a single word of the man's explanation on this matter. Okay, is it okay to have an extra top at home for my son to use as a toy in the future? Joel. In fact, Carrot L doesn't mind if his old artificial intelligence father, who has been dead for decades, searches for illegal websites on the earth, or finds a girlfriend who is also an artificial intelligence. But I can date anyone, not Yulian. Even Xiao El himself said this just now. Carrot will definitely scold her to death after knowing about Yulian. That's right, Al just doesn't like this guy. Although most of the things between her and Tigo were fabricated speculations by netizens and Camilla was unilaterally jealous, Carrot L did not accept it. What kind of onion is Yulian? Even if you beat a mandarin duck with a stick, you have to be a mandarin duck? Regardless of whether you use beauty, kindness, love, or other high-sounding righteousness, you have persuaded the couple to fight. I would rather demolish 10 temples than break up one marriage. If I have the ability to be upright, I will not be able to live in a cowardly manner. Even if you try to persuade Camilla, a person who also has light in her heart, her reputation will be much better. Carrot L knew that there was nothing between them now, but he also wanted to nip in the cradle what might be possible in the future. Joel sighed deeply. In my memory, this is the first time that my son has used this attitude of preparing to quarrel with him. I swear on the name of Krypton, I have nothing to do with this woman, and I am an artificial intelligence. Where did I get that kind of thinking? To be honest, Xiao El didn't mean anything to Yulian at all. It was more about the nostalgia of the past between the same old people. It is difficult for humans to have feelings, let alone them who are already programmers. He just had some desire to chat with this person who had a similar experience to himself. Carrot L narrowed his eyes. Anyway, I confiscated this thing. Let Yuan Degyu find another artificial intelligence. After speaking, Carrot's eyes slowly looked at the time machine containing Yulian. He knew that Yulian could hear. And you better be honest. You have been connected to our network for a while. You are just silent. You don't participate in anything, let alone help us process any information, but you still go out and wander around at night. What do you think this place is? You claim to be the head of the security group, but you are just occupying the place and not working. You neither provide any technical support for the super ancient civilization nor maintain normal operation as an artificial intelligence. Sorry, I don't keep idle people in the Justice League. Since there is still some pitiful energy in your machine, go back and let my children play with it as a spinning top in the future. Yulian couldn't help but be confused. She could tolerate doing experiments in TPC, but why is there still a drama of being a toy? Isn't Superman a hero of light? Why does he feel darker than Dark Tiga? Yulian listened to Joel's talk for a whole night. 8 out of 10 sentences were praising how good his son was, but as the saying goes, seeing is believing. Why doesn't this kid look like a good person at all? Is that how you treat your seniors? Carrot L smiled. Senior? Okay, then I'll tell you politely, sorry, because you are too old and don't meet the application standards of the Justice League. We are only recruiting young and beautiful artificial intelligences now. There is also a job for toy applicants in the private figurine pile. I think you can definitely do it. Yulian began to regret it. She could see that although Carrot L was not Dark Tiga, she was still dictatorial under the banner of light. She shouldn't have come out to hang out tonight. If she had known that the Justice League was a den of wolves, she would rather rot in TPC doing experiments than come here. It's too late for him to say anything now. Why are you sitting here alone? In the corner of the Celestial Temple, Carrot L was wearing Superman's Kryptonian suit. At this time, he was like a stone sculpture, sitting alone on the edge of the temple, alone and submerged in the darkness. Bulma held out her bulging belly, tightened the blanket around her body, and slowly sat next to him. Fortunately, I don't have a fear of heights, otherwise I wouldn't dare sit here with you. Looking at the man's frown, Bulma gently took his arm and kissed his cheek, trying to add a touch of soft warmth to L's cold expression. Baikar took the god into the spiritual time room to complete the final step of integration. After a day's rest, everyone was preparing for the upcoming war. Carrot L took Bulma into his arms, looking a little absent-minded. Bulma covered her mouth in a coaxing way and said in surprise, "Oh, I never thought that the great Mr. Incredible would show such an expression." They were already an old married couple, so Carrot L naturally knew Bulma's coquettish tricks, and he didn't know how to learn more from Natasha. But he was really not in the mood now, shook his head and said, "I'm human, always have been." Bulma slowly rested her head on his shoulder, feeling the man's breath. This was the first time in her life that she saw unprecedented pressure from Al. "I know, Al, I know that you have always had your own ideas, and behind these ideas, there are often a lot of things." Carrot L didn't answer. He was as silent as Cambridge tonight. Bulma arched into his arms and stroked his face with great distress. "Are you worried about this conference again?" L's eyes looked at the thousands of lights on the earth, and he sighed heavily. Everyone can see that this is a conspiracy, and I'm not stupid, but even so, I still feel a vague sense of foreboding. Tomorrow will be a bloody battle, including for me. But this time I want to take the trap. I want to take the initiative to get into their arms, because on the higher level of the timeline, no matter how hard we struggle, we are still pawns. I want to fall one piece. This one son, named Krypton. It's very difficult to lose this child, and I don't know what the consequences and costs will be. The arrival of Trunks was a signal conveyed by people at a higher level. From that moment on, I knew that what happened next would never be that simple. I could have nipped it all in the bud, but I didn't. L sighed. Although I am militant, I never want to gamble with the lives of my relatives and friends. But when I am in the middle of the game, I have to go against my principles. If I want to break the game, I must first be someone else's knife and create an irreversible situation for the party in charge. I have a hunch that the enemy I have to deal with tomorrow is far stronger than I imagined. Hugged Bulma tightly. Maybe in this way, he could feel a sense of solid warmth. No matter what happens tomorrow, don't leave here and protect yourself. You, Kara, and my parents are everything to me. Bulma leaned in L's arms, feeling extremely distressed when she heard him talk about the pressures that he had never mentioned to anyone. I believe in you. I don't believe in anyone in this life. I believe in you. Everyone else in the league thinks the same way. As you said, any smart person would have guessed that this was a trap, but you went inside abnormally. Although everyone didn't know what you wanted to do, they still followed you and stayed with you as always. Go into this trap. Do you know why? L looked at Bulma and asked, why? Because you gave them a place to belong, a place they never had before. Bulma took her lover's hand and slowly placed it on her belly, letting him feel the little life inside, and whispered softly in his ear. There's nothing to hesitate about, just do what you want to do and challenge who you want to challenge. L let out a long sigh of relief, and a warm current spread from the bottom of his heart to his whole body. Thank you, Bulma. Since the arrow is on the string, let them come. After completing the final preparations and spending some rest time, on the eve of the opening of the conference, everyone gathered together and came to the Tistro Islands. Batman, Rhodes, Hawkeye, and Ant-Man stay at the base. Because he was worried that Batman would not have high-end combat power around him, L paired him with an additional Captain Marvel. When he was on Ego, Captain Marvel had heard Superman talk about Batman. Danvers was not repelled by this cooperation with Bruce, but was actually very curious. Since Superman had arranged it this way, she just listened. Witch, Quicksilver, and Mantis are in Gotham responsible for watching number 18, which may explode at any time. Supergirl and the rest of the Namek team who can fight protect everyone's families on the Celestial Temple. In order to prevent the other party from taking the opportunity to make a sneak attack, not only Superman brought his family here, but everyone else who had family members also moved their relatives here. Iron Man, Broly, Tiga, Hulk, Wonder Woman, Black Widow, number 17, and the new Piccolo who has merged with the Egg of God, plus L, represent the Justice League and are responsible for the main battlefield? Wow, who is here? Isn't that a blue popsicle? When he saw the person coming, Stark couldn't help but show off. He stood beside Carrot, looked around and said, do you think his eyes are not very good? Look at our lineup, how luxurious it is, and look at their side, what the hell is it? Birdman. In the Thistro Islands, Captain America and others heard Stark's ridicule before they approached, and Captain America and Falcon sighed. He knew that Stark was angry with him and had invited Steve to join the Justice League more than once, but Steve refused. As the saying goes, the butt determines the head. As far as human factions are concerned, the name of Captain America has long been deeply tied to the Genshu organization. Even though he became a wanted criminal in the movie Civil War, major schools still broadcast educational propaganda films in his name. Genshu's super soldier plan has always been ongoing, and the official has even spared no effort to create the second or even third generation of Captain America. This is simply impossible. Moreover, L's attitude towards Steve has always been the same as Seema's. There is no need to over-mythologize him. He also has flaws. No one is perfect. Since this martial arts conference is recruiting people from all over the world, Captain America and his Avengers are naturally present. Yes, the Avengers. The establishment of L and the Justice League announced the arrival of the superhero era. The members of the Genshu organization are naturally not fools. Everyone can see that the future trend will be the era of superheroization. Therefore, the Avengers plan that Nick Fury had proposed and was shot down countless times by them was also announced to be passed because of the establishment of the Justice League, with Captain America as the captain and Falcon as the deputy captain. The Avengers plan is not perfect, but at least the authorities have given everything they should. No one in the world wants to see the Justice League dominate, and the establishment of the Human Alliance is a good means of restraining them. If L had not already taken control of TPC, I am afraid that the Japanese would also use the identity of UN de Godagia to form a similar organization to control the disposal of monsters and external warfare. Captain America, Falcon, Prince Black Panther of Wakanda, Ghost, the villain of Ant-Man 2, and the remnants reorganized by SHIELD temporarily formed this new Avengers. Captain America didn't know how incredible the official exchange conditions were for Wakanda, which made the old king send Proton to join the Avengers. T'Cholla's eyes were fixed on Superman from the moment he appeared. The appearance of Carrot L was like the first explosion of the little boy that year, which made all countries feel the horror of the balance being broken. Wakanda is naturally no exception. They know very well that this is a terrifying existence that can directly break their core technology. The old king always believed that Superman's formation of the Justice League was enough to show his ambition, and his intention to reform the human order. Therefore, he let T'Challa, who was studying abroad, join the Avengers and see the situation in person. In addition, Wakanda also got a lot of benefits from the government, so it was natural to go with the flow. Carrot L also looked at T'Challa and nodded. Since this action is open to the world, the more people come, the better. This is like holding the emperor hostage to command the princes. The problem is not how many people come from the other side, or how strong or weak the personnel are, but the legitimacy and rationality of the Justice League leading the way. As long as they come, it is equivalent to admitting this. Thank you all heroes who stand up for mankind. On behalf of the Justice League, I welcome your arrival. With everyone's support this time, the more people come, the better. As a leader, Carrot L welcomed the arrival of Captain America and others, and Steve naturally did not frighten the stage. Although Carrot L froze Steve into an ice stick in one breath when they met last time, which did leave Steve with lingering fear, he knew that he had to have the courage and determination to face him again, and even made a joke. You're welcome, Mr. L. At the critical moment of the world's survival, we can't let you, an alien, always be on the front line, right? Humans will eventually have to protect the world with their own hands. Carrot L heard the meaning of Captain America's words. He was expressing the official position and attitude towards him. He smiled calmly and said, "Yes, I also firmly believe in this. One day, you will climb the peak where I am with your own strength and go to the distant place where I go. At that time, we will shuttle between the stars side by side, but before that day comes, I will always stand in front of you to protect you from the wind and rain." Carrot L shook hands with Captain America, which is also his position and attitude. Both of them spoke in a high-sounding and soft manner, but if you take a closer look, you can see that they both carry a sharp edge and a declaration of sovereignty. At this moment, a red and blue figure suddenly jumped down from the plane. The whole person was like Lulailau entering the Grand View Garden, running around, jumping up and down, crawling around, and talking fluently. "Oh, my God, is this the world's #1 martial arts conference? Look over there, it's Captain America and Iron Man. God, it's Superman. I'm almost fainting. Can I take a photo with them? Can there be autographs on the photo? Can there be handprints on the autographed photo? I swear, if I can really get their autographed photos, I will definitely treasure them under my softest pillow." Captain America was stunned. He obviously couldn't understand the attitude of this child facing the upcoming life and death battle. He talked to himself like a fan who saw his idol. What a joke, this will kill people on the battlefield? Captain America and Iron Man looked at each other and saw each other's inner attitude. If there is any tacit understanding between the Avengers and the Justice League, it is that they both take this battle seriously. At this time, Peter Parker, he is like a ray of sunshine shining on the battlefield, incompatible with the rigorous atmosphere around him. T'Challa frowned. "It's so noisy. Who is this kid talking to?" Captain America looked at Carrot L with a heavy look. From the sound, he should be a child. "Are you sure you want to take the child to the battlefield? Mr. L, I think I need to remind you that this is a war. Isn't your recruitment standard a little too young?" Iron Man stood up at the first time. He firmly opposed letting children participate in these things. This is not a game, but a matter of life and death. "L, I agree with what this old popsicle said." Hearing this, Carrot nodded, silently looked at Spider-Man who was walking and greeting them, and walked towards him. As one of the biggest IPs in the history of American comics, good neighbor Peter Parker, L himself still has a good impression of him. However, the first impression of this meeting made him feel a little bit wrong. How should I put it? The little spider who wears the mask is completely different from the submissive Peter Parker. It seems that the cure for social anxiety is not venom, but the spider mask. The closer Carrot got to him, the more he felt a fly buzzing in his ear, and it kept flying. It is true that he thinks Peter Parker is a good prospect. There is no doubt about this no matter in which world he is. This is true regardless of the first or second generation, including the so-called third generation of Spider-Man who has been criticized. In fact, throughout the 3 generations of film series, no one has ever given him systematic and long-term instruction. Due to the Avengers Civil War and personality reasons, Iron Man adopted the form of surveillance after being given the suit. Even if Aunt May found out about it later, she would be either busy dating Happy or being Spider-Man's agent. But they ignored that Peter at this age was in need of education and enlightenment. The only one who stayed with him from beginning to end was the little fat man. He was in his rebellious period and was in adolescence. Only if he could learn well would he become a ghost. The first generation spider experienced poverty at that age, the second generation spider experienced love, and if the third generation spider can really train and teach it well, it seems that it may not be incapable of taking on a big responsibility. Carrot walked forward step by step, and Peter Parker suddenly became excited when he saw it. He couldn't help but said to himself, "Oh, God, that's Superman. Superman coming up to me. Oh my God, is he going to say hello to me? What am I supposed to say? Hello? Or noon? You don't have to say anything, kid, just listen to me." Carrot L heard his thoughts, walked over, and at the moment when Peter Parker's heart beat faster, he found a photo with his poster printed on it from the small bag he was carrying with great accuracy, and then used it in his bag. He signed his name with the pen inside, and then stuffed it back in front of him, all in one movement. Carrot walked up to him and didn't look at him again. He just stopped and suddenly said, "The signature is the gift this time. Just think of it as a consolation prize. You decide whether to stay or go. I just want to tell you that Aunt May is still waiting for you at home. Have you ever thought about what she would do if you die here?" Carrot L's words immediately made Peter feel like he was struck by lightning. When that figure appeared in his mind, his eyes turned red. Thinking of that white-haired, old man, but always caring about him, kind, he was the only warmth and his only trust in the world. She is the island that he must never touch, and she is the elder that he wants to take care of even if he suffers all the hardships of life and suffers the fatigue of poverty. His brain didn't even have time to process why Superman knew about Aunt May. Death. Yes, he never thought that he would die too, and he never thought about the consequences of doing so. What would Aunt May do if he died? Carrot L didn't know what he said. Everyone only saw the chatty Spider-Man, who was like an eggplant beaten by frost. His voice suddenly stopped, and he was stunned in place. Although she doesn't know what you did, maybe one day, when the news comes that Spider-Man is dead or missing, she will cook as usual and wait for her only relative to come home. But he never waited. He waited until the early morning, until the next morning, until the police knocked on his door, or he waited forever. Then, the food gradually became cold, and so did the people. As he spoke, Carrot L walked into the venue without looking back, but every word that came out of his mouth was like a needle pricking deeply into Peter Parker's heart. "I believe you have experienced this feeling. Do you want her to experience it again?" Spider-Man was completely stunned, and things he had never thought about gradually came to his mind. Plum. The time was almost up, and Captain America and Tony also walked to Peter Parker's side. "Come on, kid, this is not a sightseeing tour." Iron Man immediately saw the tiny camera hidden on Peter's chest, which made Jarvis pay attention to the boy's information and smiled. "What should I call you, Spider-Man? The suit is good, quite distinctive." "I'm Spider-Man." Peter lost his previous excitement at this time. People walked past him, and everyone left their fingerprints on his shoulders. Everyone was trying to persuade him to go back, but only Diana smiled encouragingly when she came to him. "Try to save the world and be your own hero." Everyone's words echoed in Peter's ears until everyone entered the venue and he was the only one left. After a long time, Peter silently took out his cell phone and dialed Aunt May's number. "Hey Peter, my good boy, how are you doing today?" "May, I have something to tell you now." "What?" Spider-Man took a deep breath. There were only two choices left for him at this time. Go back and continue to be his good neighbor, or move forward and completely embark on the path of a superhero. But no matter which one it is, there is no way around his dearest Aunt May. So Peter decided not to hide it from her. Although he didn't want Aunt May to worry about him, he also didn't want Aunt May to see the news of his death one day. "I'm on the Tistro Islands right now, the one the news talks about." "What? Peter? What are you doing there?" "Taking pictures." Aunt May's incredible exclamation came from the other end of the phone. "Come back quickly. Immediately. Immediately. This is too dangerous. I'm Spider-Man." Peter Parker gritted his teeth and finally blurted out, then breathed a sigh of relief. "I am Spider-Man. I have two choices now, May. Go back or go in. I'm calling you because Mr. Superman just told me that he is the Superman who is often shown on TV. He said you can't live without me. I can't make this decision, and I can't make that selfish decision, so now, if you support me, I'll go in. If you let me go, I'll leave." Peter Parker said everything in one breath, and God knows every word that came out of his mouth felt like it was being weighed down by 1,000 pounds of weight. On the other side of the phone, Aunt May seemed to be so shocked that she had a heart attack, and her voice had not been heard for a long time. "Kakarot, strong energy is coming." Walking into the grand venue, the people in the main alliance were like champions guarding the ring. After encouraging each other, they went to their respective arena masters and waited for the arrival of the other party. Broly and Carrot L came to the main arena. When they felt Zed's aura, they suddenly said to Carrot L, "Let me come later." Carrot L showed a surprised look. "Huh? He came for me, what are you going to do?" Unexpectedly, Broly showed a rare tough attitude and looked at Zed with fighting spirit as he fell to the ground from midair. "You have both Saiyan and Kryptonian blood in your body, so I must decide who wins or loses with the Kryptonians." Carrot L looked at him helplessly. "Good guy, are you jealous? I kept you waiting, Carrot El." Zed fell to the ground, and the dark Krypton on his body was now in pieces. The carapace growing from his back had completely covered his back and chest, and a pair of black wings dropped to the ground. Purple lines flowed on both sides of the cheeks, and the bones of the jaw protruded to expose the skin, exuding golden energy, but the strange thing was that the skin was dry, there were barbs on the body, and the whole body was swollen, like a huge monster. "Day of destruction." Carrot El murmured. He had already expected that what would come today would not be a good one, so he was naturally prepared. This was really a tough nut to crack. "Did you inject yourself with the doomsday virus? I didn't expect you to still be sane." Zed could hardly wait any longer and glared at him angrily. "I'm really surprised that you know about the doomsday virus. But it's just an appetizer. I hope you can taste it, Superman." Zed looked at the specific structure of the venue and nodded in admiration. Obviously, he also thinks that it is better for the two sides to fight separately. Otherwise, the different strengths of the people will hinder the fight, and it is a waste of time to challenge them one by one. This venue is well established, I like it. Everyone else, go destroy the Justice League. Seeing this, Zid shouted to the sky, and figures appeared one after another. Some jumped from the plane, while others flew away in midair and scattered in all directions. They had already targeted their prey and began their hunting moment. L was a little nervous. Judging from the number of figures on the other side, they were no less than those of the Justice League. Plop. A muffled sound hit the ground, followed by countless figures falling to the ground one after another. The leader's eyes were cold, like a killing machine, unsmiling, revealing a silver metal arm, looking at them indifferently. There are 10 people with the same figure as him. The Extremis virus and the arc reactor were completely combined in the hands of Ivan Vanko. In addition to the newly developed armor, worn on the 10 Winter Soldiers led by Bucky, Iron Man, Captain America, Falcon, and Black Panther were instantly surrounded. Tony Stark, it's finally my turn to pay back the blood debt from your family. Ivan's armor extended 2 laser whips, staring at him fiercely. Tony Stark was also surprised when he saw this huge formation. Here I go, is it really my business in this? Captain America and Falcon stood together. Although Bucky had a mask on his face, he always felt that this person was somewhat familiar. On the other side, the battlefield on the easternmost side of the archipelago is divided into a separate arena for giants and monsters to fight. As Daegu transformed into Tiga and transformed into a giant, the overwhelming Zoga covered the sky with a dark color. After Luluyi absorbed part of the evil god's power, Camilla led Dalam and She-Terra found Daegu again. You're here, Daegu. Camilla, listen to me explain to you. I won't listen. Sister Widow, please help me. However, at this time, Black Widow had no time to pay attention to him. I'm sorry, the gambling game is suspended. You guys can play for a while, or you can come over and support me after the game. Black Widow heard the voice in the earphones and replied with an ugly face. The group of people opposite her was also a big challenge for her. Cassila, I didn't expect you to come and bring so many helpers. Black Widow faced the transparent weapon stretched out from the hand of the attacker as if facing a formidable enemy. She raised her hand to offer the sword of Emperor Weishan, ready to take action at any time. When she was transferred to Karma Taj in the inner Earth world full of monsters, it was the beginning of Cassila's defection. Later, she was accepted as a disciple by Guyi. At that stage, she had dealt with Cassila a lot and knew that this person was a relatively difficult character. Long time no see. Your magic is even better, Romanov. At this moment, Cassila's face already had thick dark circles, which was the result of being eroded by dark energy. The author's new book, Age of Dawn, above the campfire? So, why don't you introduce the people around you? There was no trace of fear on Black Widow's face. She was accustomed to life and death and didn't care at all how many people came to the other party. Next to Cassila was an unseen man in a cloak, wearing robes that looked like those from the ancient Roman period, and a group of people who could tell they were killers from their costumes. But even in the face of such a large battlefield, Natasha did not flinch at all. Magic, martial arts, fighting, killing skills, espionage, intelligence, she thinks she can't lose to anyone. No matter how many come from the other side, just fight. Hello, the famous Black Widow, my name is Lizzie Ayago. The man took off his cloak and gave Natasha a gentlemanly smile. What a tough name to pronounce. Natasha felt disgusted. It was a life and death battlefield, but she was still pretending to be a ghost. She turned her head and warned the ghost girl on the side, be careful. If there is a fight later, follow me. Don't separate. Ghost girl nodded, but she didn't take these people seriously. Ghost girl in Ant-Man 2 is a very special existence. Because an experiment in the quantum realm failed, she has now become a special person. As an individual, all the molecules in the body are being broken up and reorganized every millisecond. In a sense, she is equivalent to the humanoid Griza. Only the Flash and Superman can hit her if they are fast enough. At the same time, the entire Zhenglian battlefield fell into a difficult situation. Number 17, Piccolo, Hulk, Diana, and Trunks, who have just arrived for support. As the second echelon of the main alliance, their opponents are by no means ordinary. Be careful, the other party's energy is stronger than ever. No 17's face turned pale, reminding everyone that after discovering that the world was so terrifying, he didn't know whether he should be grateful that Dr. Gero gave them power. A drop of cold sweat ran down Piccolo's face. He originally thought that after merging with the gods, he would not be a hindrance, but now it seems that it may be difficult to defeat this group of people. No need to remind me, listen, even if the fight doesn't go well, we still have to wait for Sun to come and save us. Zonga, Bojack, Peter, Gaku, and Butchin, 5 ghost-like green faces, showed mocking glances at each other, staring at them with disdain. Each of them exuded an aura that made everyone afraid. Stupid bastards of the earth, anyone who resists the king of the galaxy must die. Let us torture you properly. Those 5 people are exactly the Metroid warriors in the Dragon Ball TV series, and they have crushed several super powerful beings, especially the leader Bojack, who has surpassed the full power existence under Super 2. Amazon warriors are born fearless. Diana drew her sword and took the lead in confronting Zangia, who was also a woman. Calm down, Diana, we have to work together. Piccolo number 17 shouted at the same time. Before the two of them could finish speaking, Peter and Butchin rushed towards them. They had no time to think about it and could only respond hastily. Bang 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 bang. In a flash of lightning, countless explosions rose into the sky and Piccolo and number 17 fought side by side. They are both people who like to analyze rationally when fighting, and their personalities are similar. Therefore, the two sides cooperate with each other tacitly, and there is no gap between fists and kicks. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the whole place was filled with sand and rocks, and the aftermath of the battle had caused the surrounding rocks to collapse. Roar. Bruce Banner's body burned with terrifying lava scarlet, transformed into the Hulk, harnessed the power of the red light ring, and smashed towards Bojack fearlessly. This time, Trunks no longer used his sword and fought back and forth with Goku. However, not long after the fight, everyone fell behind. The most dangerous thing about the Metroid warriors is that their moves are deadly, they are murderous at every turn, and they fight without any sloppiness. There is also a binding energy light that can absorb the opponent's power. With a bang, Diana's sword fell to the ground. She was knocked to the ground and rolled several times. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked extremely ugly. Damn it, even if I practice chi, will the difference in strength still be so big? Even Batman has practiced chi, not to mention Diana who has actually felt the opponent's strength in these wars. But even if she practices chi, she will not be able to break through the barrier of super full power in a short time, unless she can obtain the blessing of DC divine power. Zangia looked down at Diana with a teasing smile on her face. She is such a beautiful woman. It would be a pity to kill you. Would you like to become one of us? I can give you a chance to live. Diana spit out a mouthful of blood, took a deep breath, crossed her arms, and silently transferred the breath to the bracelet, combining it with her divine power. A bunch of disgusting bastards, better go to hell. Boom. In an instant, a huge wave set off a wave of destructive energy, which directly knocked Zangia away. The collapsing rocks rolled down countless rubble and fell on her, burying her. Just when Diana breathed a sigh of relief, purple light surged out from the ground, turning the collapsed mountain into ashes. Zangia straightened her messy hair, and the smile on her face disappeared, leaving only frightening anger. A bright blue light condensed in her hand and hit Diana. Boom. The powerful explosion annihilated everything. The Hulk's figure was also blown away by Bojack, and he stood up in embarrassment. At the same time, at the Justice League headquarters, Batman's face was also extremely ugly. On the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th, 4 android figures appeared in the surveillance, and beside him, only Captain Marvel could beat. Do you have a backup plan, Bruce? Rhodes glanced at the formation on the opposite side and looked at Batman with lingering fear. Bruce's face was as cold as ever. Even though Rhodes paid attention to his small movements, he didn't find any signs of panic. He put his hand on the earphones. Superman, the opponent is moving very quickly. The people are already here. They are all artificial humans. Pay attention to one of them named number 16. He is a full robot with computer chips. Send him a route alone and let Jarvis crack his terminal. Let go and implement your plan, God of Fighting. Carrot L's expression became tense. As he expected, in this war, the truly capable core personnel of the Anti-Justice League organized by Lex Luthor were all people from the Dragon Ball universe. The cutting of the Dragon Ball timeline by American Comics has finally begun. The new book, Age of Dawn, Above the Bonfire, is the first original work. Please read it and give your opinions. It has not yet been decided whether to sign or not. Of course, this book will continue to be written. Diddy. After Batman hung up the communication, he began to operate on the computer. Under the instructions of Carrot L, he separately called up a screen number 16. If the opponent is a complete mechanical cyborg, then Genglian's artificial intelligence power can easily hack into the opponent's chip. So what can we do now? The legendary Dark Knight. Captain Marvel asked suspiciously as he looked at Bruce's unhurried expression. With her strength, it is already her limit to go out and fight one person, let alone face 4 at the same time. No need to do anything, we need to evacuate here. The Justice League headquarters was originally a bait put out by Carrot and me. Based on the stabilization measures and loss of chi energy, we have conducted a series of related experiments and the final research results. I, Stark, and Bulma jointly developed a special device that can store gas energy and control the released energy within a certain explosion range. At the same time, during the release period, the high power drive dissipation characteristics of the gas itself. For this experimental project, we formulated the Zhenglian Fall Plan. As soon as Batman finished speaking, a red countdown sounded throughout the Justice League. Zhang Lian's fall plan, it turns out that you had expected that they would come to attack us. But this is a huge gamble. Blow up the entire Justice League. Is this all your hard work and massive funds? Clinton, who was fully armed, tightened the bow and arrow in his hand, somewhat admiring Batman's wisdom. He had to admit that this late stage of persecution paranoia was indeed very prescient at certain times. Batman glanced at him and said, if money can bring victory and human safety, I am willing to spend all the wealth of the Wayne family. This is also an opportunity to move from the bright side to the underground. Now, we are going to fight a roundabout battle, making it look like we and the other side will die together, detour through Gotham, and then go to the main battlefield for support. Batman quickly started the self-destruction program on his computer and led everyone towards the original evacuation route. There is a room on the underground floor. Inside is the opening device of the magic portal, which leads directly to Gotham. Let's go there. Danvers, you are fast. Number 16 will be handed over to you. When Jarvis successfully takes over control of him, take him away immediately. Jarvis, immediately take over control of number 16. Wait until the artificial people enter the headquarters and block their detection radars. Jarvis, understood, Bruce, but the situation on the battlefield is not good. Mr. Stark is in a tough fight. Batman, I understand. The opponent has not revealed all their cards yet. They are fully prepared. You have to find a way to control public opinion. This is a long war. Keep an eye on the situation on every battlefield. Everyone is ready to move. We will go to a new battlefield at any time. Start taking action now. Batman arranged the remaining people in an orderly manner. Wait, Batman. Seeing this, Rhodes, who had a military background, immediately became nervous, walked in front of Bruce and asked, I want to know, how powerful is that bomb? Sorry, I have to remind you, we're not far from New York City. Batman pulled a group of people and said as they walked, don't worry, the explosion range of the bomb has been tested hundreds of times and will not exceed the scope of the Justice League headquarters. Rhodes looked confused, hundreds of experiments. Batman, more than that, the evacuation of personnel was completed last night when it was transferred to the Temple of Heaven. You don't have to worry about the power of this bomb. It's infused with the power of Superman's full blow. Boom. At the same time, on the other side, the war in the Budokai has begun like never before. On the main stage, Zed's body burst with bright energy. Purple electric light flowed out, creating a scene of earth-shattering, roaring roars intertwined with thunder and lightning. Facing L, Zed finally no longer had to suppress his own strength. He allowed barbs as thick as bones to swell everywhere in his body. Letting every inch of hardened energy fill all the cells in his body, he glared at the two carrots. L, everyone on Earth calls you God. In that case, then I am willing to become a monster that kills gods. The shame you gave me will be repaid 100-fold today. Just before Zed launched his attack, Broly suddenly stood in front of L, ripped off his upper body clothes, looked at him coldly and said, what a pity, your opponent is me. Zed looked at him and immediately noticed the tail wrapped around his waist. His eyes turned cold. Is he another remnant of the Saiyans? No matter how crazy Zed's aura was at this moment, Broly still maintained his posture with an unchanging expression, and with a strong fighting spirit burning in his heart, he responded. To be precise, it's the future of the Saiyans. L knew the virtues of Saiyans and quickly reminded Broly. Be careful, he injected himself with the Doomsday virus, which is a very terrifying product on Krypton. The original Doomsday is completely invincible. Like you, he will continue to evolve and become stronger, never ending. The stronger the impact, the more it will evolve and release the energy accumulated in the body in one breath. His body is also fused with cells. The Kryptonian body will continue to grow stronger under the yellow sun, coupled with the regenerative power of the Namekians. Broly interrupted Carrot, that means I have to destroy him in one go, right? As he said that, Broly looked up at Zed's appearance, and couldn't help but feel some sympathy. A warrior from Krypton, it must not be your intention to give up the dignity of a warrior and fall to this point. Let my purity awaken your soul. L. Zed looked at Broly with a bit of sarcasm, as if he were looking at a young child. Sure enough, Saiyans are a boring race. He actually tried to find a reason for himself to feel at ease because of bloodshed and violence. War is essentially a continuation of violence. No high-sounding purity can cover up the bloodshed behind it. Only victory is the only goal. Therefore, soldiers in war have already turned themselves into devils. I am a soldier, and I will do whatever it takes to win. Broly pondered for a moment after hearing the words, and then nodded slowly. The next second, the arrogance around him spread out boundless heat waves, and he faced Zed. Then let us use our fists to prove who is right and who is wrong. Kakarot, go and support the others. Everyone is currently at a disadvantage. After the explosion, Zed's body became larger, and the symbol on his chest was torn in half, turning into a monster completely. It just so happens that the Saiyan and I also have a score to settle. As for you, L, you will not lack opponents. Today is your end. After Zed said a harsh word, he turned around and fought with Broly. The sky collapsed, the mountains and sea poured in, and two terrifying rays of light shot straight into the sky, colliding in midair to create a devastating force. To promote the new book Age of Dawn, above the campfire, it is the first original work. Please take a look and click to collect it. Boom. The red cliff collapsed, countless strange rocks flew in L's ears, and disappeared in the rubble. A red light, with cautious eyes, tore a hole. Although Zed had evolved into the destroyer of Sun Cell, Broly still suppressed him briefly when he fought with him. The strong wind fluttered the cloak, and everything was bleak. The two people in the sky were far away from the battlefield. L never underestimated Broly, and at the same time, he was relieved to leave the battlefield to him, and began to pay attention to other places. Through the images transmitted by the satellite channel, people all over the world watched the beginning and end of this war at the same time. Is this a competition? No, people all over the world only saw a group of terrifying explosions, which were exploding one after another. The sky has been dyed black, and the figures shuttled through it. Even the after images can't be seen clearly. This is more like an unedited documentary. The earth is shaking, the mountains and seas are filling up, and the doomsday disaster has caused unprecedented earthquakes and tsunamis in the surrounding archipelagos. The raging waves seem to swallow up the sky, and the daylight is obscured by the dark thunderstorm. The only remaining light is the hell explosion caused by the accumulation of energy tides, turning everything into a forbidden zone of death. For the battlefields of other sub-arenas, the main arena is a forbidden zone in the forbidden zone. No one has ever witnessed such a war. Even if the nuclear weapons of the world are gathered together, it may not produce such terrible consequences. Is this the Justice League? Monsters? All monsters. This group of people is too scary. If one day they want to destroy the Earth, we can't resist them at all. Are we just sitting there waiting to die? Is there no way we can do anything? Just watch them bet on our fate and our planet. Pray that Superman won't lose, otherwise we'll all be finished. On the other side, Captain America and Bucky were fighting each other, and the interlaced shields were the only battlefield that could be seen clearly in the satellite images. Iron Man was hovering in the air, constantly attacking the Winter Soldiers from all directions with hand cannons, but the other side was also equipped with reactors and new armor. He was forcibly hugged by 5 Winter Soldiers with a nearly self-destructive style, and a series of flowers exploded on the spot. Damn, these machines. Stark was a little confused by the explosion, and was caught off guard. Each soldier had an arc reactor tied to his body, and a series of terrifying self-explosions also injured him. This group of emotionless killing weapons, no matter how he hit them, just rushed forward. They were not afraid of injury or death, and they just chased him and beat him. Why don't you use your strength in the Battle of New York? Steve and Stark changed positions, wiping the sweat from their faces while fighting. Seeing this, Black Panther filled the gap and, protected by the vibranium suit, temporarily stopped the attack of the Winter Soldier Corps. And the weakest Falcon was seriously injured and fell to the ground, dying. I have to save some strength, or who knows what will come out later. Iron Man saw the latest situation of the Justice League headquarters on Jarvis' split screen. Batman's plan has begun, and this battle has already exhausted everything. Whoever wins or loses, let's give it a try. There is no other way now. We can only fight hard, counter each move, and fight whatever the opponent comes with. Roar. At the same time, Hulk's figure was pushed dozens of meters away by Bohak's energy bomb and hit number 17 heavily. Dust filled the sky, and a huge gully cracked in the earth. This heavy blow also completely disrupted the defensive formation of number 17 and Piccolo's guard horn. Trunks was blocked outside, and Bohak's men saw the gap and immediately rushed to fill in. Don't even think about it. Trunks saw the opponent's intention, and a golden light flashed on his body, turning into a Super Saiyan. In a short period of time, he fought 4 people alone, giving everyone a breathing time. But soon, Trunks was sucked out of his energy by the binding beams released by Goku and Butchin. In this fight, the figures could not be seen clearly. Only the figures that fell down and stayed for a short time when they were injured could be seen clearly. Number 17 covered his injured arm and observed them carefully. He soon found the weakness of the opponent's moves. Everyone, pay attention, don't stand in the same line with them, so you won't be trapped by the purple silk thread. Bick stood up staggeringly in the ruins, condensed a magic light cannon with his 2 fingers, and said solemnly, "The situation is not favorable to us. You give me some time, I will try to get rid of them in one breath. Be careful of that big guy, his strength is unprecedentedly strong." Diana held the sword, and there were some changes in her body. At this time, the more she fought, the smoother she fought. Although she suffered a lot of injuries, she could still hold on, stay steady and cooperate well. Hulk saw that his teammates were so brave, and he roared at the enemy without fear. Roar. Although the current situation is difficult, for them, the biggest threat is still Bohak. That guy's strength is not in the same dimension as theirs. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. This martial arts conference seemed to not allow a moment of respite, and the people on both sides fought again. However, this time, the most powerful Bohak did not rejoin the battlefield, but slowly soared into the sky, condensing a huge ball of light in his hands. Diana's face changed drastically. This guy, is he trying to kill them all? This guy, don't even care about your companions. As a god, Diana naturally saw the devilish aura permeating the other party's body. This group of people are obviously a group of devils from a dimension called the demon realm. Madman, as expected, all those who are possessed by the devil are crazy? He, ha 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 ha. So what? Everyone who prevents me from becoming the king of the galaxy must die. The light in the sky became more and more brilliant, and the terrifying purple light overflowing with energy exuded a strange evil charm, shining on Bohak's dark green face, crazy and not like a normal person. Seeing this, the people in the audience stopped their hands one after another. Zangia and Buchan retreated, as if they wanted to escape from here, and Goku showed an unbelievable look on his face. "King, are you going to kill us too? Why? We have been following you for thousands of years. Ghosts are ruthless, demons are heartless." In the Dragon Ball theatrical version, the Galactic Warriors are essentially people from the demon world, and they have indeed shown their most ferocious and ruthless side. In the original work, Bohak killed Zonga with his own hands without any burden when he was defeated by Son Gohan Super 2, and used him as a trap to attack Son Gohan, but was killed on the spot by Son Gohan with absolute crushing strength. At this time, Bohak had already noticed that Zed and Broly were fighting fiercely on the main battlefield, and his eyes showed deep resentment. The more he looked at the group of people below, the more unhappy he became. It is your supreme honor to die for me. Not good. Piccolo shouted in horror, and took the lead in firing the magic light-killing cannon, but due to insufficient power, it only pierced Bojak's shoulder. Ugh. Bojack shrank back in pain, then stared at everyone with even more anger and resentment, and slammed down with both hands. However, just when everyone was about to be covered by the purple light, Superman came over to block the account. Alas, the new book is over, the first original failure, no one reads it, and there is no sign of signing swoosh. Carrot paused and appeared beside the crowd, staring at Bojack coldly, then raised his hand and waved it. A golden light penetrated the energy he emitted, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Disgusting and shameless thing. There are countless villains in Dragon Ball, and the one that Carrot L hates the most is undoubtedly this guy who was sealed by the Four Kings. This is a bastard who can kill even his own people without any burden. If they don't kill him, can they still be called the Justice League? Due to the authority of the Anchor universe, there is no king of the world, so Bojack has been wandering in the universe and won the title of the King of the Galaxy and the Four Generals of the Galaxy. Until he set his sights on the Earth and was defeated by Zod, he temporarily served under Lex Luthor. It was really thanks to Luthor that he could find this group of people. Superman. Bojack's face showed a look of horror. He has been here for a while. Naturally, he knew that everything Zod and Luthor did was just to deal with Superman. This naturally shows how powerful Superman is. Carrot L had no intention of talking nonsense with him. Even a good boy like Gohan didn't talk nonsense with him. He took the route of killing instantly, so he had nothing to say. The next second, Carrot L's fist landed on Bojack's face. Bang! Bojack, the most powerful person in this battlefield, didn't see clearly how Carrot's actions were carried out. Bojack didn't even see when he came to him and when he threw the punch. He only had one feeling now, that is, his head was separated from his body. In midair, a headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. In this doomsday-like scene, Carrot took Bojack's head and threw it on the ground like a god. This scene also shocked everyone who was watching. People have never seen such a bloody scene on Superman. But some people think that this is a real man. In the Lex group in Metropolis, countless alien corpses lay quietly in front of Luthor. Some were magicians, some were brave warriors. But now they have become corpses. At this moment, Luthor put down the wine glass in his hand, staring at the Superman holding a human head on the screen, with a brave sword beside him. Very good, show off your power to your heart's content. As the initiator of this war, Lex used all his strength just for this last moment. The public doesn't want to see the truth. They will use layer after layer of filters to paint on the original truth, turning an ordinary thing into the result they want. No one thinks that you may have saved them. They will only remember forever that you can kill him at any time. If you can hear my voice, if you are listening to my voice, then you must be able to hear something else. Listen. Your nightmare is coming. Cell fusion degree 76%. The experimental project has virtual characteristics, and the linear space presents an unstable form. Cell fusion degree 82%. The experimental project has obvious evolutionary characteristics and enters the molting state. Cell fusion degree 91%. The professional project has fallen silent and is completing the final molting. The estimated time is 5 minutes. Lex closed his eyes intoxicatedly, as if he was an artist walking in hell. He took a deep breath and said, "Listen to the final countdown, Superman. You are powerless." Carrot L heard Lex's words and stood in the sky for a long time without saying a word. When the blood of the Saiyan in his body began to boil, it meant that an unprecedented crisis had arrived. His blood detected the taste of excitement, and the more dangerous it was, the more excited he was. This terrible sense of danger far exceeded the horror brought by the battle on Namek. Even the feeling given to him by Gula and Frisia standing together was not as terrifying as the breath coming from the metropolis at this time. Is it the other party who arranged the attack? Go with peace of mind, leave it to us. At the critical moment, Natasha, who was still trapped in the siege, gave Carrot L a family-like encouragement. Facing the heavy package of the Shadow Warrior Alliance, coupled with the double attack of the Ninja Master and Cassius, Natasha tried her best and barely fought for a while. Carrot L once said that Natasha's greatest role in the Alliance was to connect everyone's heart. Do what you should do, Mr. Superman. Natasha looked at Superman not far away in the sky and smiled back. She knew that Carrot L could hear her words, and she also knew why he was standing there. Broly, who was fighting Zod, also paid attention to the direction of Metropolis in his heart, with a serious expression. What's going on? What kind of weird aura is this? It's looming? It disappeared in the last second, but when it appeared in the next second, it was 10 times stronger than before, and then it disappeared without a trace. I've never seen such a weird aura. What are you waiting for? Kakarot. Realizing that the situation was not good, Broly immediately roared at Kakarot. I told you just now that this guy is my opponent, go find your own opponent. I really like this planet you brought me to. Iron Man's voice and Yuendagu's voice reached Carrot's ears at the same time. We have our own private affairs, we solve them ourselves. You should solve your private affairs, too. Isn't this what you have always wanted to accomplish? Carrot L heard these voices, and his heart was warmed by something. This warmth even extinguished the burning blood just now, and injected unprecedented new strength into it. Okay, now that things have come to this, let's fight to our heart's content. If you die, I will kill you in hell. If I die, please raise your hands and surrender. Bang! The sonic boom broke through the sky, and thousands of miles passed in an instant. Lex listened to the sound coming from behind, a smile appeared on his face, and at the same time he stretched out his hand to tidy up his clothes. This was the first official meeting between the two sides, and of course the last meeting. He didn't want to lose his manners because of this. The people of the Justice League cursed, and only ghosts would raise their hands and surrender. Boom! A meteor fell to the ground, stirring up dust. Amid the loud noise, Lex slowly turned around and looked into Carrot's eyes. At this moment, the two old enemies in the DC universe finally met face to face in the Anchor world. Welcome, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Superman. Carrot L looked at the huge shadow emerging behind him and looked at Lex expressionlessly. Come on, Luthor, I've been waiting for you for a long time too. You only have this one chance to challenge me. The price is your life. Regardless of the outcome, I will kill you this time. As expected, this should be the most difficult timeline in the Dragon Ball universe to cut out an anchor point. Uneasy turmoil filled every inch of the air. The feeling of depression, suffocation, despair, darkness, and horror is like walking on the tip of a dangerous knife, falling on the top of a vast snow-capped mountain. The deep cold was like countless sharp knives slicing through the skin and flesh to the bone marrow, and then fell to the ground from the high altitude. Luthor was immersed in this dangerous atmosphere. Behind him were the demons from hell, and in front of him were the condescending gods. He walked comfortably between the two, enjoying the challenge beyond the world. In his fatal heartbeat, open your hands. Carrot L, son of Krypton and founder of the Justice League, actually wanted to kill you at the martial arts conference over there. But your actions are faster than I thought. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, you have formed a force that can be fully mobilized. Carrot glanced at him solemnly. Judging from the fact that the butt determines the head, Lex's approach has certain merits. If he had traveled through time and become Luthor, he would not guarantee that what he was doing was human affairs. But Lex's mistake was that he was too extreme, so extreme that he ignored the consequences. After I die, I won't care about the floods, and after his death, he won't care about the army pressing down on the country. There's no need to be modest. You acted faster. Not long after the Justice League was established, you already formed the Anti-Justice League. Lex didn't care about Carrot's attitude towards him at all, he just muttered to himself. I gave Zod plenty of opportunities, but he was too weak and too incompetent. Lex's eyes extended with a trace of disdain, turned around, and motioned Carrot to look at the body on the ground. His only use is to bring me a legacy from Krypton. And this thing, an alien product from the distant stars. I looked up the history of these stowaways. This is a monster summoned from an unknown space. It can survive even if its body is split in two. The cell fusion degree is 99% linear space and cannot capture the project running trajectory. It is recommended to leave immediately. Behind the scenes, intelligent warnings came from the running machines, but Lex seemed not to hear them and still stood there and said, So, I combined the two. Since people worship you as God, and the decision-maker of the times, then I will let the devil judge you. I don't hate sinful people, Superman, I hate sin itself, and your existence is sin itself. Lex stepped forward step by step and looked directly into Carrot L's eyes. Even if he would be killed in the next second, even if his head would be missing in the next second, when he was paranoid when people bathe in the dance of the knife tip, they often don't care about their own death. Only because you, as a god, are above humans. You know what I hate the most? When my father was violent to me again and again, he would ask me to read fairy tales afterwards, but in almost all the stories, people were saved. Gods, heroes, dragon slayers, warriors, heaven, fate, or devils with unyielding consciences, none of them are human beings themselves. The more he spoke, the more Lex's face turned red with anger. He personally opened up the wounds from his childhood, and also revealed the reasons why he hated the Justice League and opposed the existence of Carrot. The whole body is shaking. We are always waiting to be saved, and all of our cultures pray for salvation from others, so we are enslaved. If we can only be saved, then mankind does not need to be saved, even if the outcome is destruction. Lex pointed at Carrot with an angry look. But you, Carrot L, you appeared. Not only did you become a god, but you also spread this heroic culture. You brought the era of superheroes to come, and you yourself became the hope of everyone. Use your super hearing and listen, you should be able to hear it every day. Everyone is immersed in the fanaticism of being saved by you. Adults, children, the previous generation, the next generation, all the people are calling Superman's name. When encountering disasters and difficulties, everyone is calling for the Justice League and superhero. In contrast to Batman, who sees people as threats to the future of blackness, Lex himself hates superhero culture itself, and Superman is the first representative of this culture. We are enslaved by you because of this. This is your conspiracy, because the weak are naturally attached to the strong. If you were just competitive, I would never be your enemy, but you let us chase you, believe in you, and you spread your heroic culture. This is what I can't stand. Don't say any nonsense about walking side by side. You probably don't even believe it, right? Lex said this in one breath as if venting his anger. Although he was suspected of delaying time, in fact, Lex, who understood Al's behavior, did not need to delay time in this way at all. He was really accusing Carrot with all his heart. Everyone regarded him as a madman, and he was indeed mad, but he also had his own reasons for being mad. So, God, Please tell me, will you die? Lex stared into Carrot's eyes and asked word for word. In exchange, Carrot L sighed deeply. Do you know, I can understand your thinking, but the reason for all this is not the emergence of a certain superhero. It is the environment and the times that create heroes. Even without me, human history has never lacked the color of heroism. It is the environment of the universe that created the world of superheroes, and it is people's desire for heroes that shaped the unique superhero culture. I don't know how to change these, and I don't know why I should change them. Luthor, I can understand your fear. If I did anything, it was to welcome the arrival of this era in advance. But you don't have to worry about this problem, because people's fear and belief in heroes are usually proportional. They believe in heroes and naturally fear heroes. They are not as stupid as you think, which also prevents them from being enslaved. This is also what you can't see because of your arrogance. It is also the only difference between real humans and fairy tales, that is, humans will never be saved, because they are always arrogant. So, you can die with peace of mind. Carrot L ignored Lex's increasingly wide eyes of surprise, and slowly looked behind him. And Luthor seemed to have never imagined that Carrot L would understand him, and he had even studied this problem long ago. Who of us is crazy? As a vested interest, you actually studied these things? The experimental project has been completed 100%, unable to capture, warning, unable to capture, warning, roar. The next second, a huge behemoth like a high-rise building tore apart the cage that trapped him, and the Lex building, which was made of human technology, collapsed in an instant. Carrot L didn't care about Luthor, who fell into the ruins and was buried endlessly. Reinforced concrete can never resist the power beyond cognition. The skin is like a tree, the tail is like a scorpion hook, like an enlarged human-shaped upright insect. The scarlet eyes stared at Carrot, as if seeing a mortal enemy, and in an instant, the desire to destroy surged. Bang! Phantom Demon Hildegang. When Carrot L saw the sword of the brave stuck in the ground, he already understood the origin of this monster. The reason why he did not stop Lex just now was because there was no need to stop him. Hildegang was actually not in the space of the real world, and had already integrated into the final critical stage. Whether he attacked or not, it would not affect the final birth of Hildegang. And this was undoubtedly an extremely difficult war for Carrot L, because this Hildegang had been injected with the Doomsday virus by Lex. Roar. The roaring sound shook the earth, shook the rivers, lakes, and seas, resounded through the sky, high-rise buildings, and busy streets. The sudden appearance of the behemoth instantly caused the crowd to flee. Screams, fear, despair, and the haze of death if you run slowly opened up countless stampedes. Titans are not rare in this world, but this kind of weird-looking one is the first time I have seen it. Hildegang had been sealed for thousands of years and could no longer suppress his violent instincts. A strong wind broke through the air and his huge fist smashed towards Carrot. Bang! Carrot's expression was stern, and he quickly reacted and entered the combat state, raising his arms to block. However, when Hildegang's fist fell, an unprecedented force suddenly penetrated his body and knocked him out straight. Boom! The long gully smashed into the ground for more than 100 meters. The foundations of countless buildings were destroyed at this moment, and even Superman was hit hard on the sea by this punch. In the metropolis, a collapsed ruin was burning with overwhelming fire. The wind from Hildegang's fist with just one punch set an entire block on fire. What is that? Monster? A monster appeared in Metropolis. It's Superman? Superman is here to save us. Isn't he at the martial arts conference? How come he is here? God? Superman was actually knocked away. Oh, God, the East District is destroyed? What a terrifying monster. The ruins were all over the ground, and the buildings collapsed. As Carrot L rose from the bottom of the sea, in such a short moment, only a blazing fire remained on the ground, turning the world into a world of purgatory. How could it be so strong? The blood of the Saiyans is really dangerous. Which normal person would be excited in this situation? Carrot L stretched his muscles and bones, and in a blink of an eye, the water droplets on his body had been evaporated by the residual heat of the energy. And Hildegang seemed to have completely set his sights on him and chased him relentlessly. After a flash, Hildegang also came to the sea level, facing this ant who could take his move, and stepped down angrily. Bang! Carrot turned over to avoid it, and a huge wave set off a frenzy on the sea. This huge wave even affected Gotham, which is opposite the metropolis. Carrot flew into the sky and barely avoided the attack. This monster is not only incredibly powerful, but also incredibly fast. No, the battlefield must be far away from here. Hilda was already a Super 3 combat power when she first appeared, and as the Doomsday virus fights, it will only get stronger and stronger. It won't take long for her to fall into the bug dead zone. I don't know what method Lex used. This guy seems to be staring at me. Thinking of this, Carrot leaned down and rushed down with a punch, but who would have thought that this counterattack was completely invalidated by Hilda? Damn it, who came up with this thing? Carrot cursed inwardly and responded with all his strength. The most common thing in Japanese comics is this kind of rogue virtualization. Hilda will only become a physical entity at the moment of attack. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning flashed, storms rose, and the atmosphere of doomsday spread across the sea, filling the hearts of everyone in Gotham and Metropolis. It was like a hammer thrown by God, hammering Carrot's steel body over and over again. Hildegang's attack was like a tide, overwhelming, and every wave created endless explosions. There were no moves, only brute force, no art of martial arts, only desperate crushing. Bang, 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 bang. Punch after punch, Carrot used his supervision to the extreme, dodging Hildegang's attack, quietly paralyzing the opponent, trying to catch the moment he materialized and hit him with one blow. The world seemed to be enveloped by this huge figure. Hildegang opened his mouth and spurted out a terrifying energy bomb, which directly pushed Carrot into the depths of the sea. Roar. The light annihilated everything, and the stinging pain of the energy bomb on his body filled every inch of Carrot L's muscles. Facing the destructive power head-on, Carrot L was suppressed and retreated step by step, but the blue light of Kamehameha gradually condensed in his hands. Good opportunity. Now in the blind spot of Hildegang's vision, Superman decided to seize this opportunity and tighten the strength of his whole body to accumulate energy. Until the moment when the power compressed to the limit was about to explode, Carrot L's eyes turned cold, and through instant movement, he flashed and appeared under Hildegang's ribs, pushed the blue gathered in his palm hard, and shouted, Kameha. Boom. Carrot hit Hildegang with all his strength. In the vast blue sea, a pillar of light that penetrated the sky and earth stood up. It tore through the dark rain, burned all traces of life, and even illuminated the sunless Gotham. After a long time, the light faded away. Just when the residents on both sides of the strait thought it was all over, a terrible scene happened. Ugh. Roar. Hildegang's figure was still intact. No, it couldn't be said to be intact. To be precise, his body had been destroyed, leaving only a charred shell, falling from midair to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, the brand new Hildegang actually crawled out of the shell. The whole body, which was slightly yellow like a dead tree, had turned black, and the aura was also expanding. It stared at Carrot provocatively. Roar. This is not good. Carrot opened his posture and hurriedly retreated, attracting its attention while leading it away from the battlefield. His face was a little ugly. He was very sure that Hildegang had indeed fallen into a state of serious injury and dying at that moment, but just when Kamehameha was about to kill it completely, Hildegang returned to a non-entity state again. And during this period of virtualization, it completed a new evolution. Hildegang can evolve into a complete form by itself, and the Doomsday virus has taken effect in his body. Now this guy is definitely more difficult to deal with than before. Hildegang's normal state is slightly higher than Super 3, and Carrot also reached this level after leveling up on Namek. Seeing that Hilda had completed his evolution, Carrot L did not hold back and transformed into a Super Saiyan with a flash of golden light. This war of turmoil in the world has just begun. The true cruelty of the Anchor universe was finally revealed to mankind in this era. Roar. Roar. The roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth was endless, and the vast and grand epic began. The golden light and the dark monster collided to make the world dim. Superman ran towards the sky, and Hildegang followed closely behind him. On the coast of Gotham, people saw the blonde Superman for the first time, shining like the sun in the sky, and also saw the devil from hell for the first time, chasing and biting the gods. After Batman and Ant-Man escaped from the Justice League, they followed the portal to the edge of the coast of Nahe Island. From the arrangement, Lex was still very tactically minded. First, he used the main force of the Justice League transferred by the Martial Arts Conference, and then took advantage of its emptiness to arrange the androids to launch a surprise attack on the Justice League headquarters. Finally, he prepared the killer Hildegang, ambushed in Metropolis, targeting Superman, circling in 3 places, linked together, making it impossible for the head and tail to take care of each other, and the arrangement was difficult to meet. But he did not expect that Bruce decisively abandoned the Justice League and ensured that there were no casualties. This was the right decision. It was impossible to defeat the group of artificial humans with the few people left behind. Hawkeye looked at the huge waves and the changing colors of the mountains and rivers in front of him, and swallowed his saliva tremblingly. Is this really a battle we can participate in? Clinton looked at the 2 arrows in his hand. If you let him fight a terrorist, it would be okay, but to fight this guy, it would be purely to go up and die. Even if the Parliament allowed him to use the Rod of God, it would make no difference. Batman stared at the battlefield intently, and said in a low voice, "It's not a question of whether we can beat it or not, but a question of having to fight. For this uncontrollable supernatural power, we have only the choice of destroying it and being destroyed by it." Ant-Man nodded. Fortunately, he went to the quantum realm with Bulma. He had witnessed the powerful and invincible power of Manhattan and knew that in front of these monsters, even if they resisted, they would only end up being destroyed. But sometimes it's not a matter of escape. It's a matter of them having to defeat each other, because they can't afford to lose. Let's go, hurry up and join number 18 and the others, and then go to the battlefield to support. Try to free up more lives as quickly as possible. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the energy light almost covered the entire world, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In the sky, Superman and Hilda crossed the mountains and seas, and they went back and forth, not daring to be careless in offense and defense, and disappeared step by step from the public's sight. At this moment, they jumped over the cape of the volcanic eruption, and at that moment, they climbed the peak that was submerged in the clouds. It was like the pursuit of the Milky Way and Zaki, and the entanglement of the dragon and the devil. Madness, madness, and endless. Duel, fierce killing, to the point where ghosts and gods could not tolerate it. When the figure passed through the white clouds, thousands of punches and kicks merged into a stream of light, but only a few punches were hit. Billions of energies washed away the lead, but only a faint smoke was left, without any injury. Hildegang became stronger and stronger, and his speed, strength, attack, and defense were increasing crazily every second. How can I beat him? How can I beat him? Carrot L murmured. This guy was too strong, and he caught up with him in a blink of an eye. If I don't beat him. If I don't beat him. Carrot was caught in Hildegang's hand, squeezed hard, and his eyes turned red. He hit the opponent's eyes with heat rays, blinding his eyes, and escaped. Roar. Hildegang covered his eyes in pain, wailing miserably, and for a moment he even forgot to become virtual, and was kicked over by Carrot L on the boundless sea. Boom. The huge waves submerged the figure underwater. Carrot L took advantage of the situation and chased him. The whole person rushed into the seabed. Blood and energy turned into the collision of iron fists, piercing Hildegang's body again and again. If I don't beat him, who will beat him? Everyone will be killed. Carrot L condensed all his strength and turned it into a dazzling Qigong cannon, hitting Hildegang from bottom to top, pushing him towards the sky. Roar. In an instant, the huge and vast monster was pushed out of the atmosphere, but it stopped abruptly in midair. In just a short while, Hildegang was able to resist Carrot's power. The next moment, Hildegang's body erupted with endless thunderstorms, destroying everything in its path, turning the world upside down. This lingering energy generated a huge thrust, and even pushed Carrot L's Kamehameha back. Not good. Carrot L's eyes widened, he propped himself up and retreated, but because of the force of suppression, he had no time to escape the range of the explosion. Boom. Suddenly, Carrot L's figure was submerged in the explosion, and the blue sea rose up with steaming smoke. Even if it drifted 100 miles away, fish and shrimp were still cooked and fell to the ground. Hundreds of tornadoes stood on the ocean, and were impacted by these two intersecting energies, forming a huge ocean storm. Carrot L took this blow and was in the center of the explosion range. He was really uncomfortable. In order to prevent the explosion from destroying the Earth, he used an energy shield to cover the seabed and surroundings. When the explosion dissipated, the whole sea seemed to have turned into a huge steamer. Carrot L was like a fresh and juicy bun in the steamer, steaming up into the sky, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. It was unbelievable that he had suffered such a heavy blow in the Super Saiyan state. When he became a Super Saiyan, even Frieza had no power to fight back in front of him. Carrot took a deep breath, and between the short breaths, his injuries had recovered as before. His whole body had been soaked in sea water, and his body temperature was frighteningly high. Not to mention frying eggs, he could even roast Godzilla. Damn it, I'm beginning to doubt whether the gods are going to use my hands to cut off the timeline, or to use these timelines to kill me, or even I am part of the cut-off. Roar. In the sky, lightning flashed, and Hildegang saw that Carrot L was still standing there firmly, obviously not going to give him any chance to breathe. Amidst the shining light, Hildegang roared, and a huge figure instantly appeared in front of Superman, and his whip-like tail swept towards Carrot L. Chew. Carrot L quickly dodged the attack, relying on his rich combat experience, and responded flexibly, blocking his offensive moves with energy bullets, and punched Hildegang in the face. Mr. Stark, on the other side, the situation on the battlefield is not good. I can't calculate the energy in Superman, nor can I calculate the strength of the guy on the opposite side. At the most critical moment, Superman is now at a disadvantage. What? At the martial arts conference venue, Iron Man dodged Bucky's metal arm and melted his palm with a beam of light. He took a breath in the fight just now, and then heard Jarvis' voice. Dawn Age, on the bonfire. My first original work was stillborn. 6 days and 21 collections, only 2 follow-up readings, 2 rubbish. If it weren't for the fact that this book had no results, I wouldn't have written a new one. I didn't expect the new one would be worse than this one. Now both books have no results. This book, the subscriptions for the 2 updates together, only cost 10 yuan. God, thank you for your support, everyone who hasn't left yet. I will try to survive May Day. If the results of the 2 books are still like this after May Day, then I have a plan C, another hodgepodge. There is the Marvel Universe, but it is mainly domestic, forming the Dragon Kingdom's Magical Bureau, without the Spear Bureau, and finally fighting against the Avengers. Highlights: give Yan Shuangying Shura armor, Hela comes to Dragon Kingdom, arrests Yi Xiaochuan and Gao Yao, and puts them in a special prison. Camartage Dimension Demon vs Tomb Raider series Ancient God. Collect all kinds of people in the Armor Universe? I can feel the energy over there, Jarvis, it's ridiculously strong. Iron Man realized the seriousness of the matter. Since he learned the breath ability of Perceptor, his research project has indeed become more convenient. But at the same time, Tony also felt more deeply how different the strength level between himself and Carrot L was. Villains these days are really capable. I might not be able to push Superman to this level. I should give him an award or something, such as the Earth Destruction Award. Through the satellite images brought up by Jarvis, Stark also saw the specific battlefield conditions there. At this time, Superman was fighting a monster about the size of Tiga, but judging from the attack posture of both sides, Carrot L was currently in a weak state. Jarvis, are your data calculated wrong? How come the space energy value displayed by this monster is 0? He cannot be captured by linear space. Stark exclaimed with disbelief in his tone. You mean, this guy is absolute nothingness? Do you know what this means? It means that Carrot is now fighting an enemy that does not exist at all. All the effects in the fight are just a visual deception, because the thing on the opposite side does not exist at all. Jarvis, well, it's very strange, sir. When Superman attacked him, the space energy value of this monster was displayed as 0. But when he attacked Superman, the data instantly increased from 0 to incalculable, and it caused damage to the surrounding space. Irreversible distortion, and the value is still growing exponentially. How can this be? Iron Man became solemn. This situation was simply unheard of. This meant that all of Superman's attacks on it were ineffective, but it became stronger and stronger. Isn't this a joke? Whoever comes will die in vain? Broly, Piccolo and others also felt the terrifying aura coming from the battlefield on the other side. What happened? What kind of monster is Kakarot's aura against? Broly knocked back Zid with a deep punch, and he couldn't help but look towards the battlefield. The horror of Zid's growth made him feel unbelievable, but fortunately the Doomsday virus in his body was not very effective, and the process of cultivating cells form was too short. In addition, because his basic combat power was too low when he came to Earth, Zid's improvement at this moment is quite unstable. The more he showed a leap-forward improvement in combat power, the more serious the rejection in his body became. If he continues like this, he will either become a monster that is neither human nor ghost, and completely collapse because he cannot maintain his physical form, or he will completely lose his self-awareness and become a devil who only knows killing and madness. Stop fighting. This fight is meaningless. Broly couldn't help but roared at Zid. Look at what you look like now. How do you still look like a so-called soldier? Kakarot told me to be careful about you, saying that your strength will increase infinitely with the opponent's strength. But Zid, with your current body, how many energy breakthroughs can you withstand? Zid staggered up from the ground, sweating all over his body. He never expected that his body could no longer support him. At this moment, his face was extremely swollen, and his body was full of ulcers and pus. He was laughing at himself about his life's past, and everything was written with the word waste. Krypton. Krypton has been destroyed. I am just a wanderer, a monster with revenge. L killed all my men, and that was the last of my compatriots. A mouthful of blood spit out from Zid's mouth, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Why? Why did I fail? Why did God want L to succeed? Jor-El, that hypocritical bitch, just wants his son to be the king of this planet. They have betrayed Krypton. Although I am defeated, you are helpless. Lex has found a monster that you cannot defeat. Today is your day of destruction. The future of this planet will only be destroyed like Krypton. Hearing this, Broly was so angry that he transformed into a super on the spot. The energy overflowing from his arms surged towards Zid like an angry sea, and he cursed. Damn bastard, how come Kakarot has a tribe like you? I have nothing to hesitate about. I will end you now, go to hell. Zid raised his arms and struggled to resist Broly's attack. The look on his face became more and more painful, and he gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. Don't even think about it. L. You will perish together with this planet. Zid shouted loudly, letting Carrot hear his roar as much as possible, but he didn't expect that this time, he would not die in the hands of the Kryptonians, but in the hands of the Saiyans. The next second, as the energy output by Broly became more and more powerful, Zid's standing feet began to shatter inch by inch, and his wings, which had been transformed into Sura, were burned by the light and fell off. Just like the portrayal of his life, it is fragmented and incomplete. The unfinished Shuru transformation, the Kryptonians who have not had enough sun exposure, the generals whose minds are fixed due to genetic programming, and even the poison of the Doomsday virus, Lex has directly told him that the diluent is the effect has significant side effects. A brief increase in combat power, cruel human experiments, a destroyed hometown, and a cage-like life. And from the moment he met L, even the remaining unfinished ambition to revive Krypton was shattered into pieces. At the last second when the light annihilated his body, Zid's body was festering inch by inch, but in his mind filled with unwillingness, a faint thought of relaxation flashed through. If he could have another life, he would never want to be a Kryptonian again. Broly's light set off a terrifying explosion, and Zid's body gradually shattered in the light. His body has been mixed with too many miscellaneous genes. In addition, he is not a naturally born baby, but was created by the code of life. Even if he is placed under the sun, he may not survive. Broly destroyed him and gave him the last bit of decency, at least still allowing him to die as a Kryptonian rather than a monster. He has never been the protagonist of this scene, not in the past, not now, and not after death. Rest in peace, General of Krypton. May you return to your hometown after death and live in a prosperous world in the next life. Broly closed his eyes. Perhaps among everyone present, only he, whose hometown was also destroyed, could understand Zid's feelings. In the bright sunlight of the day, there was no ray of light that shone with a warm atmosphere. Only the arrival of destruction and doomsday indicated the coming of death. What's going on? It's this feeling again. At the moment when Zid died, Natasha suddenly felt a strange and gloomy feeling. She shook her head hard, but it was difficult to dispel the chill from her heart. She studied magic, so she could naturally feel some changes in the mysterious side that ordinary people could not detect. Not only Zid's death, but when L killed Bohak just now, Natasha also felt this gloomy atmosphere. It was as if a layer of ice as thin as a cicada's wing was gradually breaking apart under her feet, and under the ice, there seemed to be an earth-shattering explosion quietly blooming. The sanctuary of the Holy of Holies in New York. Just as the martial arts conference entered a melee, Gu's eyes, which had not been panicked for more than 100 years, finally had a touch in this life. Without the calmness of the past, Gu Yi stood silently on the rooftop, watching the battlefield in the distance. She knew the essence behind this war and what would happen next. The more people the Justice League headed by Superman killed, the more difficult it would be to control the chaos that followed. But now, it seemed that everything was irreversible. This was an open conspiracy. No one could stop it. No one wanted to stop it. Even Superman himself. There was no way out. Death is coming. Gu Yi stared silently at the world outside of reality, holding the fan in his hand tightly. For the two goddesses of death, no matter how many lives they had, they were just chess pieces. They were the gods who dominated death, and the more people died, the better. But if the other party really wanted to clean up Superman, how could she stop it? There is often only a fine line between enemies and friends. Someone who was an enemy in the last second may become a friend in the next second. The time gem on Gu Yi's chest exudes a faint green light, which is reflected in her pupils, reflecting the traces of the observed timeline. You can only win now, keep winning, and keep winning. Use your own way, the way of Superman. Superman is special, and is unmatched by all gods. He is the center of the universe and the embodiment of hope. Your potential is much stronger than a Hildegang injected with a virus. Bang! A golden light flashed, and Superman's figure circled behind Hildegang. Taking advantage of the time difference of the opponent's virtualization, he condensed a Chi-Yuan that cut through everything and slashed at Hildegang. Clang! The next second, Hildegang had not yet adjusted from the materialization of the attack, and felt a sharp chi blade slashing at his head. He hurriedly dodged and swept Carrot with his tail whip at the same time. However, at the moment when the tail whip hit Carrot, Superman suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, and the Chi-Yuan that he had dodged was split into several sharp blades like huge discs, circling towards Hildegang. Bang! Carrot L was knocked down from the sky to the bottom of the sea, directly hitting the crustal plate, and magma flowed out on the bottom of the sea. At the same time, Hildegang's arm was also cut off by him. In an instant, 5 rays of light cut its shoulders, waist, thighs, tail, and one arm respectively. Roar! The roar of pain resounded through the earth and the sky. The pain of being cut off by the sharp blade made Hildegang scream loudly. Facing the roar of the eruption of the underwater volcano, he also fell into the sea in the thick fog that covered the sky. Plop! The curtain of the huge tsunami fell, and just as it fell into the sea level, Carrot L rushed out from the gushing magma, with an iron fist piercing through its chest and abdomen, pushing straight to the sky. Roar! Soon, Hildegang's body evolved again, and the chopped-off body grew indestructible armor everywhere, and the broken arm turned into a giant sword, slashing at Carrot L. It's so annoying, this guy is simply not done. Seeing this, Carrot L's face changed, kicked Hildegang away, and at the same time pulled open the gap and shook his wrist, and a sword of air extended from the front of his 5 fingers. In an instant, the collision of the two weapons turned the battlefield into a close combat between cold weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Flying all the way on the clouds, the piercing sonic booms cut through every corner of the sky. The battle is still going on. The two sides have changed from air battle to ground battle and came to the deserted wilderness thousands of miles away to continue fighting. Countless air blades swept by, and Carrot L turned from defense to offense. As far as weapons are concerned, the energy-gathering air blades are ever-changing and can be infinitely extended. For a time, Hildegang was forced to retreat step by step and had to enter the virtual state again. Kill. Carrot L briefly gained the upper hand, and every knife wanted to be seamlessly cut on Hildegang's body, but he knew that it would not be long before this monster would evolve again. By then, the situation will be hard to say. It is necessary to suppress the growth characteristics of the doomsday cells in its body first, and then find the right time to kill it the moment it materializes. Batman, Batman, can you hear me? Carrot L shouted to the communication channel while suppressing it with air bombs. I'm here, Superman. At this time, Batman had just arrived at the Batcave where number 18 was housed, but found that the place was in a mess and Wanda, Quicksilver, and others were missing. Is there any kryptonite there? Bring it over and use it. Batman. Carrot L said concisely, there is a virus in this monster, and kryptonite is needed to weaken its power. Batman frowned. He understood Carrot's character. Under normal circumstances, he would never ask for help unless the situation reached a critical moment. Hang on, I'll be there soon. Seeing that Superman had switched to the communication channel, Iron Man hurriedly asked, Al, what's the situation over there? Why does that monster's space energy value always return to 0? Do you need backup? Carrot L's voice reached everyone's communication channel. Don't come here, Iron Man, you are not allowed to participate in the battle here. Deal with the enemies on your side as soon as possible. As for the energy value returning to 0, don't worry, Hildegang has not yet reached the level of absolute nothingness. The space energy value is 0 just because it can make its own entity virtual when it is in a non-attack state, because it does not belong to this world itself, but is a monster. It only materializes when it attacks. Now its body is injected with the Doomsday virus. Iron Man quickly analyzed Carrot's situation at this time. In other words, we have no way to effectively attack it. Once an effective attack is made, if it cannot be fatal in one blow, its strength will skyrocket. L nailed Hildegan's tail with his air blade, then kicked him over and once again got a chance to breathe. That's right. Before he grows to the point where I can't beat him, I will first use kryptonite to weaken his power, and then kill him with one blow. After finishing Zed, Broly also cut into the communication channel. I've finished the battle here. I'm going to support you. Batman, it's too dangerous over there. Don't go there after you give me the kryptonite. Batman looked around and knew that the situation was critical and time was running out. He took action and said, okay, there is something going on here. I need to investigate. I will place the kryptonite gun on the roof of Wayne Tower, and the remaining people will rush to the martial arts venue to support you. In the communication channel at this time, Natasha heard the conversation of several people, and looked at the ghost girl fighting beside her in surprise, and found that this little girl seemed to be in a state similar to what Carrot said. What's wrong with you, Bruce? They disappeared on the 18th. The rumbling sound of the cannon and the brilliant light of magic, sometimes the soul leaves the body, sometimes the space reverses. The shield and sword dance together, and the whip and the method are combined. Natasha relied on her terrifying fighting skills to kill the corpses of the Shadow Warrior Alliance as if she was in an empty space. Now only Lei and Cassius are still standing in front of her. The combination of murderous fists and feet and fantasy magic seemed to turn into a beautiful scenery on Natasha's body, wandering around. No one could imagine that this Black Widow would become so powerful. If Carrot really did anything, it was to make each of them far more powerful than in the plot. In fact, not long after the fight, Natasha noticed that Cassius himself was not difficult to deal with. His name was blown to the sky, but it was not because of his master Dormammu. After a set of magic combos, the damage caused was not even as good as Lei Ziwei. Do you really think that Hannibal is just a face? Batman, you are in the late stage of paranoia, and you can still let people steal your home. Natasha dodged Cassius and came to Lei Ziwei's side. After 2 moves, she dodged sideways and entered the portal. She appeared behind him unexpectedly and pushed out Lei Ziwei's soul with one palm. Through the perspective of magic, Natasha saw an extremely broken and crazy skeleton monster, living in a human-like body, and suddenly felt a chill. Bruce, your teacher is disgusting. Natasha's disdainful words made Batman pause for a moment. As if stimulated by her words, he came to the control center of the Batcave, started the system, and quickly called up all the surveillance videos nearby. Then he found that number 18 had actually fought with Wanda. What are you doing, Lazuli? Boom, boom. Wanda spread her hands and condensed scarlet chaos magic. Looking at the expressionless number 18 in front of her, she felt a little reluctant to attack her. She created a protective shield to resist her gas bombs while shouting. With mechanical and stiff movements, she waved her terrifying fists. Each punch had the power to crush the planet and poured down without reservation. With numb eyes and cold face, Lazuli was ignorant at this time, as if she had become a weapon that only knew how to attack. Seeing this scene, Wanda's heart was as painful as a knife. Although number 18 and his brother joined the Justice League not long ago, everyone regarded them as their companions, especially Wanda and Quicksilver, who often made appointments to go shopping together. Their experiences were so similar. Seeing each other fall into the control of the enemy and lose themselves, Wanda seemed to see her former self, seeing the scarred but hopeless future. Wake up, Lazuli, we will definitely save you. It's just technology. Don't let her control you. Wanda shouted, raising her hand to weave a defense network belonging to chaos magic, a copper wall-like defense, slowly locking on number 18, and at the same time completely dissolving her attacks. Seeing this, Mantis hurriedly replied, I can't feel her emotions, Wanda, this is my ability. After Lazuli fell asleep just now, her body consciousness has entered a deep sleep, and now it is taking over by some kind of program. Damn it. Wanda cursed inwardly when she heard this, and the speed of magic release became even more amazing, until number 18 was completely wrapped and her limbs were blocked, and then the power gradually subsided. The power of Scarlet Witch is almost unlimited, approaching the multiverse, and the vast scarlet color released almost covers the entire Gotham. Behavior restriction detected, self-destruction program about to start. The next second, feeling restricted in action, No 18's eyes flashed a mechanical red light. After a fight, the original Batcave had already been smashed to pieces, and both sides came to the edge of the coast of Gotham's Nahe Island. What should we do, Wanda? Quicksilver was panicking at this time. He had heard from other people in the Justice League about how powerful this bomb was. Mantis also felt the power of the bomb in No 18's body. She just enjoyed the prosperous life on Earth and didn't want to die so easily. Disappear. Disappear. I want all the bombs and mechanical programs in your body to disappear. Feeling the situation becoming more and more critical, Wanda's heartbeat accelerated, and her emotions fluctuated violently, as if something suddenly broke the rope and emerged in her body. In an instant, her pupils became extremely eye-catching, and her body changed. At that moment, she wore a hair crown and was wrapped in the starry sky. At this moment, a strong will almost materialized in this universe, as if it had merged with some kind of fundamental program of the universe, and one word could create everything, and one word could delete time and space. Plop. As the voice fell, Wanda's figure slowly fell from the air and fainted. At the same time, number 18 also stopped moving. As the power of chaos dissipated, the energy that enveloped her also disappeared. the beautiful figure fell from midair, and the mechanical red light in her eyes instantly disappeared. As Wanda spoke, all the bombs and programs in her body disappeared. Except for the energy furnace bound to her life, everything disappeared. Quicksilver quickly caught Wanda, and Mantis stepped forward to support number 18. Both women had fallen into a coma, and Mantis hurried forward to check their physical conditions. She breathed a sigh of relief after finding that they were both fine. "Don't worry, I just fainted from exhaustion." Pietro felt relieved after hearing this, but when he recalled the terrifying power that Wanda had just burst out, which could even distort the rules of the real world with just one word, he couldn't help hugging his sister tightly with lingering fear. It's terrible. What if she were asked to say that I am the richest man in the world? Hey. Quicksilver fell into a common fantasy for boys until Mantis touched him, read his heart with a look of disgust, and hugged number 18 away from him. Do I need to wake them up? But at this moment, a strange crack leading to the realm of death appeared in front of them, and a huge suction force suddenly surged in. Before the two of them could react, they were caught off guard and pulled into the bottomless abyss. What's wrong? After a long time, the cracks in the sky slowly disappeared, far away from the kingdom of death outside the world. The terrifying darkness exudes a ghostly atmosphere. The lingering ghosts can be seen everywhere here. The fire burned the scorched earth of hell, and the wails of the devil echoed all around. The fallen angels crucified on the cross begged God for forgiveness, while the demons integrated into hell struggled and bit each other. At both ends of the juncture of yin and yang, directly below Yomi Hirazan, a huge machine stood there in horror, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Power from countless dimensions from all directions poured into the machine at the same time. At this moment, it seems that no one can stop it. When Pietro and Mantis opened their eyes again, I saw a woman whose whole body was filled with the aura of death and exile, overlooking them from a high position, stroking her hair with her hands, and her hair instantly turned into a sword-like shape, and said, "Kneel down. Who are you? Where is this place?" Feeling the terrifying breath of death from the newcomer, Pietro hurriedly put the unconscious Wanda in his arms next to Mantis. The murderous intent on the other party was like countless giant pythons wriggling in the swamp, staring at their prey. Quicksilver looked ugly, standing alone in front of Hela, protecting everyone. His intuition told him that he was no match for the person in front of him. But he was the only man here. If he didn't stand up, who else could stand up? Pietro smiled bitterly in his heart. This was the first time in his life that he was surrounded by beautiful women, but why did the style run into a horror movie? But things have come to this point. He can't take a step back even if he dies. This is the realm of death, child. In terms of age, Hela was right to call him a child. If it weren't for the chaotic situation in the world of death, Hela, who was suppressed by Odin, would not be able to affect reality. This might be her chance. My name is Hela, daughter of Odin, the future queen of Asgard. Since being exiled by Odin, Hela hasn't seen a living person for a long time, so she is very interested in the 3 or 2 kittens in front of her. Quicksilver frowned. This guy looked like a villain no matter how he looked at him. Asgard? I haven't heard Thor say that he has a sister. Thor. Hearing this, Hela chewed on the name, smiled disdainfully, and sneered. Thor. The new heir chosen by old man Odin. It seems that you have forgotten me, the human from Midgard. Listen, woman, no matter who you are, we are not that easy to deal with. Pietro retorted mercilessly, which made Hela's face a little angry. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Mantis also spoke behind Quicksilver. You said this is the realm of death. Are we dead now? Hela slowly looked at her. She had a very good impression of this little girl who was dressed very similar to her. Especially after being locked up in such a dark place for so long, no one has talked to her for a long time, so she couldn't help but patiently explain a few more words. No, it's not me who brought you here. It's the cracks caused by the cutting of the order of death. Hela looked at the huge machine running behind her. The atmosphere of terror and oppression filled the air around her, and slowly looked at everyone. Now, kneel down to me. Pledge allegiance to me. I will protect you from surviving this disaster. Before Hela finished speaking, Pietro interrupted her directly. Sorry, beautiful woman, forget it. Although you are a goddess, but in my heart, only my sister is a goddess. If it were those hungry days in the past, Quicksilver would kneel down and pledge allegiance to the person in front of him without hesitation, but now, perhaps because he ate too well in the Justice League, he also grew 2 pounds of bones. 1 pound is called persistence, and 1 pound is called pride. If you don't surrender to me, you will die. Hela was already impatient with this man, and she condensed a dark long sword and stabbed at Quicksilver. Clang. The next second, the suffocating feeling of death instantly enveloped every inch of Pietro's skin. He was alert as if he was facing a great enemy, so he was always cautious and alert. Seeing Hela take the lead, the whole person disappeared in an instant. Relying on his speed, Quicksilver's figure flashed by in a high-speed movement that was almost like time stopped. Hela was also a little surprised that this little brat could actually dodge her attack, but in a blink of an eye, as her breath continued to expand, the infinite power from death slowly gathered in her eyes. Until Quicksilver went around Hela's side, he was horrified to see that Hela's pupils actually slowly looked at him. What? Pietro's eyes widened in disbelief, and his running steps were so scared that he paused for a moment. As soon as he turned around, 3 black swords blocked his retreat behind him. Seeing this, Hela moved, a bloodthirsty killing intent appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she was eager to try, so she attacked the opponent. The vast divine power surged, and the strong body was as fast as the light that penetrated the sky and the earth. Although Pietro had tried his best to avoid it, he was still easily strangled by the opponent. Ugh, so strong. Pietro was picked up by Hela. Whether in actual combat experience or personal strength, he could not be Hela's opponent. He kicked a few times in the air, but it was like kicking on an iron plate. He couldn't move the opponent at all, but his feet hurt. How is it possible? Is this woman really a relative of Thor? She is so strong. Pietro struggled to grab Hela's hand that was pinching his neck, but he couldn't get rid of it. As Hela got stronger and stronger, his face became redder and redder. He never thought that he couldn't even hold on to a single move in Hela's hand and was captured by the opponent. Stop. Mantis saw that the situation was not good and didn't care about the difference in strength. She rushed forward on the spot, but Hela didn't even touch her. She just used her eyes to send out a burst of divine power to knock Mantis away. With a plop, Mantis was thrown out heavily and fell to the ground. She felt as if every bone in her body was broken. Just at this moment, number 18 and Wanda began to gradually wake up, and the first scene that came into their eyes was the scene of Pietro being strangled to death. Not good. The two of them instantly came to their senses, rushed to rescue, gathered their own strength, and fought. Bang bang bang. Hela felt a strong sense of danger, and hurriedly let go of Quicksilver and dodged. Boom. The two brilliant explosions brought brightness and color to the land of death. Hela, who dodged, slowly fell from midair, looked back faintly, and showed an interested fighting spirit. The two golden and red intertwined lights almost tore a long crack in the earth, as deep as a ravine and as long as a mountain range. It has been a long time since she met an opponent, and it has been a long time since she had a good fight. Are you okay? Lazuli and Wanda stood side by side, and seeing Wanda's pale and weak face, she hurriedly reached out to support her. Finally, she had gotten rid of the control of the controller and the self-destruction program. In addition to clarity, Lasley's eyes were filled with rage. It's okay, I'm still okay. Wanda's body was spreading scarlet light uncontrollably. Obviously, she couldn't control the energy in her body at this time, and was obviously holding on. Lasley protected her distressedly, and her eyes became more determined. The next battle would be left to her. Don't be stubborn. You saved me and have used up all your strength. Have a good rest. I'll take care of the rest. Lasley helped Wanda sit down and got ready to face Hela. She knew very well how well L protected Wanda. Usually, he was even reluctant to let her and Quicksilver do too much training. He just raised them like raising children, hoping that they could live in peace. In addition, Stark had the same mentality towards them. Wanda was already gifted to be able to do this today. No. 18 didn't know where she was, but looking at Wanda who was already exhausted and Pietro who was easily played by Hela, she knew very well that the person standing in front of her was an enemy who had to be defeated no matter what. The next second, Lazuli mobilized the huge energy in her body, and as the arrogance spread, she quickly got ready to attack. After seeing this scene, Hela smiled slightly, with a strong aggressive light flashing in the depths of her eyes. She bit her lip and said, "The power you have is indeed different, dear. You and that little girl are both powerful women I have never seen in my life. I am very pleased about this. After all, the world does not belong to men. Let's have a few moves." Hearing the other party's provocative words, No 18's face became extremely gloomy, and there was an uncontrollable emotion in his heart that was bursting out. The various things that happened recently have almost pushed her into a desperate situation, and even made her turn evil. There happened to be such an object for her to vent her anger. She just wanted to vent her anger now. No matter who you are, I am very angry today. Bang. The next second, with a deafening roar, number 18, who could no longer suppress her restless emotions, suddenly launched an offensive, like a burning meteor, and rushed straight towards Hela. Facing the fierce opponent, Hela did not dare to be negligent. She immediately used her own ability to condense an extremely sharp long sword, closely guarding all the vital parts of her body that might be attacked, and also blocking the blind spots of No 18's attack. Just when number 18 was about to approach, Hela suddenly reached out and pinched her white neck. Number 18 kicked away, and the figures of the two quickly disappeared, and the speed climbed to a level that ordinary people could not see. With a bang, the experienced Hela seized a flaw of number 18 and threw him to the ground with a shoulder throw, but when number 18 fell to the ground, the energy bomb in his hand also hit Hela's face. Boom. The deafening explosion directly pushed Hela out, and the whistling wind formed by it also blew away the heroic souls in the dark land of death and cracked the earth. Hey, what is that? At this moment, Mantis Girl keenly noticed that the huge magic tool next to Hela was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an invisible evil spirit permeated from it, as if something was brewing. Darkness, death, despair, collapse. It seems that countless negative evil spirits in the world, gathered together from the intersection of the underworld and the world of the living. There is no concept of reincarnation in the world of American comics, and the evil spirits that accumulated here seemed to be attracted by some special power. I don't know, but I feel like this thing is absorbing our energy. I don't want to quibble, but when I was fighting with that woman just now, I did feel weak on the soles of my feet. At this time, Quicksilver realized that something was wrong and immediately picked up Wanda, but he didn't know that Wanda, who had awakened chaos magic, could see much more than them. The huge machine made Wanda feel very uncomfortable. She saw at a glance that a life was being nurtured in it. No, it's wrong. It seems to be a collection of souls, and they are evil souls. The machine seems to be removing the evil thoughts in these souls in some way and then merging them together. Quicksilver felt a wave of pain just by listening to these words. Chilled, thinking of what Hela said just now, if this thing is allowed to develop, the consequences will be disastrous. Who cares? Since it's not good, let's destroy it now. As he said, Pietro was about to pull Mantis to destroy the huge machine. Seeing this, Wanda immediately grabbed his arm and immediately dissuaded him. No, that thing is at a critical point. If there is a little external force, it will explode, and it is not an explosion in physics. It will swallow everything in the range into its body. The only thing we can do now is to prevent it from absorbing energy. In other words, we can't fight now, otherwise all the energy will be absorbed by it. Wait. Energy. Wanda suddenly woke up as if struck by lightning. Martial arts conference. She screamed, her voice full of astonishment and tension. Then he stamped his feet fiercely, cursing his negligence. Damn it, we must remind Carrot immediately. At the same time, on the fierce battlefield of the martial arts conference, 4 thrilling life and death battles continued. The fierce battle has entered a white-hot stage. Everyone has received information from Carrot. Stark is not holding back. He released the energy of the reactor and easily solved Ivan Vanko and other people and the rest of the Winter Soldier. However, at this moment, Bucky's mask was accidentally knocked off. Bucky. Steve stopped his movements in shock and stared at his once best brother in amazement. It's you? You're still alive. Is this true? Captain America couldn't hide his excitement in his heart, and even the shield in his hand trembled slightly, but Bucky, who had been brainwashed and lost his memory, would not recognize him. He just looked at the two coldly. I don't know you, soldier, I am the Winter Soldier. The war situation was unfavorable and there was no way to save the situation, but Bucky seemed to have no intention of running away at this time. The venue of the martial arts conference has already been magically warded by Karmatage. Carrot L does not intend to let any enemy who comes here go back alive. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Ivan Fank, who fell to the ground, seemed to laugh happily. Only he knew that a good show was about to begin. Until Stark landed from midair, his habitual action of taking off his mask instantly attracted Bucky's attention, and he silently looked at him. That face made a person appear in his heart, questioning. Stark. Tony glanced at Steve proudly and said with a smile, haha, let me just say that I am more famous than you, old popsicle. I remember what your parents looked like when they died. Bucky's cold tone instantly chilled the atmosphere of the entire venue. At the same time, Stark's face was frozen, his heart suddenly tightened, and his bloodshot eyes were being affected by the most instinctive emotions in his heart. Controlled by hatred. Say, what? Tony's voice was small, but every word was gritted with a trembling reverberation. Upon hearing this, Bucky glanced at the even more shocked Captain America and replied nonchalantly, you look alike, but their heads are not as hard as your armor. Ha 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 ha. Ivan Vanko laughed quite happily, as if he had finally spit out the bad breath he had been holding in for decades. Although he failed to defeat Stark this time, Ivan Vanko always believed that Stark's victory was weak. He did not simply use the power of technology to defeat himself, but used the energy that could be stored in his body to win. That's what Howard deserves? It's also retribution for your family. How about Stark? Do you know how I feel now? Boom. When Tony heard this, without even looking at him, he shot him in the face with a backhand shot, killing him directly. Shut up, you damn rat. Normally, he would just knock him unconscious, but at this moment, Iron Man could no longer control his emotions. His face was red from suppressing it, and the bloodshot eyes in his eyes were full of murderous intent due to anger. He stared at Bucky again and again. Answer me, did you kill my parents? Facing Stark's questioning, the expression on Bucky's face did not change at all. His eyes were still as cold as frost, even with a hint of indifference, and he slowly said, I remember every person I killed and what they looked like before they died. Hearing Bucky's answer, the anger in Stark's heart burned even more fiercely. Just when he was about to rush forward and tear the man in front of him into pieces, Steve suddenly stopped him and quickly spoke to dissuade him. Stark, calm down first. There must be some misunderstanding here. Bucky was once the most heroic warrior, and he and the Howards were also good friends. How could he do such a thing? That's enough, Steve. Stark shouted angrily, unable to suppress the anger in his heart any longer. Stop doing this with me. How long are you going to protect him? He pointed at Bucky, his voice full of anger and disappointment, not to mention his past and any reasons for grievances. Just say that the world is now at stake, Superman is in a bitter battle, and everyone is fighting to the death for the future of mankind. But what is your friend doing? He is an enemy now? A mortal enemy. If we lose this battle, everyone will die. Steve was stunned by this question. He looked at Stark with a flash of pain in his eyes. No matter what, we can't let hatred blind our reason. Steve said solemnly, leave Bucky to me, you go to support other battlefields. Hearing this, Stark felt a deep chill and loss in his heart. He seemed to have just met Steve today, and asked with mixed feelings. Reason? Oh, how can I be rational? He killed my parents. He brought so many people inside to start a war that destroyed the world. What else can I say to him? After saying that, Tony pushed Steve away and rushed towards Bucky. The two were fighting together in the blink of an eye. The battle in this section had come to an end. Bucky's proud metal arm was simply vulnerable to Stark, who had already practiced his energy. Faced with the sudden punch, Tony let go of his hands and feet, and even grabbed his fist with one hand, lightly smashed it back, and said with gritted teeth, "Don't worry, I will also remember the way I killed you." The next second, Stark's attack became extremely ruthless. He grabbed Bucky's hair, pushed his face to the ground on the spot, and dragged him away. At this moment, Bucky's body also rubbed a long spark on the ground, splashing up thousands of rubbles until his flesh and blood were blurred. Stark looked at his eyes that were still machine-like. Even though his face was bloody and his bones were exposed, there was still no expression. Seeing this, Stark even felt a little amused. The man in front of him had lost any sense of pain. Maybe killing him would be a relief. He pointed his palm at Bucky's face and condensed the energy bomb. "Go over there. Apologize to my parents." Boom. As the energy bomb came out of his hand, the imaginary explosion bounced directly onto Stark himself, blowing him away unexpectedly. Boom. When Stark looked at the armor on his body, he stood up in a daze. A round shield was standing between the two of them. When Captain America's shield blocked Stark's energy bomb, Tony's originally smart brain went blank. He might be able to understand the extraordinary comradeship between the two, but he never expected that Steve would stand beside Bucky. At this critical moment in the world, the beautiful captain of the country would stand directly beside Bucky? In the entire Justice League, except for Tony, basically no one treated this beautiful captain. In order to change everyone's impression of Captain America, even when chatting with everyone, Tony would intentionally or unintentionally mention the legend that he had been told since childhood, saying how noble and great he was. But today he finally realized that he was wrong? The matter has not been investigated yet. "Tony, we should hand it over to Zhengshu." Steve looked at Tony with a hint of complexity in his eyes. He can't remember anything from the past. Someone has tampered with his brain. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Tony was stunned for a long time, as if time had stopped flowing. Suddenly, he laughed at himself. Hehe. Stark dusted himself off, stood up, stared at Captain America in front of him, and asked, "So what? Don't tools that kill people count as murder weapons?" Captain America frowned, as if he wanted to explain something, but was interrupted by Tony. "There is a conspiracy. Do we have to rely on him to investigate it?" "Steve, I misjudged you?" Stark's voice gradually became lower, and his tone was full of disappointment. He stared into Captain America's eyes, and the ups and downs of his chest showed that his heart was not peaceful. "If you can say something frankly today, because this is my brother, I must protect him. He is my brother for life. Even if the whole world is against him, I will stand firmly with him. Then I will still look at you with admiration, and even respect you as a true hero, but fate makes us enemies." At this point, Tony's eyes became more and more indifferent, and his words revealed an unspeakable sadness. "But now, I can only feel extremely disappointed in you. You are not worthy of my father's shield." Hatred, anger, resentment, despair, broken embankments of sadness, and tsunami of collapse. At this moment, the energy in Iron Man began to expand like never before. The arrogance burned, the energy grew, and the terrifying and huge wind and waves destroyed the surrounding hills in an instant. The steel armor on his body cracked inch by inch until it was completely reduced to ashes in the burning. The restraints of the armor were removed, and what emerged from the tears was not an Iron Man, but a child who had lost his parents. "Calm down, Tony, I'll take him to jail." Captain America felt an ominous premonition in his heart and shouted loudly, trying to bring Stark back to his senses. However, before he finished speaking, there was only a loud bang sound, and Stark flew up without hesitation and kicked Steve hard. This sudden blow caught Captain America off guard, and his body flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. "I can understand Superman's way of doing things now." As the words fell, a vast energy surged out of Stark's body, as if it was about to break through his body. This powerful force triggered a qualitative change in the arc reactor on his chest, causing the blood vessels under Stark's skin to begin to beat violently, blooming with dazzling blue light. These blue lights were like agile snakes and insects, penetrating the skin and quickly spreading to every corner of the body, shining with a heart-stopping cold light, just like the mysterious light that kept lighting up on the back of the huge monster when he first saw Godzilla. Dorsal fin. As energy continued to gather and burn, the blue nuclear energy fissured into red karma fire, and Stark's body was gradually enveloped in a layer of fiery aura. A powerful energy was continuously analyzed, differentiated, tumbling, and roaring in the hands of the most talented scientists in the world, and finally turned into a thick scarlet beam of light, spurting out from the mouth and nose, straight into the sky. But that is more than just the power of an arc reactor. For Iron Man, as long as he is given a little kinetic energy like an arm, he can create endless results. The light lit up everything, and the galactic warriors who were fighting inextricably on Battlefield 2 were also attracted by this powerful aura. Stark. When Piccolo saw this, a drop of surprised cold sweat ran down his face. "It's unbelievable that there are such monsters among humans. How long has this guy been practicing?" Number 17 wiped a handful of ashes from his face. "Don't underestimate science. Although we, a group of people, have powerful powers, our understanding of these powers is limited to destruction. Those who can use this power at a microscopic level people are definitely not idle people. Didn't guys like Dr. Gero also invent artificial humans?" Everyone saw a raging torrent gushing out from Tony's body. These powerful energies gathered together and seemed to turn into a huge pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, dazzling. Stark just stood in the center of the blue light pillar, soaring along the light connecting the sky and the earth until he reached the top of the clouds, overlooking countless battlefields of fierce fighting. It's over. Suddenly, he swooped down. The Rod of God. With a roar, Stark fell from the sky like a meteorite, and with unparalleled power, he punched out. This is exactly what he created after carefully improving the explosive skills of Carrot Dragon Fist countless times and creating a new stunt belonging to Iron Man. Boom. This blow was so powerful that it even knocked out Bucky's body. The aftermath of the impact shattered everything around him into ashes. The floor tiles shattered and turned into countless fine powders floating in the air. At this life and death moment, Steve had no time to block Stark's super speed attack. He could only squat down and huddle his body behind the vibranium shield. Despite this, the earth-shattering aftermath was still unstoppable, and it completely shattered the vibranium shield he had always regarded as an invincible defense, turning it into a pile of broken fragments. Even if Steve gritted his teeth and persisted with all his strength, all resistance seemed to be pale and feeble in the face of this absolutely powerful force. In the end, the intertwining violent airwaves ruthlessly involved him, blowing him away and disappearing. After a long time, Stark landed on the ground, and the dazzling light on his body gradually dissipated. He made a fist. Sure enough, just like the results of his previous experiments, as his body entered the Red Lotus state again and again, his body continued to strengthen. The existence of the arc reactor prevented him from deliberately maintaining his degeneration period through training, which was why he did not choose to remove it. Great, that's great. Stark's great revenge was avenged, and he felt indescribably happy. At least among the countless fan fictions in the universe, he is one of the very few who killed Bucky with his own hands. Looking around, the originally flat ground became a mess, with broken shield fragments everywhere. Stark walked up and picked up the remnants of a vibranium shield, with a 5-pointed star-shaped mark still vaguely visible on it. Goodbye, Steve, you don't deserve the shield my father made. Bucky and Ivan Vanko had disappeared in the huge shock wave. They didn't even leave the slightest trace of their existence, as if they just evaporated out of thin air, completely swallowed up and annihilated by the terrifying power contained in the previous blow. It was lucky to think about it. If the previous contestants had not withdrawn from the competition early due to serious injuries and were sent outside the venue for treatment, I am afraid that his attack this time would have turned into an indiscriminate massacre feast. You go ahead, guys, I'll go first. Stark's eyes fixed, and he didn't stop at all in the face of the end of the battle. He flew directly into the sky, shouted to everyone, and flew towards Carrot L's current position. Piccolo was so scared that he hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Don't be impulsive. The monster over there is not something you can deal with." No 17's face also changed, that idiot megalomaniac. Before the two finished speaking, Stark had disappeared in the sky. Seeing this, Bruce Banner sighed helplessly. He knew this guy's character too well, but with Superman and Broly backing him up, it didn't matter. Don't worry about him. Anyway, if something happens over there, the whole planet will be destroyed, no matter where it is. Piccolo, Diana, let's kill these guys as quickly as possible. After Banner finished speaking, he once again handed over the control of the personality to Hulk, and rushed up with number 17 and others. It's time to send these galactic warriors on their way. Jarvis, activate the S-16 Cosmic Cube suit and take out all the armor in the base. In the air, Tony, in human form, was flying at full speed, but he was not a reckless person. When he heard that the opponent's space energy value was 0, Stark thought of using the Cosmic Cube to deal with this monster. Use the Cosmic Cube to stabilize the space structure, and then use the weakening effect of kryptonite to weaken the opponent's recovery ability. If such an opportunity can be created, even if it is only 1,000th of a second, it can allow Carrot L to use that fatal blow. As for the Cosmic Cube, a space gem that has a deep relationship with the Avengers. It has long been grabbed by Stark as the Justice League for research, and he has also specially made a set of battle suits exclusively for the use of space gems. Jarvis, understood, sir. Stark was on guard, and he knew that there must be no mistakes in the next thing. Establish a data model analysis to measure all the space fluctuation values near Carrot EL. The battle between heaven and earth was intense, and the world was shrouded in despair. The battle between Carrot L and Hildegan became more and more intense, and even the space seemed to be distorted. Bang, 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 bang. The surging endless heat wave almost burned everything on the earth. Carrot L punched out and cut through the eruption of countless volcanoes. Although it is difficult, I have begun to adapt to this intensity of battle. Carrot's arrogance surged and exploded around his body, mixed with the stability of the biological force field, and endlessly improved his strength. Superman used instant movement to constantly appear in Hildegan's blind spot. The gapless attack was accurate to the point of being perfect. After a long battle, Hildegan had no time to switch between attack and defense. As Hildegan grew up, Carrot L himself was constantly becoming stronger, and the moves were more compact. As the most special existence in the DC universe, Superman's growth is unlimited. No creature can grow as fast as him. Once he becomes idealistic, he can break the 6 dimensions with one punch and say whatever he wants. Even though Hildegang, the Doomsday, is very strong, even to an outrageous extent, after a long fight, Carrot L has gradually grasped the rhythm of controlling this monster. The wisdom of fighting is incomparable to the doomsday virus. It only strengthens the bestiality and desire for destruction. But for L, the calculation of the super brain has completely included his attack module in the calculation. No matter how powerful he becomes, there are only a few ways to attack. At this moment, he can even calculate the possibilities after tens of thousands of moves. At this point, L will always be one step ahead of Hildegang. Its attack has begun to become invalid. And the talent of Kakarot in his body is also quietly brewing a higher level of creation. L's heart calmed down. He thought, what would Sun Wukong think if he met Doomsday? I should be excited. My body is boiling. Not only the Saiyans, but also the part that belongs to Krypton is burning. I have to admit, Hildegang, I was really shocked by your power when I first saw you. Invincible and unmatched power of the Hollow. But if you are stronger, then I will become stronger, endlessly. In this process of constant pursuit and continuous climbing to the realm that no one has ever reached before, I will surpass you, my life will boil here, and my meaning will achieve eternity. I will never be defeated by you. Suddenly, L's arrogance soared to the limit of fission, and a trace of lightning wrapped around the golden flame that was as blazing as the sun. The scorching sun was like the sun, shining in all directions, turning into the only light in the sky. In an instant, the muscles swelled, causing a thunderous sound, followed by the extension of the whole body, and even the bones were transforming, gathering chi continuously. Superman's aura continued to rise, and his huge momentum turned the surroundings into a sea of sonic booms. The power of distorting space even made it difficult for Hildegang to get close. Roar. Hildegang seemed to feel some kind of threat, and his aura was affected indescribably. This uncomfortable feeling made him subconsciously attack L. The dark energy wave instantly covered the entire sky, but a ray of light came through and blocked Hildegang's attack. Bang! Facing the huge iron fist, Broly, who had instantly arrived at the battlefield, pushed Hildegang out with a palm. Looking back, Kakarot's fighting spirit was boiling, dominating the world from high above. Haha, can you continue to break through so far, Kakarot? Broly looked back excitedly, and seeing Kakarot's thunder-surrounded posture, his mouth raised a little joyful pleasure, and his aura suddenly increased. At the same time, he aimed the kryptonite bullet in his hand at Hildegang, hoping to end this battle as soon as possible. For him, the only real opponent is El. Anyone else is just a grinding stone on the road to fighting with him. I must forget everything. L closed his eyes and kept emptying his mind to the quiet and peaceful sky. Forget his invincibility, forget his existence in space that ignores everything. Forget the victory or defeat of this war, forget the fact that I subconsciously feel that I am weaker than him. Forget that he will become empty, forget that he will grow. Pour all my heart and soul into this punch, even if it is the barrier of this universe, I can break it. L's power was burning and becoming more and more swollen. His eyes, which were originally tightly closed, suddenly opened. The next second, the terrifying golden light spread out. The breath that was originally infinitely fissioning and expanding, as the golden light spread out, gradually stabilized as if it had cooled down. The golden hair was frozen, thunder was added to the body, and the arrogance continued to emerge from the body. Super Saiyan 2. The normal all-round adaptation brought by Kryptonian blood allows L to reach the realm of Super Saiyan 1 full power almost effortlessly. In fact, in terms of the later settings of Dragon Ball, the so-called Super Saiyan 1 full power has been cancelled. Because most of those who have opened Super Saiyan can already do it like eating and drinking water. If even Caulifla, or even a Saiyan like Gabe, can break through the limits of the Dragon Ball Z era in a short period of time, then as a Superman, what can't he do? Swoosh. At this moment, the space jump brought a blue and white armor. In order to echo the color of the space gem, Stark deliberately used dark blue as the main color of the armor. Stark. Broly looked at him in shock. What was he doing in a battlefield of this level? Are you crazy, Tony? Get out of here. With your armor, you can't even stop the aftermath. Prepare to attack this monster, Superman. I will create a gap for him to attack. Stark ignored him, put his 2 fingers together on his forehead, and raised Broly lightly. The whole person was full of arrogance, but at this time he did have the capital. Let you see the power of science. Suddenly, Tony waved his hands and began to sketch something in the air. Countless linear space simulations were constantly projected on Jarvis's system panel. One after another, blue light, along with the energy released from Stark's palm, constructed one cubic space after another in front of Hildegang. Tesseract. When L saw the blue lighting cosmic cube on Stark's chest and the ever-changing architectural blueprint in his palm, he immediately realized what this guy wanted to do. Fuck you, you're crazier than Batman. Seeing this scene, even L's expression changed a little, because the cosmic cube and Stark's wisdom really made it possible to turn this theoretical scientific conjecture into reality. What Tony is doing now is to create a hypercube belonging to the 4-dimensional world in a 3-dimensional plane. Theoretically speaking, this Rubik's Cube is a small multiverse. The countless small cubes located in the hypercube increase infinitely with the calculation of numbers. He wants to use continuously superimposed spaces to create a 4-dimensional prison that is different from the concept of real time. And once Hilda is in that time prison, it is equivalent to being in an infinite monkey paradox. Until he knocks out the real exit, there is a 1 in a million possibility of getting out from here. Get away. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? L, this move was originally prepared for you. Stark's slightly teasing voice made L couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Are you here for me? This is the backup plan you prepared for me, right? Not to mention, theoretically speaking, once the cube successfully shuts it in, then countless Superman will be born in the same cube every second, and they will continue to split along countless timelines, crisscrossing in the chaotic sea of time. Of course, this is only theoretical. As long as he can destroy the cube in an instant, the above theory does not exist. The cosmic Rubik's Cube lets you play with it. L looked at the expanding arc and the outlined space vision, and hurriedly moved away. Sure enough, when the combat power of the American comic universe soared, he would not reason with you. This type of comics does not simply emphasize the depiction of world-destroying combat power, but it must give you a dimension-reducing blow from the perspective of diversification and setting. Broly looked at L taking a step back without knowing why, and suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Is this thing made by Stark that powerful? Is it worth taking a step back? Tony was so happy when he saw that even L was frightened by his astonishing methods. On the spot, Jarvis even asked for a song on radio stations all over New York. Fun song. Hey hey hey. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Al. This hypercube is only the first-generation experimental version. The spatial structure is not stable. The most correct way out can be found through data calculation. At most, it can only lock Hilda for a moment. Thanks to the power of the cosmic cube, I can continue to create spaces like this. But you only have that moment of opportunity, so the three of us must cooperate at the same time. I use the concept of time in the cube to disturb his virtual individual and give him the original physical position. When it had to use strength to break free from the cage, Broly was responsible for using kryptonite to weaken its cells so that it could no longer absorb energy and become stronger. The final blow, let the world remember Superman's posture. If anyone underestimates you, he will definitely suffer a big loss. Even L had to admit Stark's talent. This is the power of science. If Tony can really successfully create the extra-dimensional killing array, then Hildegone is conceptually trapped in the hypercube. And he will be divided infinitely and die continuously. As long as he is trapped at one point in time, all Hildegone will fall into eternal prison. No matter how virtual it is at countless points in time, it must be an entity when it first enters the original point in time. The time that circulates back and forth, the space that keeps adding up. So, bet your hope on this punch? Boom. The clear sky was suddenly covered with clouds, and from the power of thunder, the roar of the real dragon surged. Boom. As the thunder fell, Tony's hands were continuously waving and drawing in midair. Just like he had done countless times in front of the laboratory, countless energy lines were drawn, and Hilda Gang was wrapped in them in an instant. Roar. Immediately afterwards, Hildegon's voice seemed to be locked out of the world, and gradually disappeared amid the unwilling roar. Looking up from a distance, no one could tell that this was a huge cube. It just looked like a huge blue plane standing in the sky and the earth, with no end in sight. What the hell is this? Broly looked at the huge sky wall in front of him with a shocked expression. L's X-ray vision penetrated deeply into this huge cube. It was like an extremely precise and complex instrument, operating independently of the world. Fourth dimensions cannot be observed in three-dimensional space. What we see is just a plane of this cube. In theory, this cube does not actually exist in front of you. Damn it, Stark, for sure he figured it out. L complained, but at this time, Tony no longer had the energy to say a word to argue with him. He had to use all his heart and brain to calculate the data. At this moment, even Jarvis's core computing module began to glow red with heat. There is no room for error in the tens of billions of decimal places. Under that huge dark blue wall, the cosmic Rubik's Cube on Stark's chest seems to have become the only color in the world. It is precisely with this energy that built the original universe. Only then could he create and realize this lawless place that exists only in human space science. At the same time, in Hildegon's sight, he saw a world of white light, wrapped in endless cubes, as if no matter how much his power destroyed, he could not finish it, destroying 10,000 and 100,000 more. Broly was stunned. He looked at the man with little energy in front of him. He couldn't imagine that he could actually use a mortal body to perform such a terrifying move as banishing Hildegone. Amazing, Tony, no wonder Kakarot takes such a fancy to you. Until this moment, Broly finally had a change in his perception of these mortal bodies on Earth. Although they are mortals, as long as they try their best, they will be able to stand up to the gods. 35 degrees southeast, 1,400 meters above the ground, 3 kilometers ahead and to your left, is the entity of this monster's original timeline. There are still 10 seconds until the cube is destroyed by his destruction. Countdown is 9, 8, 7. Feeling that the data had become a mess under Hildegon's attack, Stark gritted his teeth and immediately shouted to the two people. L and Broly looked at each other instantly and rushed towards the designated location. Boom. Instantly, the tranquility between heaven and earth was completely torn apart, and a thrilling scene suddenly took place. The barriers of space seemed to be overwhelmed and suddenly collapsed, releasing the long-accumulated majestic energy. The raging storm, like a beast breaking free from shackles, came from all directions, carrying the power of thunder that was enough to shake the world, roaring wantonly in the cracks of time and space, forming an unprecedented catastrophe. In an instant, Stark was swept away by this irresistible force, like a light fallen leaf, being ruthlessly thrown into the distance in the wind. The speed was so fast that even satellites could not capture his vital signs. Ugh. Pain, severe pain. All the bones in the body seemed to be broken. Every time he was swept by the storm, it was a test of the limit of the flesh. This kind of pain, in theory, has surpassed the highest prediction of medicine for pain. But Stark was laughing wildly, drowning in the horrible pain of the storm tearing his flesh and bones, still laughing wildly. That was the madness of a successful plan, the fusion of genius and supremacy, the road to heaven opened up by science on the road to godhood, and the supreme cage that even Superman L could be imprisoned in. That was a power that belonged only to him, called science. What was Batman's plan? It was nothing more than kryptonite, space exile, and sneak attacks when he was caught off guard. Look at what he prepared for Carrot, implanting an intelligent body, disrupting the four-dimensional space timeline, distorting brain cognition, hypnotic seeds, infinite space folding, and what Hilda had just concluded through this close-up observation that Carrot had no effective conceptual interference means for the space energy value to return to zero, and it had many new ideas again. He remembered many scientific theories in his life, but there was only one Superman theory, that is, dealing with Carrot alone is equivalent to dealing with the threat of the entire universe. Studying how to defeat Carrot is studying the truth of the entire universe. As long as you can deal with L, you can deal with all the enemies in the universe? This is a theory deduced from what Superman said to him on the glacier. We only need to fear him alone, but similarly, as long as we have the power to fight him alone, we have the power to fight all villains in the universe? In this regard, he sees much more thoroughly than Batman. Finding a person and studying him thoroughly is equivalent to studying everyone. Carrot, who was concentrating, could clearly hear Stark's wild laughter, and his face was a little unnatural. He knew what this guy was laughing at without even thinking about it. Sure enough, as long as all mankind is given a goal that needs to be resisted together, they can burst out the most shining miracle of human civilization. Roar. Suddenly, in the dark eye of the storm, all the prying eyes from the outside world were blocked, and the outline of Hildegang's body emerged from the smoke. It was vaguely seen that there were countless broken limbs and tails around it, which were gradually disappearing. That was the group of Hildegangs that died due to the time dislocation at the moment of the birth of the hypercube. At this moment, Hildegang's body was expanding infinitely, getting bigger and bigger. Come on. Carrot's eyes condensed. He knew very well that this was the last chance. If he couldn't defeat it with this punch, it would absorb several of his own power and become stronger. Now, Cockroach. Seeing Carrot ready to go, Broly rushed up without hesitation, almost hitting Hildegang's face with a kryptonite bullet. Puff. A burst of green smoke gushed out of the muzzle, and the huge impact force caused the entire barrel to explode. The next second, Hildegang, which was originally expanding, seemed to wilt and gradually shrank. Dragon Fist. Carrot L's entire body condensed into a brilliant galaxy light, and rushed forward with full concentration. A golden dragon turned into an immortal blow on his right arm. A flash of golden light, an unprecedented rising dragon fist, an expansion that broke through the boundary, and a blooming of the sun of daylight. The light drowned everything in sight. Roar. Almost instantly, the golden dragon roared like thunder and devoured the monster in front of it. Hildegang stared at Carrot L unwillingly, and a roar of wanting to evolve again burst out from his mouth and nose, but Superman would not give him this opportunity. The steel body pierced his heart and shouted, "Explode!" As the voice fell, a terrifying energy exploded from Hildegang's body along the dragon fist, rushed to the sky in his eye sockets, and then the whole body fell apart, turned into tiny dust particles, dissipated in the fantasy laws of the quantum world. Is it finally over? After a long time, the tsunami ended, the volcano subsided, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Carrot and Broly looked at each other in silence. Broly is not Vegeta. He does not have the arrogant joy of winning the battle. Instead, he and Carrot carefully feel the aura of Hildegang without any carelessness. Carrot L stared at the sky for a long time without saying a word. Tough battle? Not really. If we really want to compare it with Dragon Ball, the degree of hardship in this battle is far less than the difficulty of Son Goku's first battle with Frieza. He is more of a panic and helplessness about Hildegang's ability. But Carrot L raised his head, and there was no relaxation between his eyebrows. What's wrong, Kakarot? After confirming that Hildegang was completely dead, Broly threw away the scrapped gun and flew to Superman's side. Kakarot shook his head. It shouldn't be over yet. He didn't wait for the result he wanted. Whether compared with the ending of the DC event or the purpose he wanted to achieve in the end, the scene after Hildegang's death was too calm. Boom. On the other side, in a remote town in Tennessee, Stark fell from the sky and slammed into the forest beside the highway. The fire from the collision extended in an arc all the way, and then an explosion sounded, sending Stark flying. This carefully developed space gem armor has also been completely scrapped. Tony crawled out with injuries all over his body, collapsed on the ground and gasped, and the whole person looked miserable, with scratches all over his cheeks and arms. Facing the frost and snow, the biting cold wind, and the broken armor, he seemed to have returned to a night in the Arctic glacier or the wandering time in the desert. In the underworld, at the moment when Carrot L killed Hildegang, the terrifying energy instantly submerged the Scarlet Witch and others. In an instant, the whole hell was cut apart. Two invisible big hands rubbed, crushed, and ravaged this energy, dividing the death kingdoms of various universes that were originally mixed together into one after another crystal-clear universe dimension like sugar beans. The next second, countless sugar beans gathered together, and in the garbage sorting action of the two goddesses, each looked for the undead belonging to their own universe. But the only sugar bean that gathered the most and occupied the largest area was immediately despised by the two hands. Like dumping garbage, all the resentment, evil spirits, hatred, and miscellaneous things that all universes didn't want were poured into it. Just as Wanda and Hela climbed up from the countless jelly beans, a blood-red figure looked at them with murderous eyes. Evil thought wave. If evil thoughts are like waves, they will become demons. Darkness, killing, despair. In this abyss-like black air swamp, Hildegang's soul plunged into it, like the last burst of a dam before a flood. That was a rare tonic in the soul. When the blood-red figure stood in purgatory, everything went crazy. Devil's cry filled the air, and the demons scattered in fear. In the golden palaces all over the sky, there were candy houses like fairy tales, and only a chilling chill destroyed everything. In the depths of countless candy houses, terrifying monsters seemed to be born for killing, and everything turned to ashes wherever they passed. The blood-red demon was like a sharp dagger, holding a sharp sword, cutting the entire map of the underworld, and all the products that could be cut by his air disappeared. And as the evil thought waves continued to cut, he seemed to be merging with these maps. Hela was suspended in the air. The explosion just now had turned the whole hell upside down and also dispersed the battlefield between her and Lazuli. But Hela was no longer interested in caring about it. She rushed towards the Hall of Valor in Asgard with an irrepressible smile on her lips. Finally, the kingdom of death has been cut open. I'm back, Odin. I can't be exiled here anymore. Thousands of years ago, when Hela was exiled by Odin, the goddess of death in Marvel found her and made a deal with her. The goddess of death compared the world of death in the Anchor universe to a huge map of the Seven Kingdoms rebellion, and proposed the strategic layout that the soul returns to death and the soul can also overturn death. There are countless evil spirits, demons, and souls in the Hell universe of American comics. In essence, due to the problem of cosmic culture, the kingdom of death in Marvel and DC lacks a concept from the East, that is, the reincarnation of the dead. In the eyes of the two goddesses of death, the existence of the order of reincarnation itself is the greatest insult to both death and eternity. And the reincarnation shown in the Dragon Ball universe, even those who have physical bodies, is the greatest insult to death itself. The goddess of death has studied that in the Dragon Ball universe, before the soul is reincarnated, it will go through a cleansing to wash away the memory and evil thoughts. This is equivalent to completely restarting a person. This practice not only insults death, but also insults rebirth, and makes most deaths in the universe meaningless. For example, the Wayne couple, who even Satan dare not resurrect, once they enter the Dragon Ball underworld, Batman may wake up with a smile in his dreams, and he will firmly believe that the oath of not killing is right. The two goddesses of death hit it off. They believe that it is meaningless to expel such a country that has defiled death. The best way is to destroy it directly. So, Marvel Death used Hela's channel to intercept the flow of souls and secretly opened a small hole in the evil thought converter in the underworld to steal electricity. At the same time, he began to collect and even create souls rich in evil thoughts in the universe, that is, to accumulate the death of malignant life forms on a large scale over thousands of years. The goddess of death's true understanding of the rules of the world of the dead is far beyond the gods in Dragon Ball. If the above is true, then they can first restart the death kingdom of other universes by cleansing evil thoughts. Since the characters have been reset by reincarnation, the dead can be attributed to her achievements. Secondly, when the soul belonging to the Dragon Ball world is stolen by her, she can graft the concept of the underworld of the Dragon Ball universe onto the evil thought body, and then join forces with the sister of DC to completely divide, expel, and even destroy the underworld of the Dragon Ball universe. This is equivalent to the two of them training a terrorist in the war zone to act as their thugs, not only stealing the money and population of other people's homes, but also launching wars against others. Anyway, everything that happens is blamed on the Dragon Ball and has nothing to do with them. Where is the evil thought wave from? Are you kidding? The boss of the Dragon Ball universe has nothing to do with our American comics. Boom, boom, boom. The shock of the explosion shook the entire space. When Lazuli pushed away Xian Yanbo with a palm, a bloody cut was made on her shoulder, and most of her clothes were torn off. A scarlet sword slashed her body with a strange spatial dislocation. Just as the second sword was about to fall on her head, a ray of scarlet light lit up the red mountain of hell. Wanda, who was beside number 18, had no time to think about it. Her hands hurriedly activated the power of chaos. The scarlet magic light forcibly blocked the blow that was enough to tear apart the dimension, and her face suddenly became very ugly. Kuei Yin saw that the situation was not good, and immediately filled in to save people. He wanted to pull number 18 to hide aside, but at the moment when he was moving at super speed, Xian Yanbo's eyes were fixed on him. The expression on the monster's face was very playful, and he slowly smiled. Not good. Suddenly, Xian Yanbo raised his hand, and energy bombs like a rain of flowers poured down, instantly engulfing several people in the explosion pile. Boom, boom, boom. At the critical moment, number 18 pushed Quicksilver away and covered the air with a large range of energy bombs, forming a short-term protective measure. Many people worked together, and Wanda used more terrifying magic to suppress Xianyanbo for a short time. For a while, red light danced, and all souls within the radius of the earth were annihilated by the impact. The surrounding space is completely isolated. Xianyanbo sneered and, wrapped in the chaos magic, instantly retracted into the space and disappeared. Lajli felt the aura appearing behind Wanda, gritted her teeth, and looked determined, not slowing down her movements due to pain at all. Damn it! As soon as the words fell, Wanda's side was suddenly cut down by a blood-red sword light. This time, it was No 18's turn, standing in front of Wanda, holding the sword firmly with both hands, but was kicked to the stomach and flew away. Lazily. Wanda immediately became furious and her eyes turned red, but immediately afterwards, she was grabbed by the neck and lifted up by the evil wave. Well, seeing this, Xianyanbo smiled sinisterly. It was the evil spirit gathered by all the devils in hell. All life on this land, including the world itself, were prey for him to play with at will. Wanda. Kuei-yin rushed forward anxiously. Even though he knew he was no match, he still rushed forward to save people regardless of his own safety. Xianyanbo glanced at him coldly, and used his other palm to condense blood-red light and hit Kuei-yin. Boom. When the explosion sounded, Xianyanbo's body suddenly shook, and the hand that was holding Wanda's neck subconsciously loosened its grip. I saw Mantis hugging Xianyanbo from behind, with an extremely painful expression on her face, and her whole body was trembling. They both desperately held down Xianyanbo's head, and even the tentacles on the top of her head were tightened. With a buzz, Mantis felt a terrifying dizziness rushing towards her face like a tide, making it difficult for her to resist. That thought was even 1,000 times stronger than that of Egg, the planet god. It was like an irresistible torrent, rushing into her mind in an instant. Those thoughts coming from the depths of the evil wave consciousness seemed to be the cohesion of the entire universe. The malice and darkness emerged, and endless negative emotions swept in like a storm. The 7 deadly sins, greed, anger, ignorance, death, killing, resentment, greed, arrogance, prejudice, all kinds of evil thoughts gathered together to form an indescribable spiritual impact. Mantis's eyes darkened, her body trembled, and her face was as pale as paper. She felt as if she had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness, entangled by countless demons, and unable to extricate herself. In just a moment, she was overwhelmed by this dark power, as if she was in a never-ending nightmare. She gritted her teeth and relied on her tenacious will to hold on to the body that controlled the wave of evil thoughts, and shouted loudly to Wanda with difficulty, "Run away." There was endless pain and despair in her voice, but it also revealed a hint of determination. She knew the consequences of her stay. But the most important thing now is to pass the news to Carrot, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Wanda also understood what she meant, and knew how precious this opportunity to escape was, but she still did not intend to give up Mantis in her heart. If only I could be stronger. If only I could train more. She hated the time she had wasted in the past. Standing next to her, Kuei-yin looked at his sister's firm eyes and made an immediate decision in his heart. Feel sorry. Petro's eyes looked a little apologetic towards Mantis, and then with a sway, he picked up Wanda and fled quickly. He rushed towards number 18 who was flying out as fast as he could, grabbed her, and finally ran forward like crazy, not daring to stop for a moment. An electric decision flashed in an instant. Almost at the same time, Xianyanbo suddenly broke free from Mantis's restraints and hit her abdomen with an energy bomb. Boom. The next second, the blood-red energy turned half of Mantis's body into ashes. This was the result of showing mercy due to Xianyanbo's habit of killing. In the Dragon Ball universe, almost most people with crushing combat power will intentionally allow their opponents to linger. Plop. The severely injured Mantis fell to the ground, her full consciousness shrouded in the chaos of evil thoughts, and began to gradually blur. Xianyanbo glanced at the direction Wanda and the others were leaving, and was not in a hurry to pursue them. He seemed to be playing a hunting game, enjoying the thrill of chasing his prey. How do you feel, little bug? This is the world you live in. Xianyanbo stepped on Mantis's back with his foot and rolled it repeatedly. The originally taciturn monster actually spoke at this time. Passion, happiness, love, companions, family, all difficulties and powerful enemies are transformed into easy-to-solve endings under these unreasonable energies, but are you sure that is true? Countless things were destroyed under the tone of the universe, those you don't care about, the resentment, malice, those suppressed dirty truths called reality. Have you really seen it? Xianyanbo grabbed Mantis by the neck and grinned with a sinister smile. I am finally free. I am no longer trapped in anyone's body or mind. In this universe, the darkness of reality is also you will no longer be suppressed by the beauty of fairy tales, and your evil thoughts will be endless. I, Xianyanbo, was born. Xianyanbo opened his big mouth and bit into the mantis woman, preparing to make this green little mantis his first meal in his life. There are endless evil thoughts, so whether in theory or in practice, evil thoughts waves are equivalent to a conceptual devil in the underworld consciousness. Even in the original work, the power of the evil thought wave has exceeded the 3rd level, but the rationality is not high. But now this ultimate evil thought wave has enough souls to feed. Instead of just evil thoughts, he has become a complete individual. However, at the moment when the wave of evil thoughts was about to bite, Mantis turned into a piece of paper and disappeared with a ray of magic light. Xianyanbo was stunned for a moment, then his eyes turned cold. Who? No one responded to him. Xianyanbo felt the surrounding aura, but there was no fluctuation. He looked at the note in his hand, which had a spell written on it. Xianyanbo frowned, and he tried to read out the words above. It was a sacrificial spell superimposed on a triple summoning ritual. Suddenly, countless obscure musical scales formed a magic circle in midair. For a time, countless devils from hell surged out from the runes outlined in the space, treating the waves of evil thoughts as sacrifices. Ha ha ha, what a disgusting body. I can eat it to my heart's content this time. Wait, what is this? The next second, when the devils in hell saw the terrifying aura of Xianyanbo, they collectively fell into deep thought. Xianyanbo smiled coldly and licked the corners of his mouth. Oh, a group of extremely evil thoughts, they will eat you too. The evil spirits of hell. At the same time, the three Wanda people who successfully escaped hid in a safe corner and looked back at the battlefield. We have to go back and save her. Wanda bit her lip tightly, with a look of pain on her face. She didn't mean to blame Pietro, because it was the right choice. But there's nothing we can do now. Lashley covered her arms, her fair skin was stained with blood, and the blood stains on her bones were deeply visible, which reminded her of her days in GRO's laboratory. She shook her head at Wanda. She also wanted to save Mantis. Female, but they were all injured, and the waves of evil thoughts were too powerful, and they couldn't match them at all. Kuei-yin signaled that the seriously injured Lashley still needed someone to take care of her. If you leave now, the two of us alone won't be able to deal with that monster. Several people completely concealed their auras, and no one expected that the scene in the original book where they took number 16 to avoid Shiro would actually be staged here in Xianyanbo. Boom, boom. Outside, a massacre that left no room behind turned the entire underworld upside down. Just by listening to the deafening explosions, the three of them could see a scene of destruction from a distance. Just hiding is not an option. If this continues, we will be discovered by him sooner or later, and Rosili's injury must be treated quickly. Wanda took a deep breath. She felt that she was about to collapse due to the terrifying pressure of this crisis situation. Not only her, but even Pietro was in a mess at this time. The question now is how we can return to this world. Suddenly, a man wearing a beige windbreaker appeared quietly behind them and said lightly, "I can help you." The three of them immediately became vigilant. Already overwhelmed by the chaos, they all aimed their attacks at the intruder and immediately distanced themselves. The person in front of them didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, and they just looked at the three people's vigilance indifferently. Pietro asked, "Who are you?" "John Constantine." The smell of smoke pickled into the bones is permeating the air. You can't believe the words of a liar. If he doesn't want to deceive you, then he must want to deceive others. For Constantine, the master of debt settlement in the magic world, he had just killed a wave of creditors, and he was in a good mood. "Let me introduce myself. I am a magician lost at the end of hell. I have just found a way back to the human world. Transfer me $50,000 and I will take you back to the human world." Constantine, who has always been paying attention to this war, naturally knows the identities of Wanda and others. Before that, the entire magical world fell into a strange state of silence during the martial arts conference. The two major factions and families headed by black and white magic seemed to have received orders from the major demon gods and contracted village leaders at the same time, and were not allowed to show up at all. As if they were afraid of touching some taboo, they would go as far as the demon creditors would go. Even Kamal Taj's gang stood still and paid no attention to anyone. Except him. Constantine also received a message from the angels Manny and Gabriel. There was only one message: stay away from that instant noodles. But kidding, is he, Constantine, any kind of conformist? The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, the greater the danger, the greater the force majeure to help him write off his accounts. No one can control him anyway. Wanda looked at the face of the person in front of her and frowned. Carrot L only taught her one thing about recognizing people, that is, the more dangerous the situation, the more he looks like a walking old man, isn't it? A fool is a ruthless person. Although she was naive, she was not stupid. After confirming this, she did not believe a word of Constantine's words. "Are you a dark magician?" Constantine smiled slightly and made a gentleman's greeting gesture, but he looked like a gangster. "I can also be a dark magician if you need me." Wanda glanced at him suspiciously, then showed a sly smile, made a simple bandage for number 18, and said with a smile, "Kill the price. 200,000, no discount." When Constantine heard this, he quickly used magic to throw out a business card and handed it over with a very graceful movement. "Sincere prices, conscience in the industry, this is my business card, please keep it, miss. If you need anything in the future, you are welcome to come to me at any time. For all kinds of business and private matters, reimbursement and collection, I can go to heaven to litigate, and go to hell to exorcise devils. Make a wish if you have a wish, invest if you don't have a wish, remove curses, beautify and whiten, if you want to try something new. I will also resell the devil's body, soul poison, take all orders, big or small, the best friend in the industry, absolutely innocent, known as a ruthless person. Hell detective, Constantine." As soon as these words came out, several people took a step back at the same time. Why is this guy acting like a pyramid schemer? On the other side, just as the underworld clearing plan began, Mantis, located in Wayne Manor in Gotham City, was transferred to Batman by Constantine. At this time, Mantis was seriously injured and lying in the equipment of the treatment cabin. Batman adjusted the numerical power of the treatment cabin solemnly, and he recognized that the injuries on Mantis were sword wounds from a double-edged sword. That's what it is, Superman. Batman immediately connected to Carrot's communication channel, and an inexplicable note appeared, which roughly stated the current situation in the Kingdom of Death. Carrot's face couldn't be described as good when he heard this, and there was a vague solemnity between his brows, which gave him a deeper thought about the situation. The next second, his words shocked even Bruce. "We can't let Wanda and the others come back just yet." What? Everyone in the Justice League who was in the communication channel was shocked by Carrot's words. But Carrot L quickly said, "Broly and I are going to the Kingdom of Death. Dago, you are the only one in the entire martial arts venue who hasn't settled it yet. I don't care what method you use to kidnap your wife. Pickers and number 17, stay here after the battle to finish." Banner tried to contact Thor through the red light energy, told him that Asgard might be in trouble, and asked him to pay attention to the Hall of Valor. Natasha goes to Stark when she has time. Keep an eye on him and don't let him move around. Just stay there. Bruce, as Batman, informs Gotham and your fan base that it is best to enter a state of silence tonight, treat Mantis, and prepare to receive Wanda and others. Batman retorted without hesitation, "I don't have a fan base. Wish me good luck. If I can't stop you, you will be the next one to suffer." They say it's hard to see Batman in adversity. If you have the ability, you can come up with tens of millions of plans for me. Carrot L said bluntly to Bruce, with a very solemn expression on his face. He quickly sorted out the changes in the current situation. Sure enough, as he had imagined before, everything was far from over. The wave of evil thoughts was something they could only imagine. This time, although Guyi did not go out to help him due to the reason of siding with him, he still revealed the identity information of the mastermind behind the scenes to him. At present, it seems that the death of Marvel and DC is to cut off the Dragon Ball underworld, so they used the birth of the evil thought wave in the timeline to create the ultimate evil thought wave belonging to the Anchor universe, dividing and destroying the many-dimensional cities of the underworld. Carrot L knew this after hearing the news. But what really made him feel something was wrong was that there was no action on the part of Dragon God Salama in the Dragon Ball world at this time. As a person from the same Anchor universe, even if he can't beat God and OAA, he will at least not do nothing and let everything develop. On Odin's side, Hela can't make any waves. On Earth, Hilda has just died, and he has basically stabilized the situation of the martial arts conference. It seems that Salama has lost everything and has no power to fight back, but in fact, what if the other party's indulgence happens to hit the dead spot? What is the dead spot of the DC universe? It is Superman and Batman. Or Batman and Gotham. If the characteristics of the evil thought wave are really similar to those of the evil sword fairy, it is a monster born with the power of absorbing the evil spirits of the world. Then he who has been completely born from the Kingdom of Death will definitely no longer be limited to the form of soul. In other words, he has become a living being and can absorb the evil spirits of any living creature. And Gotham, the dark multiverse mainline of the DC universe, the largest garbage dump in the universe, is even worse than the demon locking tower. In addition, the evil thought wave was originally a product of expulsion, and the goddess of death infused it with the concept of clearing cosmic rays. Once the evil thought wave goes there, it may restart Gotham without paying attention. If it is infected with some laughing virus, fear toxin, bat toxin, Lazarus pool, etc., it will really make him crazy and destroy Gotham, and the anchor point of the DC universe will be seriously damaged. Therefore, in order to lock the death of the evil thought wave, Carrot L cannot risk connecting the two dimensions now. Those so-called evil spirits in hell are like small strawberries on a huge cake in front of the cursed Gotham. That is the most tempting bait? I know that these gods are all up to no good, waiting to make me suffocate. Carrot L took a deep breath, and Salama was not a fuel-saving lamp. He silently put his arm around Broly's shoulder, raised his head, and glanced at the sun in the sky. Superman knew that this battle would be unprecedentedly difficult, but he was also ready to go all out. The sun gradually sets in the west, and the sunlight is no longer as hot and dazzling as before, while the enemies who appear on the stage are getting stronger and stronger. Carrot L knows that this battle will be more difficult than any previous one, but he has no way to retreat and can only face the challenge firmly. What's wrong, Kakarot? Broly looked at him suspiciously, and the power of Chuan Chao was also growing, which made Carrot L feel a little relieved. After all, if it really doesn't work, he still has that trick. But after going to the Kingdom of Death, he will no longer have the bonus of the sun. This means that he must rely on his own strength and skills to defeat the enemy. The next war is crucial. Only after winning this battle will I have the conditions to negotiate with God. Carrot L put his fingers together on his forehead, carefully feeling the evil spirit that was expanding in this world, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. This time, I need your strength. No, I may need the strength of everyone. Accompany me to the Kingdom of Death. Broly crossed his arms, looking domineering. I'm happy to do it. Look at your solemn expression. What's wrong? Are you scared? Don't forget Kakarot, we are the Saiyans, a fighting nation. Carrot L rolled his eyes at Broly. Since Sun Wukong can use teleportation to go to Kaiju in the underworld, then he can naturally do it too. He felt the evil energy coming from the underworld in detail, and finally caught traces of a terrifying aura. The next second, the breaths of Superman and Broly disappeared from the world. At the same time, in the ultra-ancient battle zone of the martial arts conference, following the magic portal into the inner world, only 4 giant figures were seen moving in the alien space with strange rocks splashing, and the sky was full of Zoga, attacking Daegu. As for Tiga, who has got rid of the shackles of the red form, his main style is to just put on any pose and lose if he can't use his skills. Sometimes he turns into light particles to impact, and sometimes he emits the light of the ultra-sun fist that blocks the clouds and the sun, sometimes transforming into a huge sphere, covering Zeogia and shrinking it, and when it comes out, it turns into an ordinary bird creature. Either it was frozen into a popsicle by the freezing beam, or it was decomposed by the changing beam. What's more, it covered the bonus of the electric shock punch. One punch made a small saga, and one kick made an island country burn a bird. It is said that this country is the most famous for its roasted birds. This battle has made the whole world aware of it. Neither Hitler nor Durham dared to fight. According to the law of determination of the strongest in the universe, few people would provoke someone stronger than themselves. But the strange thing is that this law does not work in the Ultra universe. Because most of the monsters and cosmic beings actually know that they cannot defeat Ultraman, but every villain seems to be unaware of this and insists on going to the Earth. Just like Camilla, she has completely ignored the instinct of creatures towards death and started to swing her whip at Diga. Scum. Diga didn't even try to dodge in the face of his girlfriend's attack. He let the whip hit his chest hard and screamed with telepathy. Natasha, are you okay? I can't help but fight back. Natasha also ended the battle and wiped the blood on her face. At the last moment, a huge owl appeared behind Lei Zaiweago, disrupting her magic circle. His feeling was very abnormal, and he even carried the aura of a very high-ranking dark demon, which was strange and terrifying. Fortunately, the owl seemed to be afraid of something, and it disappeared after rescuing Lei Xiaoeogo for a short time. I'm fine, but this battle is getting really weird. Natasha glanced in the direction of Daegu and smiled. Don't worry, innocent young man, isn't this just to see you young couple playing with whips, wax, etc. It's so sentimental that I don't want to disturb you. Yuan Da's old-fashioned mouth was filled with blood in his heart, and he said, fuck you, I don't know much about it, don't fool me, how can this thing be played like this? Shut up, stop talking nonsense, you can play whatever you want from now on, now you say what I say. On the other side of the battlefield, Diga's figure suddenly stopped moving. He hugged his injured waist, and unexpectedly stretched out his hand to touch Camilla's cheek. It's so smooth. After all these years, your face is still so warm. Hitler and Thuram had a shocked look on their face. God, where can you find warmth? Yuan Daegu was stunned for a moment, and then repeated Natasha's words word for word. If an honest person opened the door to a scumbag, it would definitely be an uncontrollable matter. As he spoke, he actually acted in conjunction with the Black Widow's words. Get up. You keep asking me why? I dare not answer you, but my silence may have hurt you again. I'm so sorry, my heart. I'm willing to give you my answer. Even if the final result is that you peel off my heart, please don't forget that from then on take out the pretending you in my heart. Since the communication channel was connected telepathically, everyone present could hear these words and looked at where Daegu was with different expressions. What, was dog food for lunch after the war? Also, don't you feel uncomfortable saying this? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Do you have a conscience? Because I'm afraid you will dislike my current appearance and not be worthy of your coolness and nobility. I'm afraid that my light is too weak to warm you who are cold in the darkness. I feel sorry for your endless loneliness in the darkness, so I want to give you the hottest warmth. I'm really sorry, Camilla, I'm very selfish. Because there is only one thing that I am absolutely certain of, and that is that you are more worthy of being embraced and more worthy of light than anyone else. Camilla was stunned. She stood there and looked into his eyes. The more she listened, the more confused she became. The long whip that originally stabbed Daegu slowly turned into light that was injected into his body. She subconsciously held Diga's waist. She had never seen Diga say such touching love words to her. They sounded so good, she wanted to hug them, and she wanted to never be separated for the rest of her life. Liar, then, why didn't you take me with you in the first place? You beat me and sealed me, and you went to find Yulian. Natasha twitched her lips when she heard this, and couldn't help but curse, you damn thing are really too much. Yuan Daegu thought of the face that was exactly the same as that of Hui Jian. Putting aside the righteousness of justice and light, simply speaking in terms of appearance between men and women, Camilla was indeed a notch behind. Captain is indeed good-looking. Natasha scolded him contemptuously, feeling inexplicably why it was so awkward to try to persuade this boy to make peace. Ha, man? Sure enough, all male creatures in the universe have the same virtues. If not, you will have to pay extra for this order. Add, as long as it can be done, you can add as much as you want. Wait, men are all the same, what about Carrot? He hides it the deepest. The two of them quickly skipped the conversation telepathically. If Carrot were present, he really didn't know whether to praise her for her accurate judgment of people or to scold her for slandering her. But externally, Natasha's 3 sets of awakening punches against Camilla have just begun. Because I know you, Camilla. The aloof queen is always uncompromising. A person who has been alone in the darkness for a long time will never look back to see hope, even if he longs for light in his heart. Even if you long for warmth in your heart, you will never reveal it until the moment before your death, and your dignity will not allow you to choose the light. And how do I know whether that light can tolerate you? Digga hugged Camilla easily, but Camilla, who had been fighting fiercely just now, didn't even resist at all. Zitra and Dalam were shocked by Dagu's words. Peliao was like a ray of light, and his heart was burned to coke. Is this human language? You showed no mercy when you beat us? The next second, Dagu's words stunned the two of them even more, and putting aside the facts, aren't you not wrong at all? Isn't everything I did just for you? But what about you? Whether it was 30 million years ago or now, have you communicated well with me? Apart from killing and ruling the world, you can't let go of everything and live well with me. Rights are so important to you? You obviously have light in your heart, why do you let me guess? If you can't guess, then you say I betrayed you. You would rather join someone else's team, you would rather break up with me, and you don't want to believe that my choice is to give you a future. Zoga on the side couldn't stand listening any longer. Even someone like Bic, who didn't understand love at all, felt that Natasha's punch was a bit too outrageous. Dagu. However, such outrageous words made Camilla's heart suddenly melt. The deep guilt in her heart was beyond words, and she could no longer resist the urge to hug him. I'm sorry? It's all mine. Wrong. Yes, if I could have a good communication with Digga, if I could trust him more, wouldn't what happened next happen? You always talk about ruling the world. Is ruling the world more important than me? At Natasha's instruction, Dagu broke away from Camilla's embrace. With an angry look, he kicked to death Azuogia, who rushed up unaware of the current situation, and started a new wave of output. For you, I conquered the whole world and gave up my best years for you. What light, what darkness, I only have you in my heart, but what about you? Do you understand me? Do you care about me? Do you care about me? You didn't. At this moment, everyone in the Justice League who were on various battlefields turned pale when they heard these confusing words. Good guy, this punch is too hard. Who can withstand it without 20 years of skill? Fortunately, the punch didn't hit me. It was too much. If you did, how could you not realize that I have begun to hate war? If you did, how could you no longer understand my thoughts at all? I want to live peacefully on this planet with you and live an ordinary life, but why would you rather die or fall out with me than compromise your expensive dignity of the Queen of Darkness, those killings, and domination? Is that important? Obviously you also long for light in your heart, why don't you want to embrace that kind of future with me? You said I went to find Yulian. Yes, I did something wrong, but as a lover, if you really did a good job, how could I go find someone else? Do you know how much it hurts in my heart? Do you know how much I'm hurt? That's why I lost my mind and sealed you. Yuan Dagu's voice is full of emotion and impassioned, and he looks like a victim complaining about the society's grief, as if he is the emotional victim, the one who has been betrayed by his girlfriend and sealed away for 30 million years. Camilla, who had been sealed for 30 million years, had never experienced this kind of Pua routine, not to mention that she really loved Digga. She lowered her head and even began to reflect. Was she wrong? Is it because she is too greedy? So what if you rule the world? So what if we get darkness or light? As long as Digga is still with me, everything will be fine. At this moment, the entire Justice League was silent. Good guy, you really have your Natasha. You use the current version T0 to deal with the 30-million-year-old widow, right? Is this a Pua thing that a superhero can do? At this moment, the ghost girl who was in the same war zone shuddered as she watched the Black Widow's face gradually reveal a smile like a boxer's, just like the scammer who succeeded in defrauding a huge amount of money and finally escaped unscathed. Then silently took 2 steps back and ran out of the battlefield. How terrible! Luckily I'm not a victim. In contrast, the Daegu team members who turned over and sang were extremely happy. Ha 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 ha, how can you still play like this? This is really an eye-opener. It seems that I really need to learn it if I have the chance. I am prepared for a rainy day. If one day Camilla learns this boxing technique, he will suffer the consequences. Everything was as expected by Natasha. After hearing these heart-opening words, Camilla's whole person's aura instantly withered. She even felt a strong sense of self-blame and guilt in her heart, and she did not dare to look at Daegu again. Eyes. Seeing this, Yuan Daegu struck while the iron was hot, took her hand and put it on his chest. Come, feel the energy plate on my chest. This is golden, and that is your energy. Look at its position again, that is the position of the heart. I have you tattooed on my heart. Durham and Hitler suddenly felt like they had something stuck in their throats, and they were completely petrified on the spot. How can you F***ck do this? The one who was even more confused was Natasha. That's not right, I didn't teach you this. Does this child learn so fast? And this sentence combined with the previous foreshadowing, the psychological blow to Camilla was fatal. The woman who was completely trapped in the love mind wanted to give herself a knife to apologize to Digga. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Good. It's all my fault, Daegu. Everything is my fault. I didn't expect you to love me so much, Digga. No, husband, I am willing to do anything. I am willing to give you as much energy as you want, darkness, light. Can you forgive me? Daegu silently covered Camilla's mouth. With only a little bit of conscience in his dark leather suit, he still planned to be responsible for this woman. After all, the follow-up to this set of words would be a breakup, but he still wanted to be responsible for this woman. She did not choose to say those 2 words, but slowly and affectionately approached. Don't say that, Camilla, it's my fault. It's because I'm not gentle and considerate enough, it's because I don't love you deeply enough. In the days without you, I wander in the light. My heart aches every day, I miss you every day, even every time I get drunk. All that comes to my mind is you. I miss you so much. I can't take it anymore. Darem and Hitler leaped and kicked at the couple. At the same time, the accusations from all the members of the Justice League almost exploded in Daegyu's mind. Natasha, I solemnly declare that I didn't teach him the following at all. He made them up on his own. Beak, I don't understand these illogical things you humans say, but we are at war now. Can you pay attention to the occasion? Bruce Banner, I envy you, young people. Stark, Dago, I have exclusive rooms for VIP couples in star-rated hotels all over the world. No reservation is required. The card number is 128139366147981. Don't thank me. Please call me Iron Man. Kamala, Nebula, Natasha, we are sisters. When can you help me with a few moves? Daegyu, everyone, I declare in advance that I am purely standing on the perspective of justice and love to avoid a life and death dispute. Get lost. The Kingdom of Death, Hades, when Carrot and Broly moved here instantly, an abrupt voice broke into Carrot's mind. Can you hear it? Two legendary Saiyans. Who? On a hidden tiny planet deep in the Hades, a short and fat man with tentacles, accompanied by a beetle and a gorilla, called Carrot and Broly's names with a heavy face. I am the king of the world sent to the anchor world. King Kai. The voice that came into his mind surprised Carrot a little. He was still in front of him, and the terrifying evil spirit made thousands of demons wail. Countless demons were in danger, huddled in their own dimensional layers and trembling. The empty place was left with only the eerie ghosts crying, but no human figure could be seen. I'll get back to you later. Carrot and Broly suddenly appeared behind evil thoughts, but saving people was the most important thing at the moment. Wanda and the others were in danger. Superman knew that it was not the time to take action yet, and he had no time to respond to King Kai's words. So, Carrot did something that made Broly recognize him again. Old Broly, it's up to you. Hold on first, I'll be back later. Bang. Carrot said, kicked evil thoughts on the back, then patted Broly on the shoulder, pushed him out harmlessly, and then teleported and disappeared on the spot. Broly's eyes widened in shock. Is this guy so unethical? Hey, Kakarot, you bastard. Broly's face darkened. He was so angry that he had a headache. He remembered Kakarot's crying on the day he was born. Sure enough, this guy has been asking for a beating since he was a child. Broly raised his head and stared at Xianyanbo. Xianyanbo grinned sinisterly. He was kicked unexpectedly. His anger had already surged in his heart. He raised his hand and chopped down with a sword. Bang! The air was surging. In a hurry, Broly raised his hand and used energy light to block Xianyanbo's death sword. This monster is so strong. The masters fought. After only one move, Broly had already found out the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Xianyanbo was stunned for a long time when he saw that the opponent could actually take his sword. He was a little surprised. But then, the smile on his face became even more bloodthirsty and crazy. His figure turned into a ball of broken meat and scattered, suddenly crossed the space and reorganized behind Broly, and in a flash, Broly, who had no time to block, was blasted away. What? Boom. In the ruins, dust and smoke lingered, and the spreading fog revealed an extremely angry voice, and the burning breath rose from his body to the boundless sky, and Broly's hair was instantly dyed green. Kakarot? Kakarot? Kakarot. Broly was not in a state of madness at this time, he was really angry. With a loud bang, the explosions one after another almost connected the entire space into a death zone, and it was difficult to tell the winner between the two sides. On the other side, Carrot L had teleported to Wanda and the others, and quickly used a protective shield to hide his own breath. He glanced at Constantine who was drawing runes and chanting spells, and kicked him to interrupt the transmission ceremony. Don't do it for now, I need you to prepare a bigger ceremony later. Constantine was a little confused by Carrot's words. Of course, he recognized the Superman in front of him, but how did he get here? Why did he recognize himself? There is also a ceremony. What ceremony? Carrot did not continue to explain, but looked at Wanda and Quicksilver. At this time, the two of them seemed to have seen the backbone. The moment they saw Superman, the stone that had been suppressed in their hearts finally fell. Wanda couldn't help but threw herself into Carrot's arms, tears bursting out. Oh, God, you are finally here. In the Justice League, the two brothers and sisters were the first to stay with Al, and naturally they were the most dependent on Carrot. I'm sorry, Al, I didn't protect everyone. Mantis was killed by the monster to save us. We were originally in Gotham, and then Lazuli was controlled. We stopped her, and then I don't know how we were pulled here. Suddenly, a woman in green clothes fought with me, and then a machine exploded here, and a monster jumped out of it and almost beat us to death. Wanda was so aggrieved that she seemed to want to vent all the bitterness along the way. Although the martial arts tournament was not long, her growth process was the richest among the few people, which was also closely related to Wanda's soft heart. Seeing this, Carrot hugged Wanda with some heartache. He touched the little witch's head and comforted her softly. I know everything. Don't worry, Mantis is fine. Thanks to the magician next to you who sent her back to Gotham in time, she is now receiving treatment from Bruce. Really? He is fine. Quicksilver grinned, looking at Constantine with a hint of gratitude. At the same time, it can be seen that Carrot's body was also covered with muddy dust and salty sea water, and he had obviously experienced a fierce battle. It seems that everyone has suffered a lot this time. Carrot looked at Constantine and narrowed his eyes. First of all, thank you for saving them, Mr. Constantine. Secondly, I know that your style of doing things is not very friendly to friends. I don't care how many stories you have made up with them before, but from now on, your deal with them is terminated. If you have anything, come to me. Constantine just made an expression of how can you slander me and wanted to explain something, but he saw Carrot took out a universal capsule containing 7 Dragon Balls from his pocket, and his face turned pale in an instant. This is wish power. Carrot nodded. Constantine's appearance was a pleasant surprise for him. Only someone like him who played tricks with the devil could operate the transaction process in secret and ensure that he would not be cheated no matter where he was. I want you to use the magic circle to reverse the summoning ritual. The release time is at the end of the battle, but while casting the magic circle, you must add a transmission channel for the power of will. Start preparing now. The condition is that after this deal is concluded, we share the channel. In order to avoid God's eavesdropping, Carlet did not explain too much, but Constantine is so familiar with this that he knows what will happen at the end just by listening to the beginning. His eyes light up. Ha ha ha, dare you play such a big card. You really deserve to be called Superman. But it's too dangerous here. We may be swept into evil thoughts at any time. Can we change places? Of course, I will send you to a safe place. Broly and I will be responsible for the next battle. After seeing that he understood, Carrot nodded and felt relieved. Although the scumbag Constantine has a bad character, it is best not to talk about character in such matters. After saying a few words in Constantine's ear, Carrot handed him the Dragon Ball, then squatted down, looking at the bloody skin of number 18. His heart ached, and he took out 4 senzu beans from his pocket, distributed them to the 3 people, and gave another one to Constantine. Thank you for your hard work, Lazuli. Come, eat this. At this time, Lazuli was so injured that she couldn't even lift her hands. She just looked at Carrot with a pair of clear and moist eyes, without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Carrot L could only put his hand to her mouth, slowly supported her, and fed her. After a crisp chewing sound, the 3 people were resurrected on the spot with full blood. Suddenly, Lazuli suddenly grabbed Carrot's arm and bit it. Dang. The next second, number 18 showed a very painful expression on his face. This bite almost knocked out all his teeth, and he covered his mouth and trembled in pain. Wanda and Quicksilver couldn't help rubbing their cheeks, and their teeth ached. Oh my god, she's really brave. Biting a stone is softer than this, right? Lazuli was in so much pain that she almost cried, staring at Elle with a resentful look on her face. Carrot was so scared that he quickly fed her another senzu bean and rubbed her face. Then he sighed helplessly. Sorry, it's a passive skill. When we were young, Bulma also liked to hit my head. Later, as she spent more time in the sun, she felt her hands hurt and stopped hitting me. Lazuli stared at him silently, which made Carrot's heart tremble. Suddenly he glanced down and pulled his clothes disheveled. Have you seen enough? Would you like to wipe off the blood and take a look? The kind that's white and rosy. Carrot was stunned for a moment, but who was he? How could he be confused by such a teasing method? He replied casually. No need, I can see through it. Lajli's face froze, and Carrot's subsequent words even made Wanda cover her chest, and it can also be done remotely. As long as I want, I can see all the beauties in the world in an instant. As long as I blink, all the beauties in the world can be seen. All minds are uncoded. So you don't have to tell me that, I'm used to it. In fact, whether Carrot wants it or not, he has already realized the dreams of men all over the world, such as World No Clothes Day, Time Stands Still, Friends Relatives for 18 Generations, Street Fantasy. There is no way. He also has the same relationship with Bull on this matter. Ma said that Carrot wanted to be a pure love warrior, but the hardware didn't allow it. Lazuli twitched her cheeks, stood up, patted the sweat off her pink neck, and uttered, what a pervert. Thankfully all the Kryptonians are dead. Seeing that Lajli was still thinking about scolding, Carrot finally confirmed that she was fine. He turned around and said to a few people, let's go. I'll take you to a place where you can't be affected. Stretching out his hand, several people put their hands on his arm. Wanda looked at Lazuli with a thoughtful look. She keenly felt that something was not right about No 18's state. Paying attention to her secretly, she has been looking at Carrot. Call out. Superman put his fingers together, and activated his teleportation in the next second. Everyone jumped to an extremely small planet, but it had everything, including springs and waterfalls, trees and orchards, houses and buildings, car tracks, and even stone table tea, chairs and other facilities. An orangutan and a beetle stared at them with big eyes and small eyes, their eyes full of surprise, but the blue-skinned middle-aged fat man was just stunned for a moment before returning to normal. Bang! Suddenly, the terrifying gravity struck. Constantine hurriedly cast an immunity magic to disintegrate the aggravating force on his body. Number 18 was unmoved. Wanda and Quicksilver had received gravity training very early. They all ignored this mere 10 times gravity. I'll go, this is much better than opening a portal, chanting a spell, or doing some rune ritual. It's such a convenient skill. Constantine sighed, and Wanda and Lajli looked around. It was obvious that they had not returned to the real world yet. They never imagined that there was such a place in the kingdom of death. The king of Kai walked to a few people and sighed, looked at them solemnly, and finally looked at Al. Superman, I already know your purpose of coming, and I just want to talk to you. Carrot L nodded, already knowing the purpose of the Kaio King's previous message. Is it about the evil thought wave? Yes. The King of Kai turned back to look at Bobris and Gregly. Take the two ladies to visit here, and then prepare some food for the guests. Time is of the essence, so I won't beat around the bush. The King of Kai looked at Superman's calm eyes and said solemnly, if Xianyanbo dies, the entire underworld branch of the Kingdom of Death will disappear. In the same way, our Realm King, Yama King, Snake Path, Kaiowei Sing, and all the souls belonging to Dragon Pearl's underworld will also disappear. This universe, the Dragon Ball anchor, will stop here, and there will be no angel or god of destruction in the future. This is the plan of the goddess of death. The entire underworld will be completely swallowed up by the Kingdom of Death. So I would like to ask you to carefully consider the way to deal with evil thoughts. The dying Kaio didn't want to play any more riddles about the fate line. He almost directly opened up and wanted to make a deal with Carrot, or asked Carrot to give Xianyanbo a breath, so that they, the group of Kai Luo who were struggling to survive, could the king will not disappear. Carrot frowned. Although he calls himself Superman, he does not accept moral kidnapping. That's it, Mr. Kaio, I understand your desire to live, but let me first state that I am not a troubled train problem person, nor can I choose between the chaos of the multiverse and your life. And you think highly of me. I don't have the ability to stop all this, and I don't have the strength to show mercy when facing waves of evil thoughts that can rewrite the concept of the world. Moreover, once the wave of evil thoughts enters a deeper realm, even for death, it is no less than an invasion that the self-respect of a bandit can eventually control. I want to protect the people around me, so I must eliminate him, even if it costs your life. The King of Kai took a deep breath after hearing this. As expected, Carrot would not use gentle methods to expel the waves of evil thoughts. He sighed and said, but this is not in your interest. The Kingdom of Death has lost the underworld's containment of souls, and will also become a place where the dragon's wish power cannot work. In other words, you can no longer use the dragon beads to resurrect anyone. This is also the point that I don't understand the most. From the current point of view, it seems that you are not on Longju's side, but your previous behavior of making a large number of wish checks to Shenlong just shows that you are leaning towards us. Carrot L smiled. It was wishful thinking to hope that this kind of transaction across the universe could be realized in a normal way. Perhaps it was because of the inability to install higher gods due to the insertion of authority. This universe gave the King of Kai the authority to know the secrets. Very high, so he can even know the truth beyond the anchor. As for Superman's position, it is very simple, it is himself and the people around him. You don't have to worry about what I do. I don't take any side. I just see who is more beneficial to me. But since you don't want to die, Kaio, how about we make a deal? When the King of Kai heard this, the tentacles on his hat moved slightly. He knew that Carrot had a special personality. As long as he was willing to find a way, things would turn around, so he asked, what deal? I once deduced 2 sets of moves, Kaioken and Vitality Bomb. The Vitality Bomb was taught to Daegyu, but Kaioken has never been successful, especially in a state of doubling and superposition. The disorder of the breath cannot be dissolved at all. Even if the body is fused, it cannot instantly double all combat abilities. I want the Kaio Fist and the way to advance to Super Saiyan 3. I know that your current authority in the Anchor universe is equivalent to the Great Kaio of a branch universe, so you should know about Super Saiyan 3. Advanced Way? Carrot once deduced Kaioken, but he was never able to superimpose it 10 or 20 times like Sun Wukong. In fact, the most suitable move for Superman in Dragon Ball is Kaio Fist, because Superman has a strong base and the Kryptonian's special physique. He can basically make his body as strong as the breath in his body expands. With the addition of sunlight, it can be said that the power expands and the side effects are very minor. As for Super 3, there is no need to say more, its importance is self-evident. The King of Kai nodded without hesitation. He had no losses from this transaction. Okay, but how can you prevent me from disappearing? Carrot's gaze burst into a captivating aura, and every word he spoke scared the Kaio's soul away. It's very simple. I want to use your Kaio as a new anchor to connect to the Dragon Ball main universe. What? After realizing what Carrot said, Kaio's face gradually turned pale. He was sweating profusely, and he took 2 steps back in horror. I see, you guys took advantage of this plan. You are really crazy. You have done so many things, and in the end you want to use the anchor point universe to tie up other people's universes. But do you know that anchors need mutual anchor points to establish connection channels? What did you throw into the Dragon Ball universe to anchor? How could those gods allow you to invade their timeline? You don't need to ask about this. I will prepare everything that needs to be prepared. You only need to consider whether to cooperate with me. Carrot's confident attitude made the king sigh. Yes, Superman has reached this point now, so he must have prepared everything. In other words, since he is bound to die, what is there to hesitate about? They themselves are pawns sacrificed in a game between several gods of the universe. Since someone wants to resist, why not help them? Okay, Superman, I agree to cooperate with you. With your super brain and your previous deductions, you can now learn the real Kaio Fist. The final battle situation spread to unreachable places in the world. Destruction, endless destruction. It seems that no killing move or fierce offensive can replace the result of energy escape. The ultimate evil thought wave that gathers the resentment of all living beings and the legendary Super Saiyan are inextricably linked. Carrot's eyes were fixed on the battlefield, taking advantage of Broly's fight to observe the movements of the evil wave. One is fierce and fierce, devastating. One is vicious, vicious, and extremely treacherous. Broly's aura showed a step-by-step expansion, and the wave of evil thoughts happened to be in the kingdom of death with endless resentment. Every collision was different from the evil thought wave in the original work. As long as death doesn't let him die here, he can't die at all. Superman shook his head helplessly. Why do we always encounter this kind of guy recently who brings back blood, and every time he returns blood, his combat power will definitely explode. Ha 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 ha, it's so hot, my body is boiling, this is called fighting. The magnetic field was distorted, thunder and lightning struck, and Broly was bathed in the waves of green energy, laughing extremely happily. If it weren't for the suppression of the Mind Stone, he might have turned into a violent super warrior again. During this martial arts tournament, he was the only one who didn't have a good time fighting. It was said that the Super Asians actually played support throughout the whole process. Saiyan had a layer of armor on his body, which was as hard as steel. He shook off the sword in his hand and looked at him coldly. This hot feeling, you are not an undead, but a living person. Haha, it's so funny. The legendary world of death is not divided by life and death. Broly and Saiyan faced off against the wind in midair. His eyes were filled with power, and only the whites of his eyes were left. From what you said, do you still want to fight against this rule? You are the culprit of all this. No, I mean, if I hadn't asked you how to go to the world of the living, you would have died just now. The corners of Saiyan mouth opened with a trace of murderous intent, and the evil energy that rushed towards his face rolled into a thick fog of blood red and pitch black around him. Damn it, stop talking nonsense there. Broly was stimulated by Saiyan words. His face suddenly changed. He used energy light in his hands, and rushed towards Saiyan. Bang bang bang. A fierce battle broke out. Saiyan held his sword to resist, and faced him. The two breaths were like two strong winds, colliding with each other, causing waves of air. Fist to fist, heart to heart, at the moment of collision, Broly suddenly grabbed Saiyan sword-holding arm, and his other hand also grabbed his fist. The two of them were stuck together, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and even the space was distorted for a time. The next second, Broly jumped up from his knees and hit Saiyan chin hard, kicking him away. Bang! The figure that cut through the air flew for a while, and then suddenly paused. Saiyan stood up slowly, shook his neck with gout, and received a blow from Broly in the front, but he didn't look very injured. Sneered. Ah, Saiyan. I seem to have some impression that there are some of those evil souls whose memories have not been wiped away, but they are very familiar with you. The strength is good, but there is no murderous intention. What's wrong, the Saiyan? He says he wants to kill me, but his body still can't restrain himself and wants a more intense fight. It's true that I couldn't hold back. I let you live for one more second, and then you will be destroyed together with those souls. Broly taunted, and then rushed forward at an astonishing speed. He appeared in front of the evil wave in an instant and punched him hard. Saiyan smiled sinisterly, dodged sideways, and responded with an energy wave. Broly crossed his hands in front of his chest, and the energy wave exploded under his protection. Do you know where you are worse than me? The voice of Evil Thought Wave appeared behind Broly like a ghost, hugged him in the classic Japanese anime Renaka style, and whispered in his ear. You are the living person and I am the undead. Although your strength will increase, you will also be injured, and I have no worries about the latter. What? Broly exclaimed and struggled continuously. He watched helplessly as Saiyan body expanded more and more, and the endless black energy completely enveloped the two of them. Then with a sudden movement, Saiyan exploded on his own. Boom! The wave of evil thoughts detonated the energy all over his body, and in the depths of the dark hell, destructive storm surges formed, dividing the space into another battlefield. As he said, even if both parties are at the same level, he can self-destruct at any time without taking any damage. This suicidal style of fighting cannot be imitated by the second person. He has no desire to fight at all, only the most instinctive killing intention of living creatures. Everything he does is just to kill the opponent better. After a long time, the wave of evil thoughts slowly condensed and took shape. The sinister smile stopped in the summer, and he frowned slightly. Oh, companion. In midair, L's cloak danced slowly, helping Broly to land smoothly on a palace rubble that flew from nowhere, overlooking the wave of evil thoughts. Yeah, it's a shame you didn't. At this critical moment, of course L would not sit there and continue watching the show. The moment the evil thought wave exploded, he used teleportation to kick off his restraints and move Broly to a safe area. This guy is really harder to deal with than imagined. In the original work, Vegeta's deep blue self-explosion almost cost him half his life. Who would have thought that this guy could use self-explosion as a basic attack? Thank you, Kakarot. I won't pursue you about your escape just now. After the crisis just now, Broly's somewhat excited mood gradually calmed down, and he no longer looked down on evil thoughts. It seems that you have some skills, but this is not enough. As soon as the voice fell, Broly stretched out a hand, and the green wind energy gathered into a huge sphere, throwing it at evil thoughts. Saiyans don't have so much good temper towards their enemies, not to mention that they just suffered a loss and wanted to return it on the spot. Evil thoughts glanced coldly, and didn't see him make any big moves. He just spread his hands and sent out an energy ball, which collided with the energy thrown by Broly. Boom! The next second, the two forces met in the air, causing a huge explosion, raising everything around to the ground. Seeing that evil thought wave easily blocked his attack, Broly's face flashed a trace of solemnity. Sure enough, the energy of the self-explosion just now was far from his full strength. Seeing this, L stretched his muscles and took a step forward and said, I say, it's about time you fight me a few moves. The atmosphere instantly became deadlocked. Xianyanbo's eyes stayed on Carrot. The Saiyans' clothes were quite distinctive. His eyes lingered on the two of them for a while, and finally he laughed silently. I see. It seems like you came here specifically for me. Xianyanbo flexed his muscles and tense up his fighting posture solemnly, showing a trace of displeasure. 1 or 2, what do you think of me? After all, a group of stupid beings will perish. Saiyans, please play with you for a while. Who knows what the hell you are, your life is over anyway. It's a shameless talk. Facing the sword pointed at him by the wave of evil thoughts, Carrot condensed a golden lightsaber in his hand, and the atmosphere became tense. In an instant, the two of them swung towards so suddenly at the same time, and two sword auras flew in the air. They collided with each other, making a deafening sound. The figures of Superman and Evil Thought Wave disappeared at the same time. This time it was Broly's turn to observe Evil Thought Wave's movements. As the lightsabers clashed, the sharpness in their eyes became more and more horrified. The ferocious sword is fierce, the air blade is strong, one can stretch and retract freely, with endless changes, and the other has a weird edge that comes and goes without a trace. The sword moves are exquisite and the fighting skills are experienced. Even though Broly is not good at using swords, he was attracted by the exquisite swordsmanship of the two for a moment. He saw lights and shadows flying in the sky, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal. It was not like Sai at all, a demi-human style of play. After this confrontation, Carrot understood the gap between himself and Xianyanbo. After a brief warm-up, at the next moment of collision, Xianyanbo sneered, and the energy in his body suddenly climbed to a higher level, and then with a backhand strike, unexpectedly cut his lightsaber. What? The next second, Carrot's expression changed. He seized the opportunity and waved out countless red lights from the sword's edge. They fell densely towards him like drizzle, followed closely by dominoes. They exploded one after another. Boom, boom. Carrot put his fingers together, teleported and disappeared in place, and suddenly appeared behind Xianyanbo. However, Xianyanbo seemed to have anticipated Superman's appearance. He turned his back to Al and slowly raised the fierce sword in his hand. Carrot swooped down and punched the evil thought wave. However, something strange happened. Xianyanbo's figure was seen burrowing into the space beside him like a pocket, followed by a sword strike. Superman's figure flew into the air, and the terrifying thunder instantly condensed countless thorn-like bodies to hit Superman from behind. Not good. Al had no time to dodge and was instantly swallowed up by the explosion. Kakarot. Broly's figure moved slightly, and just as he was about to go up, he realized that Al's aura did not weaken due to this blow, but instead increased sharply, so he stopped moving. Kai of Fist. After the words fell, a red pressure field blew away the thick smoke and dust. Carrot kicked Xianyanbo in the face, and Xianyanbo's figure flew out, turning into countless square grids and hiding invisible. Damn it, who taught him these spatial skills? Carrot's cheek twitched, and the amplitude of Kai of Fist increased to 5 times, and then 10 times. Theoretically speaking, his and Broly's combat power was from Super 3 when fighting Frisia, and had already reached Super Red level when fighting Hilda at Super 2. Now, with the continuous fighting to further develop their potential, both of them are approaching a higher level with unreasonable cheating behavior. And due to Superman's unique body structure and Kryptonian cells, he can now release 10 times the Kai of Fist on a regular basis without any side effects, and he is even continuing to hone his body. Haha, that blow just now was a good one. Just when Carrot thought he had the upper hand, Evil Thought Wave appeared behind him at some point and murmured, Chiang. The next second, Xianyanbo suddenly swung his sword and struck him on the shoulder with lightning speed. Carrot's body trembled, and he suddenly turned around to hold the sword with his palms. He was kicked in the chest by Xianyanbo. He couldn't help but jump forward a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Superman reacted quickly. As soon as he was at a disadvantage, he immediately distanced himself and looked for a fighter again. With the ability to move instantly, he constantly shuttled left and right in the battle arena. Upon seeing this, Xianyanbo seemed to be interested in playing with Superman, and also used his unique space tricks. The two people fell from the sky, chasing each other throughout hell from south to north. For a moment, the swords gleamed, light bullets flew across, whips and legs came and went. Fists and feet combined with the sword blades, the heaven and earth were shaken by the airwaves, and the battlefield rumbled. This guy, can he still keep up after 10 times the pressure? Carrot L was a little surprised, and punched away the formation, but suddenly felt his eyes were itchy. He was thinking just now that it would be great if his X-rays could see through space, and then he noticed some changes in his eyes. It seems that as the timeline of Dragon Ball is increasingly cut off, the power from DC Suixincheo is constantly filling his body. As long as he has something in his mind, his body will follow the changes in the environment and develop ways to solve difficulties. Xianyanbo is worthy of being the first person to force Gogeta out. He is so strong and has bottomless power. After the two exchanged blows, they both took a short pause and looked at each other. At this moment, Carrot L had done his best to feel the aura of evil thoughts, but just as Hela's power would continue to grow in Asgard, evil thoughts also had a very scary bonus in the underworld. Faced with such a situation, even he couldn't help but speed up his heartbeat and said, "Haha, I'm excited." Evil Thoughts looked at Superman coldly and could still laugh. The surrounding torso was gradually covered by black air, and the murderous aura bursting out from his eyes was almost condensed and cold. "Saiyan, I'll kill you now." The next second, Evil Thought's face changed, and the originally scarlet body suddenly turned black. The natural armor fell off, and the ribs that stretched backwards like wings bloomed like a peacock, turning into the posture of a fallen angel. The breath surged, and the sword in his hand slowly merged into the body, turning into a sharp wrist knife, extending to the elbow. This guy actually changed his form. Broly was stunned for a moment, and immediately rushed into the air to stand side by side with L. "Don't be careless, Kakarot. This guy is stronger than ever before." L nodded solemnly, and heard the Evil Thoughts say to the two of them condescendingly, "You know, Saiyans, what really makes me uncomfortable is that you don't have enough evil thoughts that I have absorbed. In your hearts, you are full of emotions that only small people have, boring and disgusting. You should be afraid of death, just like you should be afraid of me, instead of thinking about the good life after defeating me. There is no other way, Kakarot. Let's join forces. Now is not the time to be willful." "Haha, I'm really happy to hear you say this." The terrifying aura on Xianyanbo's body seemed to be constantly climbing upwards as if it was not under control at all. Faced with this situation, neither Broly nor Carrot was sure that he would not catch the flaw during the next gap in improving their strength. The speaker, the red pressure belonging to Kaio fist on Carrot L's body turned into the golden flame of Super Saiyan, looked at each other and said with a smile, "Compared to that arrogant guy like Vegeta, I admire you more for being able to assess the situation and make decisions. You are kind on weekdays, but crazy during war. Broly, you are the one who can truly accompany me to the end. Do you want to leave a last message?" Broly mocked coldly. His arrogant face really looked like a Saiyan's arrogance at this moment. Carrot L sighed meaningfully. "You should feel it. All my willful battles so far have actually been to open up the Saiyan potential in our bodies as much as possible. On Namek, in the ZD conference, including now, it is precisely because of such battles that we have gained hundreds of times more power than in peacetime. I always want to become stronger as much as possible, and this is also true. In this limited and short time, the Saiyan part of my body has surpassed the limit more than once and reached a level that no one has ever reached before. If it hadn't been like this, I would have died in Zid's hands in today's battle, let alone Hildegon and Xianyanbo. However, I have never been reckless. Being able to be friends with Batman, I like to make plans. In fact, like him, I always have a backup plan. Use whatever trump cards you have as soon as possible. My experience has made me very concerned about asking for trouble." After hearing this, Broly immediately interrupted, and Al stopped talking nonsense and said bluntly, "There are 3 plans. The first one is that just as I will become stronger by absorbing the sun, the Saiyans will also mutate under the illumination of the moonlight, and that is the giant ape. You should have heard your father say this. The tail is the true source of Saiyan power, and I will create a moon. When your strength reaches a certain level, or when you have accumulated enough S cells in your body, you will undergo another change when you become a giant ape and evolve into Super Saiyan 4. As a Chuan Chao, if you cross 2 huge gaps at once, your strength will definitely be able to defeat, or even instantly kill, the current wave of evil thoughts. This is the first way." Broly's eyes widened. He never expected that Carrot, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, could hide so deeply that he was even ready for Super 4. No wonder he dares to wander all the time. Co-author is holding back his ultimate move to leapfrog and gain experience on purpose, right? Thinking of this, he hurriedly glanced behind Al, but found no trace of the tail. Seeing what he was thinking, Carrot smiled awkwardly and then explained, "Bulma is still working on a way to make me grow a tail. You know, I can't become Super Saiyan 4 without a tail. That's why you hid it, waiting for you to have a tail and deliberately stay 1 step ahead of me." Broly turned his head in displeasure, obviously dissatisfied with Carrot's behavior of bringing in private goods, and he did not forget to ask, "How cunning. What about the other 2 methods?" Regarding Broly's words, Carrot L did not deny it and continued, "The second way is to use the fusion technique of the Madama people to merge the 2 of us." Broly immediately turned his head back, looked at him in shock, and repeated in disbelief, "Combined?" "Yes." Carrot nodded solemnly. "Although the fusion technique of the Madama people is not very elegant, it can make us merge into one within 30 minutes and become a new and independent strongest warrior. This combination is not dominated by the will of the 2 of us, but to create an independent person. It is not just a bonus in strength, but a multifaceted wholehearted effort, from blood, potential, to moves and styles, character play, all combined into a new individual. It is not an exaggeration to say that the fused human being built based on you and me is a dimensional invincible hand. But for me, merging is an uncontrollable thing. No one knows what will be born. Although he only has 30 minutes, Xianyanbo will never be his opponent." Carrot L is quite confident in the strength of the 2 of them after they merge. After all, they don't sit at the table of Trunks and Goten when eating. It would be a shame if they lose. Broly took a deep look at Carrot L and remained silent, as if he had gotten to know him again. This guy is so good at hiding? During this time on Earth, Broly also heard about the behavior of Batman and Iron Man. If Carrot is similar to them, then will this guy also secretly make some plans to deal with him? The third method is the power of idealism. Carrot L clenched his fists silently, took a deep breath and said, "The power of idealism is different from the intuitive expression of energy. It is more like a conceptual erasure. I have the power of idealism in my body. This is an uncontrollable ability that can unreasonably reverse miracles when the right time, right place, and right people are blessed. Wanda's chaos magic, the spirit bomb I taught Dagu, or Shining Tiga, plus the power in my body, all belong to the embodiment of idealism. No matter how big the gap is, as long as the power of idealism is awakened, I can kill the evil thought wave with one punch." Carrot took a deep breath and thought about it carefully. He found that Superman's idealism was very similar to the elimination of the king of all. That's why I chose to use the power of the Saiyans to lay the foundation for Earth's martial arts at the beginning, because martial arts, in a sense, is the key to touching the power of idealism. The deeper the martial arts realm, the more people will step into the realm of idealism, and the Saiyan body is the most suitable for practicing martial arts. Facts have also proved that the path I chose is right. As my strength as a Saiyan becomes stronger and stronger, and I continue to step into the depths of the martial arts realm, the idealistic power in my body has also begun to awaken. I am getting closer and closer to this power. As long as I can surpass the limit again, I may be able to use it. After listening, Broly pointed to the mind gem on his forehead. Then I also have a plan, which is to take this off. Carrot L looked strange. This plan is a bit time-consuming for me. When Kakarot thought of Broly shouting his name after he ran away, he was a little undecided. If he really took the gem, it was hard to say whether this guy would attack the evil thought wave or him. "Let's combine, Kakarot." The situation was urgent. After thinking for a while, Broly chose an answer. Kakarot said 3 plans, and the meaning was very clear, that is, let Broly choose one from them. The power of idealism sounded mysterious. This incomprehensible power was only unreliable in Broly's mind. And using the artificial moon to generate Bull's light, to become a giant ape, and to become Super Saiyan 4, it would probably take some time, and during this time, the evil thought wave might not be given to them. Broly thought about it and decided that it would be safest to use the combined move. Carrot was a little surprised by his answer. If it was Vegeta, he would definitely choose Super Saiyan 4 without hesitation. "Are you sure, Broly?" Broly smiled and raised his lips. "I've decided. Actually, when I think about it, I'm really looking forward to what our fusion will look like. Hehe, no matter what it looks like, I'll be thankful as long as it's not a waste." L turned around and looked directly into Broly's eyes, then used his superhuman hypnosis skills and telepathic images to teach him the fusion moves of the Metamorians. Broly's face darkened after reading it. You're playing tricks on me again. Is it too late for me to regret this embarrassing move now? Sorry, I can't return it after reading it. Have you two discussed the tactics? After entering the fallen angel state, Xiannianbo seemed to have spent some time adapting to this new form, so it was in a stalemate for a while. It was not easy to control the power for the first time. After the two of them finished discussing, the monstrous demonic flames spreading all over his body had already shown that he had mastered the new power, staring at the two of them like an abyss. "No matter what you do, it will be useless. After you say your last words, your life will end here." After the voice fell, Xiannianbo no longer gave the two a chance to breathe. The wings behind him suddenly shook towards the sky. In an instant, the surging heat wave spread out with it as the center, forming a storm eye like a black hole, instantly rolling the two of them in. "Not good." Carrot stood in front of him and shouted, and his energy exploded into the state of Super Saiyan 2. His indestructible steel body increased its combat power by 100 times, reaching a state that even gods could hardly reach. The air pressure formed between the two collisions was pushed back and damaged by the strong wind. Carrot L stood in the front to block it, and his body was a little unstable. Seeing this, Broly hurried to fill in the position. The stabilized power of the superpower burst out from all parts of his body, spreading like an ocean. He pushed L's back with one hand and completed the protective shield he made with the other hand. The two of them were performing a Dragon Ball version of Susanoo, interweaving one rotating nebula after another with gold and green to resist the terrifying cosmic storm in front of them. This was just an ordinary attack of the second stage of the evil thought wave, and it forced the two to parry with all their strength. It's unbelievable. This guy may have reached the level of a god of destruction. If he continues to grow and obtains some special artifacts, I'm afraid that not only the Anchor universe, but many universes will suffer. Salamar, Death, what do you guys think of life? Carrot gritted his teeth and had a rough estimate of the current strength of Evil Thought. Evil Thought, who evolved into a second stage fallen angel, has already reached the level of god of destruction in terms of strength alone, not to mention so many conceptual bonuses. Except for the strongest god of destruction Beerus, the rest of the gods of destruction may not be able to beat Evil Thought. This won't work. We must create an opportunity to merge. Carrot's eyes turned red, and 2 heat rays penetrated the storm and tore a gap. Just when he was about to do something, Evil Thought suddenly appeared in front of him along the gap, smiling coldly, and suddenly opened his hands. The palms of his 2 hands were aimed at his and Broly's cheeks, and raised his hand to fire an energy bomb. Boom, boom. The light was so bright that the things inside the exploding storm could no longer be seen. Like the core of the sun, it had to endure the bombardment of billions of nuclear explosions every second, without end. The two were blown away in the exploding storm, and were hit unexpectedly, each flying in the opposite direction. But the evil thought wave did not intend to let them go, and pursued them until the devastating light pushed the two to the periphery of the fission storm, and released countless death lights specifically for the soul, rushing towards the two. Everything lost its vitality wherever the death light passed, and even the basic wave form of living things disappeared. Oh my god, this thing is against me. Carrot flew backwards in pain, barely able to keep his body in the storm, and couldn't help but curse inwardly, covering his arms and dodging left and right, dodging and moving flexibly, avoiding the overwhelming death light with his agile body. The strong sense of crisis told him that this kind of thing targeting the soul is definitely a deadly thing. There is no way. Superman's magic resistance is still much lower than his physical resistance, not to mention that the magic attack of the evil thought wave is far greater than his physical attack. At the same time, while Carrot was dodging, Broly's situation was not so easy. He did not have Carrot's natural iron body. Once the explosive energy in his body was broken, he would still be injured. Not long after, there were some scratches on his body, bloodstains, and most of his clothes were torn, and his trouser legs were torn into countless holes. Puff puff puff. The light was dazzling and could no longer be observed with the naked eye. Feeling the terrifying breath coming, Broly hurriedly raised his hand to block, and then released a magnificent energy light to resist the attack of the evil thought wave. Boom. The next second, the explosion washed over, rolling up thousands of tornadoes, and Broly's blocking also exposed his position in the storm. The evil thought wave locked his whereabouts, sneered, and condensed a more powerful light of death in his hand, aiming at Broly and blasting it. In an instant, the light cut through the sky, feeling the plunder of the soul by the death ray. Just when Broly thought it was not good, the mind gem on his head suddenly burst into endless golden light, wrapping him in it, and actually resolved this move with the power of the infinity gem. What? This made evil thoughts unable to deal with him. Broly jumped out of the battle in fear, slowly emerged from the thick fog, and then touched the crown on his head, laughing with lingering fear. I didn't expect that the crown given by Thanos was quite useful, much more useful than that tightening curse given to him by Paragus. Thank you for the infinity gem given by my adoptive father. Thank you. Although the mind gem is not a professional treasure like the soul gem, it is useful anyway. Broly restrained his breath again and faced evil thoughts. What is that? Evil thought wave looked at him and asked solemnly. Broly was still an honest child. Before Carrot said that he would not tell you, he answered every question. Mind gem. Carrot L. Broly regained his composure and faced the wave of evil thoughts. What is that? Xiannianbo looked at him and asked with a solemn expression. Broly is still a frank child. Before Carrot said the words I won't tell you, he answered all questions. The Mind Stone. Carrot L. Xiannianbo nodded when he heard the words and remembered the name of this thing. In an instant, the bone spurs on his back stretched out without warning and disappeared into the space behind him. Then, in an almost sneak attack, he stabbed Broly from behind and penetrated the back of his heart. Pfft. Aha. Aha. Broly instantly vomited blood, his eyes widened, and he looked at the bone spurs that penetrated his chest in disbelief, feeling a trace of reluctance and regret for his carelessness. Seeing this, Xiannianbo grinned and swung to Broly's side. He was about to reach out and clasp the gem on his forehead. It's a good thing, I'll accept it now. Bang bang bang. At the critical moment, Carrot L's energy bomb suddenly struck, and then the lightsaber stretched out and slashed towards his wings. Xiannianbo reacted quickly, turned around and pulled out the bone spurs, allowing the energy bullets to hit him without retreating or evading, and used his wrist knife to hold the edge of Carrot L's sword, preventing him from advancing even an inch. At this moment, the bone spurs were pulled out and Broly was bleeding profusely. In the pool of blood, he slowly fell into the void. Broly? Kaio Fist. Carrot L's eyes immediately turned red, and he tried his best to raise his aura. The power of idealism flashed, and he just superimposed the Kaio Fist in the Super 2 state, and kicked Xiannianbo in the face. Kick it away violently. Well, the feeling of darkness, coldness, emptiness, and death surged into his heart. Broly had never been so weak since the day he was born. Damn it. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. How could I fall down like this? At this moment, the gem on Broly's head shimmered more and more, as if to maintain his last sanity and prevent him from falling asleep. It's okay, Broly. Suddenly, Carrot L instantly moved under him to catch him, and quickly stuffed a fairy bean into his mouth. Gabba, gabba. After a crisp chewing sound, Broly was instantly resurrected with full blood, and his aura surged again. Every cell in his body was filled with anger, and there were faint signs of breaking through to the second level. Thanks, Kakarot, for your fairy beans. Carrot L's expression turned cold. I've had enough fun. This bad day is driving even Superman crazy. Let's end it quickly. Me too. The next second, Xiannianbo, who had been kicked away by Carrot L, came angrily to kill him. Seeing that he was resurrected with full blood on the spot, he was stunned with a look of shock on his face. What's going on? The two of them did not answer his doubts, but concentrated on the fusion movement. Taking advantage of this moment, they stood side by side in a row, with their hands facing each other. Fusion. Before the wave of evil thoughts could react, the rays of light spread out like ripples, along the land of the kingdom of death, passing through the dimension of hell, where the demons were wailing, and passing through the dimension of the abyss, where the abyss stared back. Once you pass through the crimson dimension, Cytorak's hair will stand on end with horror. When you pass through the dark dimension, Dormammu will stay away. In the real dimension, the Earth's space is shaking. What's more, countless time anchors bolted to the barriers of the universe are shaking slightly, and countless eyes are looking at the Earth from inside and outside the universe at the same time. When two powerful forces meet in the anchor, the true form will emerge from the light. At this moment, the gods stood up. Asgard, Olympus, Northern Europe, and Greece, Emperor Waishan, those concept gods, plane gods, and the group of gods all cast their gazes. They knew that a powerful existence would determine the outcome of a war and the future direction of the universe. Countless people are attracted by this power, some resonate with it, some are afraid of it, some are unable to get out, and some are trembling. At this moment, the evil wave of thoughts that truly faced this power also felt as if it was in danger of facing a formidable enemy. Who knows, my family, they gave me the final boss just a few hours after I was born. Who are you? Xiannianbo himself didn't even notice that the tone of his words was a bit vain and hoarse. The light dissipated, and the exposed figure was revealed. The black and red waistcoat set off the delicate and shapely muscles of the body. It was called art, and the figure was so well proportioned that it seemed like a perfect creation carefully carved by the hands of God. He has dark hair, blue eyes, and clear eyes. He wears white martial arts pants, has slender legs, and cloth boots that are as nimble as the wind. The cold face exuded vague contempt, arrogant. I am not Carrot, nor Broly, I am the one who is about to defeat you. The cold voice seemed to be two overlapping voices, and Brat's indifferent eyes seemed not to pay attention to the evil wave of thoughts at all. His eyes were cold, he didn't see any movement, he just stood up slowly. Xiannianbo didn't even see his move clearly, and dents of different sizes appeared all over his body at the same time, as if he had been hit hard, and he suddenly fell down. Fly out. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. A few seconds after the move was completed, the sound of fists colliding with flesh slowly echoed. Xiannianbo's face changed, and he tried to stand firm, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Impossible, how could this happen? Brat instantly appeared in front of Xiannianbo, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up with his feet in the air. I don't think it's possible either. Even I didn't expect to think of it to this extent. Brat slowly raised his other hand. As a burst of colorful streamers rotated, it seemed that the energy of countless universes condensed together to give birth to a crystal-clear fruit. Seeing this scene, Xiannianbo could feel the powerful energy contained in the fruit, and his eyes instantly became sharp and fierce, grinning and scolding. It's a pity that you can't kill me. I am not accepted by the goddess of death. As soon as the voice fell, without Brat's action, Xiannianbo, which had turned into two sections, exploded instantly. Bang! The terrifying light once again brought the shock of splitting the earth to the kingdom of death, and countless lands split apart and shattered. Brat, who was at the center of the explosion, frowned slightly when he saw this, then crushed the fruit with one hand. In an instant, the white light turned into tiny energies and dissipated, feeding back to the land, repairing the cracks caused by the collapse of space. The boundless evil energy condensed and took shape, and it didn't take long for the immortal wave of evil thoughts to reappear in front of Brat. But Brat clearly felt this time that although the evil wave's energy had weakened a lot, his murderous intent had suddenly increased. The eyes he looked at him did not retreat but advanced, exuding a compelling evil aura. You still don't understand, Xian. I come from eternity at the end of death, you can't kill me. Eternal. When Brat heard this, he murmured suspiciously. Could it be that there was something Young Hong secretly manipulating here? Isn't death just its thug? The next second, he slowly closed his eyes, and then opened them suddenly. His dancing hair was instantly dyed golden, and the two-channel superimposed voice said coldly. Then give it a try. The arrow is on the string and must be fired. Now let alone the 5 gods and the endless family, everyone must fight whoever comes. Peace can only be won by force? Brat rushed forward with an astonishing speed, appeared in front of the evil wave in an instant, and struck hard with a punch. The wave of evil thoughts was knocked out with a bang, and his face twisted in midair. He staggered to stabilize his body, and then raised his hand to respond with an energy wave. Brat blocked his chest with one hand, and the energy wave exploded under his protection, sparks flying everywhere. Then he sneered, and in his heart he had a thorough understanding of the evil wave's strength. His eyes flashed with dazzling light, and he stared suddenly. The next second, the heat ray combined with the energy of the eye wave blasted away, piercing directly through his heart and tearing off his wings from behind. The wave of evil thoughts fell downwards in pain, then exploded countless smoke, turned around and ran away. As long as the green hills are left, he is not afraid of running out of firewood. As the evil thought of the underworld, he naturally understands how the villain, the golden cicada, escapes from his shell. Once he absorbs enough of the evil energy between heaven and earth, he won't be able to defeat this damn monkey. However, the next second, Brat shouted loudly, and his whole body burst into golden light. The day was like a blazing sun, as if it had transformed into a rising sun in the kingdom of death, illuminating everything around him. The devils and demon kings in hell have never seen the sun in their entire lives, but today their eyes were really opened. At this moment, every pore on Brat's body was emitting dazzling golden light. When he left the body, it converged into a beam of light that chased between heaven and earth, chasing the waves of evil thoughts. Bang bang bang. In an instant, countless rays of light caught up with him at a speed that was several times faster than the wave of evil thoughts. Even if he dodged in every possible way, it was difficult to avoid him. They clung to him as if they were spiritual beings. With a final bang, they all hit his back. Superior. Boom. The explosion went up, and the half-dead Xianyanbo was deliberately saved by Brat. This was not because he was angry, but because since Xianyanbo was formed by gathering energy from the soul, maybe the way to kill him was to use the same attack. Hateful. Xianyanbo was lying on the ground, screaming, dying. Brat slowly fell to his side, took a deep breath, and spit out soul bodies one after another from his mouth, which made Xianyanbo stunned. What kind of trick is this? Brat mocked condescendingly. I learned from you. The ghost self-destructs. As the words fell, countless floating ghosts smiled sinisterly, laughed, rushed forward to hug the evil wave, and then exploded one after another with a bang. Boom. Brat stood motionless on the spot until the evil thought wave was exhausted again and condensed into shape. He looked like he was breathing heavily and stared at him fiercely as if he had been seriously injured. This time, maybe the ghost's attack had an effect. He could no longer maintain the second stage of fallen angel evolution and turned into a first stage red monster. Broly raised one hand and pointed it at him sharply. It seems that the injury is not serious. So you are not going to die. Are you ready to disappear? Damn it. If I hadn't been born not long ago, I would have ripped off your head and played it with a ball. Unwilling to die like this, Xianyanbo clasped his palms together and gathered a ball of black energy. With a loud shout, the energy ball flew towards Brat like a black hole, tearing the air along the way and making an ear-piercing scream. Compared to Xianyanbo's embarrassing counterattack, Brat was as relaxed as strolling in the garden. He didn't even turn on Super 2, so he controlled Xianyan Wave with one hand. Seeing Xianyanbo take action, a huge golden energy ball gathered in his hand, which collided with Xianyanbo's energy ball. In an instant, the two forces met in the air, triggering a huge explosion that leveled everything around them. Deep cracks opened on the ground, and even the space was rippled with air, and the whole underworld was trembling. Xianyanbo's face showed a look of horror, and he was immediately involved in the explosion. After a long time, the dust and smoke dissipated, and only half of the figure in the thick fog remained. It seemed to be growing some fat, and it looked extremely painful. In the air, countless jelly bean-shaped energy bodies burst out from Xianyanbo's body, covering the sky in the blink of an eye. What's wrong, Xian? Why don't you take advantage of the victory and pursue it? You can't do it, stupid Xian. No matter how powerful you are, what can you do? If you want to kill me, you have to destroy the underworld as well. Come on, can you do it? The wave of evil thoughts seemed to have entered a state of madness, and his own sanity was being twisted and torn apart by countless evil thoughts in hell. His face became ferocious, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. The space here is almost unable to withstand our power. I will soon be able to escape from the world. By that time, I will become a truly immortal body and live forever in the darkness and evil thoughts of the world. With your firefly can the light illuminate all the darkness in the world. Even if you knock me down 1,000,000 times or kill me 2,000,000 times, the final winner will still be me, and it can only be me. Hearing this, Brat shook his head as if sighing. You are wrong. I was waiting for the signal to kill you. Ankayo, Wanda, and the others huddled in a small den in the Tree of Babulas, watching in bewilderment as Constantine painted the entire Kaio with runes. The densely packed words even covered Kaio's car. Don't miss it, draw it all over. Did I say you're okay? Isn't it too much for my planet to be ruined by you like this? You made these demons vomit blood. I won't be able to live anymore. Kaio's face turned dark with anger when he saw this, and the air was filled with a foul smell of all kinds of turbid things that Constantine had conjured up from nowhere. Constantine looked excited at this time. He was going to negotiate a big deal next, and he would probably make a lot of money. He asked Wanda and the others. Okay, although time is tight, we are almost done. Now tell me, what is the spell to summon these 7 balls? Wanda's face turned red when she thought of this, and she said awkwardly, the spell is, come out Shenlong, come and realize our wishes. Constantine was stunned. He had studied magic for most of his life and had never seen such a perfect spell. I understand, the devil opposite should be dedicated to deceiving children. Constantine suddenly snapped his fingers in indignation. Well, now it's your turn to lie to him. Come out, Shenlong, come and fulfill our wishes. On the King of Kai, as the 7 dragon balls emitted dazzling light within the magic circle, a thick black cloud spread, covering the entire underworld. But just when the black cloud wanted to pass through the underworld and reach the deeper levels of the kingdom of death, it was forcibly blocked by countless invisible barriers. Did Shenlong appear? Brat looked around with his supervision. The entire hell world had been broken into independent spaces one after another by waves of evil thoughts. Several other spaces are merging, combining, and forming a new world at an extremely fast speed. It is vast and boundless, but the place where I stand is like an abandoned island, floating alone. Xianyanbo seemed to be able to feel that his energy was being imprisoned. Death was not about not letting him die, but not letting him die in his own territory. He wanted him to take the underworld with him and die alone outside. Did you see that, Xian? This is what the world calls a just world. Compared with me killing thousands of lives to absorb strength, those gods kill people without leaving a trace, but they can easily kill all the creatures in the world. Ha ha ha, this is the soul of an entire world. Either they are eaten by me, or they die completely. But you will never realize how evil they are, because you have subconsciously assumed that it was a force majeure disaster. Evil thoughts gave birth to me, and death did not melt me. Since it was a man-made disaster, how could I die so easily? The aura of the evil thought wave suddenly rose, and a purple light spread all over his body, becoming the only light in the pitch-black color. Brat's body also bloomed with an even more terrifying golden light. At this moment, this space exists only for them. The darkness is hollow, and it is revered for killing. The light is sacred, and it is admired for saving the world. The golden flames are burning, and the purple magic light is getting more intense. Brat remained expressionless in the face of such evil thoughts, but he thought that perhaps the warm-blooded warlike nature of the Saiyan blood was the best response to the wave of evil thoughts as a chess piece. You are really strong. The two of them each opened the energy wave's starting position and used the final power. Brat's solemn words became the last lingering sound heard in Xianyanbo's ears. In such a short period of time, with your own power, you were able to gather the most evil thoughts in the world to complete this level of evolution, which once surpassed the decades of hard training of us Saiyans. For those two people, the fight with you is unprecedentedly fierce. I can feel the excitement in their hearts to meet such a strong guy like you. It's a pity that in this battle, you and I are destined not to have a happy Saiyan-style ending, because both sides are burdened with too much, and no one can fight willfully. Super Turtle-style Qigong. Brat murmured lightly, and then pushed the Qigong wave out with both hands. After hearing the words, the movement of Xianyanbo's hands paused for a moment, but only for such a moment. The entire half of his body turned into purple. The energy light was pushed out. Stupid Saiyan, who wants your approval? All of them will die in the end. Boom. The collision of two rays of light exploded, and the ripples that submerged everything shattered the space, turning it into pieces of empty dead land. Almost at the same moment, when the energy burned the underworld, on the Kaio planet, the divine dragon soared and roared accompanied by lightning. Come, tell me your wish. No matter what your wish is, it will come true. Shenlong asked, and Constantine took the lead and stood over. Please free yourself from the soul trapped in the devil because of my suffering. Shenlong. Constantine observed the reaction of the dragon and saw that the dragon seemed to be stuck in a bug, so he changed it to another one. Please magnify my debt 1,000,000 times. Shenlong. Cold sweat ran down Shenlong's face, and Constantine explained patiently, look, let's do this, you magnify my debt, and then, I sell you a debt, which means you bought it from me. Got a bond for all the devils in hell. The more Shenlong listened, the more he broke into cold sweats. He was so frightened that he asked on the spot, what does Superman have to do with you? Constantine then said, we are not familiar with who Superman is. Oh, I remembered, he is also my creditor. In this way, if you buy a debt and he buys a debt, then you both become my creditors. In a sense, your status is equal. And if you pay 10% more at this time, you will become Superman's creditor. Do you think this is appropriate? Shenlong had to admit that the moment Constantine said that he could become Superman's creditor, Shenlong, who had been oppressed for a long time, suddenly felt like turning into a serf and singing. At this moment, Constantine, who never drafted lies, continued to add, I remember that after you fulfilled your wish, you had to be petrified for a year to regain your wish power, right? Think about it, you make a deal with me and transfer the price to me, and I will sell the price to other devils. Then we can build up the basic market and grow bigger and bigger, so that all the devils bear the price for us, and we can realize our wishes infinitely. And then, shut up. Shenlong was dumbfounded when he heard the temptation from the hell detective. His dragon scales were peeling off in shock. The hearts of these humans are too dirty, right? Are you sure that after this wish is fulfilled, negative energy will not explode, and an evil dragon will not jump out on the spot? Oh, that's not right. This seems to be the underworld. All the negative energy in the underworld, including the one on my body, has been transferred to evil thought wave. Even King Kai's cheeks twitched when he heard it. They will be in trouble for 8 lifetimes if they get involved with Shenlong. They will be ruined. Wanda and Quicksilver looked accustomed to it. Lazuli looked disdainful on the surface, but she was secretly applauding in her heart. In the original book, she was a real blackmailer. If the movie version is included, she blackmailed Satan more than once. Seeing that Shenlong was still hesitating, it seemed that he was judging how powerful he was and the size of his wish power. Constantine's main point was to strike while the iron was hot. He must use his 3-inch persuasion to persuade him. This is the only chance. The underworld is about to disappear. There will be no such store after the village. You can't buy it at a loss. You can't buy it. 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 You can't cheat. You can't cheat anyone. You can't do anything. You don't want to be just a little dragon in this life, right? A set of fraudulent tricks, plus advertising marketing, made the dragon feel itchy, and Constantine also occupied the mind that it couldn't stay here for a long time. So he used the ready-made answer to directly instill it, replacing the dragon's brain that was still planning to think about the pros and cons. Gradually, the dragon was confused by Constantine's words. It had changed from the initial firm refusal to calculating the pros and cons later. Later, it suddenly realized that there was a sunny road waving in front of it. In the end, even with the mentality of a gambler, it decided to go all in with all its wishes. In an instant, the dragon's eyes lit up red, and thunder and lightning suddenly flashed, and the world roared. Roar. Okay, the wish has come true. The next second, the dragon released all its willpower, and the whole dragon had lost 3 circles of weight. Constantine showed a more proud smile on his face. Welcome to By Constantine Bonds, Mr. Shenlong. Please enjoy the following, the reverse Tiangang. Suddenly, Constantine chanted the spell of the anti-summoning ritual in the confused eyes of the dragon, and then the dragon was horrified to find that he could not turn back into a dragon ball and run away. You, what did you do? No, Constantine? You liar. The next second, the strange runes formed a huge magic circle, trapping the dragon directly. The whole space also collapsed towards the darkness like a concave vortex. At the same time, the 7 dragon balls that originally maintained the body of the dragon on the ground began to emit a more dazzling light. It's over. Almost at the same time, Brat closed his eyes, and the light on his hand split into supreme destructive energy. At the same time as the collision, it turned into billions of microparticles, scattered in the air, and penetrated into Xianyanbo's body along the pores, mouth, nose, and ears. Xianyanbo suddenly felt a suffocating feeling sweeping over his body. He desperately opened his mouth to breathe, but all that emerged from his mouth and nose were clusters of white particles. He was pitch black, as if he had swallowed a huge light bulb, emitting light from the inside out. The next second, Xianyanbo's body began to expand outwards, and countless white particles, like living parasites, quickly devoured his body. He was disappearing, and it only took a few seconds for his lower body to be eaten up from the upper body. Boom! In an instant, an explosion sounded, the darkness was lit up, and the boundless darkness turned into stars like the night sky, dotted in the kingdom of death. The underworld, which was wrapped in invisible walls, was also gradually dissipating, and the night sky was swallowed by darkness again. All buildings were disappearing, and all energy was dissipating. All life, including dead souls, whether they had physical bodies or not, turned into nothingness, just like Thanos snapped his fingers and turned into ashes. From the depths of the underworld to the kingdom of the dead, to the snake road, the spirit tree, and King Kai, Brat silently stared at the scene of the extinction of the souls in hell, and his figure was divided into 2 people. L took advantage of Broly's lack of reaction and kicked him out of the underworld that was about to disappear, and the whole person fell into nothingness. The magic circle on King Kai was emitting golden light, and countless runes appeared on L's body. As Constantine chanted the spell, 7 dragon balls sank into the whole body of the steel body. Then, Superman's figure disappeared in the golden light that should have belonged to the disappearance of the dragon. On the soon-to-disappear Kai King planet, Shenlong was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Constantine with an ominous premonition in his heart. What did you do? Where is my dragon ball? Why am I still here? Constantine said with a gentlemanly smile, as you wish, Mr. Shenlong, I helped you transfer the price of this wish, and you don't have to disappear now. Shenlong was sweating coldly. How could he not resist the temptation and fall into the devil's evil trick? He shouted. Bullshit! How can I go back? Constantine spread his hands without any psychological burden, and said innocently, then I don't know. He is a professional at pitting his friends. In the Dragon Ball universe, Salama of the Shenlong realm felt that the bold connection point connecting the Anchor universe was completely broken, and he was so angry that he almost fainted. I originally thought of playing the trick against the trick, promoting the birth of the evil thought wave, and then throwing him directly to Gotham to cause trouble for God. Who would have thought that Brat would come out halfway? This was done by 2 Saiyans who were separated from their own universe timeline? Aren't these pure traitors? This time, their universe was completely kicked out of the basic plate of the universe C. However, at this moment, Salama suddenly felt that something was wrong in the Shenlong realm. The golden streamer turned, a thunder fell, and 7 Earth Dragon Balls appeared. Superman's figure was summoned to the Shenlong realm just like summoning Shenlong normally. Salama, I'm here to negotiate terms. Upon hearing the voice of the person coming, Salama jumped up in fright. The huge body as vast as the universe shook its tail in shock, and the world was shaking. The red dragon eyes that had not changed for thousands of years clearly showed a look of shock. What the hell? L? Are you kidding? How did he get here? How could he get here? Where is the cosmic barrier? Where is the 4th wall? Where is the anchor bolt? How could he come to the main universe of Dragon Ball and enter the Shenlong realm beyond the Kai of time? Who brought Superman here? At this point, Salama was so scared that he quickly checked behind him to see if there were any signs of invasion from other cosmic gods. Fortunately, there was only this guy. Looking at the huge dragon body in front of him, Carrot stretched out his hand and greeted Salama. Hey, Salama, I'm here to negotiate terms. Salama took a look at the dragon ball in his body and blew him away with a breath of dragon on the spot. What is the traitor so arrogant about? Carrot teleported above his head, ate a senzu bean to recover blood, and then patted the dust off his body. This was not the first time he had negotiated with such a giant. He was familiar with this process. Calm down, Dragon God, I came to you on purpose. Traitor, get out. The underworld is gone. The anchor bolt is loose. We are bullied by God. All souls have been expelled. The timeline ends here. Be your Kryptonian, get out, goodbye, no contact. Carrot did not expect that Salama's reaction was more intense than he expected, and sighed helplessly. You also know that you are bullied by God. Who can you blame if you can't beat other dimensions? You can't play chess with others under the rules. You have to be reliable even if I stand on your side. Do you believe that I will eliminate you directly, or keep you here forever? You are now in the Dragon Ball universe, and there is no limit to my killing you now. Superman closed his eyes and felt it, and then he was surprised to find that he could use the wish power here, perhaps because the Dragon Ball was in his body. Upon seeing this, Carrot snapped his fingers and conjured up herbal tea and a seat. After fighting for so long, he was indeed tired. Moreover, negotiations should look like negotiations. He ignored Salama's threats and took a leisurely sip of iced black tea. I'll go, it's so good. Okay, stop acting. In fact, you know very well that once the wave of evil thoughts is born, it is normal to be expelled from the underworld. From the perspective of the interests of the table, you have gone too far. I will give you several soul areas according to your position. That's enough. If we manage it carefully and start with the demon kings from the hell dimension, we can keep the other side at bay even after 1800 years. Take a good look at how others cooperate. You, obviously have the Easter points and have the advantage, but in the end, who will help you? Old Long, your model is outdated. You can't beat me head on. You still want to compete with the Endless Family and the 5 gods for territory. Don't think that I don't know the Godhead rules of the Anchor universe. Enter the strong man. For the weak, these are allowed. The local government's rules are not recognized by most people. You should be kicked off the table by death. If you want to overturn the table, God and OAA will not just sit idly by. Carrot didn't agree at all with Salama's strategy of eating and waiting to die. He wasn't optimistic about this guy's victory from the beginning. The opponent's version had been upgraded. He was still thinking about the wish-making plan of Dragon Ball. What exactly do you want to say? Roar. The towering dragon, as vast as the universe, roared angrily, seeming to want to give Carrot L a showdown, but Superman's expressionless gaze remained unmoved. Seeing this, Salama swallowed Superman in one gulp until the endless stars in the world in her belly turned upside down, reflecting his true soul. Then she held him in her hand and squeezed him tighter and tighter. Although Carrot L felt a little awkward, but not at all panicked. Salama, if you think about it carefully, when we do foreign trade, we have to find a reliable supplier, right? After Salama vented her anger, the anger in her heart calmed down a lot, and she gradually calmed down. Stop talking nonsense and tell me why you're here. Carrot L said expressionlessly, my purpose here is very simple. Since the previous screw was not stable, let's tighten a new one. You don't want to give up the Anchor universe and lose the right to connect to the sea of the universe, and I don't want my universe to be tied up as a chain forever. The closer it is to the Fourth War, the better it is for trade. Our place is outside the major cosmic barriers, but it is connected to everywhere. It would be a pity to just use it as an anchor point, wouldn't it? I have a plan and am looking for partners. Salama heard this and let go of him, say, first of all, I will never give up on the interests of the Dragon Ball universe. Now it's done. Since you have been expelled, it will be up to me to acquire this line, turning it from a publicly owned underworld to a private property owned by our Justice League. We use our new willpower to open up a channel to travel and open up a small underworld in the Anchor world. As the saying goes, you must be merciful and merciful. The goddess of death will still save some face for you while doing her best. So don't worry about this, they won't take care of you anymore. Carrot L kept flying around Salama, floating around like a ghost, telling her plan. If you make a large market, you can monopolize the market. If you make a small market, you can also control the class. The most important thing is to use this channel to break through the barriers in the universe and establish trade links. Do you know Barbados? Instead of setting the position so high, it is better to think of ways to grab food from the mouth of this dark dragon. You mean, you want to tie the person? No, you want to tie us in turn. Salama looked at him suspiciously, glanced at him disdainfully, and laughed angrily. Ha 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 ha, you really have a different reaction. Those Saiyans are only competitive in terms of force at best, but you are better, you are more beautiful than the gods, and you are just a grafted product used to anchor the center of the universe? Carrot L twitched the corner of his mouth, not noticing that Salama's mouth was quite bad, and said sarcastically, I think I'm at least better than you. Okay, I can find a way to retain the organization of Kaiju in the pantheon of the Anchor universe, but what do you use as an anchor here? Salama didn't want to talk nonsense to him. The underworld here had been cleared and he still had a lot of business waiting to be contacted by King Quan. Did you go through so much trouble just to open a smuggling channel for yourself? Carrot smiled, and his next words made Salama's jaw drop on the spot. Of course not, that's just a clear statement. Have you heard of timeline invasion? Salama looked at him for a moment. What? Timeline invasion? For any universe, timeline invasion is an extremely terrifying thing. Although the Dragon Ball world does not have as big a management system for time as Marvel and DC, even simply disturbing time is considered a felony above the gods. As for a complete timeline invasion, it is the most terrifying disaster in the entire sea of the universe. It might even collapse the multiverse. The next second, Carrot suddenly opened his hands and took out a ball of blue light from the S pattern on his chest. Here, look at this. What's this? The code of life. Carrot L's eyes were filled with ripples of memories, and he said word by word, this is my purpose, it belongs to the Kryptonian life code. Of course, just in case, I also added a part of the Saiyan. In case the rules of the universe are simply incompatible. Salama had an ominous premonition, but she felt inexplicably excited and made a bold guess. You want to use this as a bolt anchor? Carrot nodded, with a smile on his face and high spirits. Yes, I want to put Krypton in the Dragon Ball universe, across the universe, and rebuild Krypton here. Salama took a deep breath. He looked left and right and couldn't tell that this guy looked like Kakarot or Kall. What a lunatic. You're really crazy. Salama didn't know how to answer, but there was a hint of complexity in L's eyes. She dared to do this now, but if he really becomes big one day, who knows what trouble would happen. L asked back, why, don't you want to embarrass them? Slowly flew in front of Salama and said seductively, I once promised my father, Jor-Al, to properly settle Krypton. Both the DC universe and the Anchor universe will never allow the Kryptonians to re-establish their kingdom, and the Cosmic Court will stand by and watch their destruction. Where else do you think our Kryptonians can go? Countless Supermen hold the code of life, but each of them regards it as a nuisance. They cannot save it, cannot live it, cannot throw it away, and are still being hunted for holding it. It is really a hot potato. The whole universe has no place for Kryptonians, so I can only survive if I am thrown into another universe. And the most suitable Krypton is yours. So I plan to use Krypton as a bolting anchor to establish a tunnel in the future. Firstly, Krypton is reborn and you and I cooperate, and your disadvantage in the Anchor universe will be stabilized. Secondly, you can cause a timeline invasion at any time. Finally, you can bypass the Anchor universe and directly connect you and DC. 3 times can gradually increase the power of your universe. Come 4, if it succeeds once, it means that it is indeed feasible. I may resell more planets and timelines and throw them to you in the future. This is why I asked you to learn from Barbados. Digest and digest. Let's keep the water flowing. Why not do it? Salama's eyes widened, and the more she listened, the more she couldn't help but exclaim, you damn thing still want to be big. Oh, God, wait, is anyone else there? God, Salama called God, hurry up and tie up your Superman. Oh my God, why should I listen to you? I should just throw you back to the Anchor universe. L slightly glanced at the bruises on Salama's face that had not subsided. It was obviously a slap from DC God, and he raised the corners of his mouth calmly. He, don't worry, you don't have to worry. He won't care about this kind of thing that is beneficial to everyone. As for trade, you come and I go. I will sell his stuff to you today, and I will sell his stuff to you tomorrow. You can sell your stuff to him. Come on, Dragon God, if you agree, quickly sign and go through the process. After hearing this, Salama pondered for a long time, and L did not disturb him. After all, such a big business that often involves several timelines still needs to be considered. After a long time, the Dragon God slapped a planet on his arm hard. For a moment, the nebulae were chaotic, and the storm rolled across the galaxy. He swallowed the wrath of the Creator God and gritted his teeth and said, well, L, anyway, this matter has not benefited the 2 women who are trying to steal my territory. L opened his arms and smiled at the Dragon God. Okay, Mr. Dragon, please go through the process. Salama asked confused, what process? Make a wish to me. What? I am Shenlong? You are rebelling against Tiangang. I have this right. The dazzling golden light dispelled the eternal darkness. At this moment, outside the multiverse barrier, the endless world expanded with colorful lights and strange things. The Anchor Point universe was still connected and fixed together by countless chains, so entangled that the original appearance of the universe could hardly be seen. Suddenly, the time anchor point from the Dragon Ball universe loosened slightly, but just as it was about to fall off, a chain flew out from the big universe and quickly tied a knot on the anchor bolt. A strange thing happened. After the small chain tied a knot at the anchor point, it actually flew to a farther place and directly connected to a line connected to the anchor point of the DC universe. The 2 sides were like connected circuits, forming a closed loop that could conduct electricity. Soon, it short-circuited. In an instant, countless timelines emerged from outside the barrier, growing like towering trees. God, who noticed all this, frowned in confusion, and in an instant, he understood everything that had just happened. The next second, God was stunned in surprise, thought for a few seconds, and then a thought flashed through his mind. The endless chain was instantly split apart by a supreme power, the time tree was broken, and the channel connecting the 3 was wrapped by a controllable force. Countless timelines were cut out, and in the end only a narrow thread was left, floating undetectably connecting the distance between the 3 universes, swaying in the sea of the universe. It seemed that it could be blown away by the wind at any time. That guy. Salama was so scared that cold sweat broke out when he saw God's move, but he didn't expect that the old guy actually left a line for himself as Superman said. I said, wishes are mutual. L scratched his ears and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was settled according to his idea, and there were no other waves. In this world, fighting and killing usually occurs after the human relations and social etiquette can no longer be explained. Only you guys, who are supply-oriented, will tolerate the incompatibility of good and evil and start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Okay, the deal is done, the timeline is established. Where do you plan to place Krypton? Salimar pondered for a while after hearing this, and even he had to admit that L's words made some sense. Each universe has its own actual situation, and the biggest actual situation and problem between DC and Marvel is that there are too many restarts, which has caused large-scale chaos in the timeline. You are afraid of causing trouble to others, but in fact you didn't expect that they would like to throw away the timeline. If all this stuff can be sold, then for these 2 multiverse masters with full inventory, unlimited supply, and stockpiling, it is really a day to make a fortune. This is why L dared to do this and actually made him do it. There is only one timeline in Dragon Ball that was completely ruined, and that is despair. Are you looking at the other side? How many are there? Can you count them? Salama, you have to learn to open your eyes and see the world. Salama thought for a while. Although this matter has a way to go, Krypton itself does not belong to this universe. In theory, resurrecting him here is equivalent to completely resetting the timeline of a universe. He needs to discuss this matter with the Omni King and the High Priest. Do you have any opinions? L gave it several options. Simple, either put it in the desperate time and space of the 7th universe and open a new branch, or go to the GT universe, which is the closest place to the Dragon Realm. To some extent, it can avoid some things from happening, or directly interfere, or put it in the 11th universe. With that group of self-proclaimed justice teams, it is also colorful. The most important thing is that there is Jiren to keep the place in order, so there won't be any big chaos. Sarama thought about it carefully and felt that what he said made sense. Well, okay, I will contact you through the King of the Anchor universe for the follow-up matters. L stretched his body, thinking of the scene where Zid mocked him at the martial arts conference before, and secretly despised in his heart. I said, Zid, I will properly settle the Krypton planet, and now this place is stable enough. The next second, L calculated the time in his mind and smiled maliciously at Salama. He suddenly landed, and instantly moved to a dragon's breath place in the Dragon Realm. The whole world was created by Salama, so no matter where L is in this world, the huge dragon god can directly observe him and talk to him. Just when Salama was wondering what he was going to do again, L began to pick and choose among a group of dragons. Salama paused and said vigilantly, Hey, what are you doing again? Are you done yet? L picked up a small golden dragon and touched its head. It looked like it was born not long ago. My son is about to be born, and a father can't be empty-handed, right? As my best partner, shouldn't you give me a gift? Salama choked on his chest and cursed, have some shame, L. How many wishes did you overdraw before? I helped you solve the Krypton issue, and now you use our dragon cub as a gift. Dr. Manhattan next door knew about this and gave my son a quantum body package without saying a word. If you want to be inferior to others in your professional field, then pretend I didn't tell you. L silenced Salama with one word. Holding the golden dragon in his hand, Al looked at its well-behaved appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this oriental dragon looks very good. Okay, that's it. The more Salama looked at it, the more angry she became. She was obviously plotted by this guy, but now he had to surrender him. This kind of bullying was too much, and someone who came to his own home to snatch the child in front of his face was simply unworthy of a human being. I promise you, if you don't get out, I will throw you out. After solving the troubles on Krypton and the underworld, L was in a good mood. Look, I'm so anxious for you. It's your first time coming to the Dragon Ball universe, and you still want to have a good time. Do you think I want to stay with you? Here, okay, I had a few group fights today, it was quite enjoyable, I'll go back and have a good sleep at night. After the words fell, Carrot closed his eyes, and the dragon beads in his body began to appear one by one in Constantine's summoning array. The entire array gradually disappeared in place with the white light of nothingness. Now that the channel has been established, we welcome our next cooperation. Goodbye, Dragon God. The light emitted by the willpower reshaped the underworld in an instant. Although it was isolated by the endless kingdom of death, this small Kai King planet has become the most unique scenery here. The endless snake road shrinks infinitely along the golden clouds until it is compressed into a very small area, and then it stops stretching. With a plop, the North Kai King collapsed to the ground with weak legs, accompanied by the sound of 7 dragon balls falling to the ground, and he let out a long sigh with cold sweat. Ah, I was scared to death. L slowly landed on the ground, and returned to the Anchor universe with Broly, who was kicked from the depths of hell to a demon territory by him. How does it feel to be resurrected? L also sighed, sat casually on the grass, grabbed a handful of weeds, and closed his eyes quietly. It was all over. King Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, not very good, I feel like I've lost half my life. The atmosphere around him calmed down. Wanda, Quicksilver, Broly, Lashley, Constantine, Bobris, Gregory, everyone gathered together, looking at the golden clouds in front of them, and felt refreshed. Who would have thought that such a scene would be preserved in the abyss of hell? Okay, things are finally over here. But from now on, except for this King Kai planet, you can't go anywhere. No one will find you through the snake path, and there will be no new gods to save you. L hooked King Kai's shoulder. He thought King Kai would be depressed because of this, but on the contrary, he was very happy. That's great. I'm already thankful that I can stay safely on King Kai's planet. I like to drive and race on my own planet and don't go anywhere. Everyone glanced around in surprise. You drive here? And race? Has this blue fat man become a psycho after staying alone for a long time? Ha ha ha, how is it? Is this joke good? Do you want to listen to me tell a few more to cheer you up? Everyone was about to cover his mouth, but L clapped his hands and said happily, that's great. There is a clown in Gotham who likes to tell jokes the most. I will let Batman rest when I go back and drag him over to tell you jokes every day. The smile on King Kai's mouth stopped abruptly. You don't have to talk if you don't know how to chat. Shut up, but be a human being? Bringing the clown here, how much sin has he committed in his life? Is that joke for people to hear? Bombing King Kai 800 times every morning is not a small thing. At this time, Broly suddenly stepped forward and punched Carrot, knocking him out directly. What are you doing? Carrot L symbolically covered his chest and looked at him unhappily. Broly snorted coldly. For some reason, perhaps because he was angry with Carrot L, his originally cheerful and gentle personality became more and more arrogant and cold. Humph, this is to avenge the kick you gave me when you released the fusion. Carrot L, when did you become so vengeful? Oh, I almost forgot that you have always been vengeful. Broly crossed his arms. Since the fusion with Superman, some of Carrot's ideas have also appeared in his mind, including what he did in this martial arts tournament and what he wanted to achieve. I didn't expect this guy to have so many strange ideas. I didn't have enough fun in this fight. I remember what you said about Super Saiyan 4. When you master that idealistic power, let's fight again and decide the winner. Broly was eager to get power at this time, especially when he learned so many things from Carrot L's memory that there are always people outside the sky, and he was even more excited. If you want to protect your family and companions, if you want them to breathe freely in this universe, then you still have a lot to do, and you can't let Carrot be the only one to take the limelight. Ha 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 ha, you too, it's really rare. There is finally someone in this world who can quarrel with EL. Wanda and Lazuli smiled at each other, and Quicksilver was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. After enduring the bloody storm, everything finally returned to a warm scene. Constantine smiled slightly, as if he didn't feel comfortable in this occasion, or perhaps he remembered the past. While everyone was laughing, a person quietly walked away, lost in the aura of the magic circle, and went to an unknown place, leaving only a business card that flew into Superman's hands. Carrot looked at it, smiled knowingly, and quietly put the note away. Chirp chirp. On the other side, the golden dragon brought back by Al was having fun with the Earth Dragon. When it appeared, the Earth Dragon almost had a heart attack. What the hell? How come Superman is still doing the business of kidnapping dragons? Has his business expanded to this extent? It seems that all wishes have been fulfilled, so goodbye. Bah. Let's never see each other again. While the few people were not paying attention, the dragon almost whispered in his smallest voice, and completed the process of leaving. However, at the moment when the dragon disappeared and the 7 dragon balls turned into golden light and disappeared, Carrot L snapped his fingers instantly, and a huge protective shield appeared, like a huge cloth bag spread in the sky, covering the speeding Longsho stopped him as he was leaving. The sky became clear again, and the golden clouds turned Kaio into a paradise deep in hell. Carrot L took the dragon ball back with a casual move. There was still a lot of Constantine's magical aura on it, so Superman simply handed it to the King of Kai. This thing will be placed here from now on. As we agreed before, you will be responsible for connecting to the other world. Of course, someone from the Justice League will step in to help you soon. After Carrot handed the Dragon Ball to the King of Kai, he finally took an important step in making a comeback against the wind, punching a hole in this closed and oppressive universe. After the first one, there will soon be a second, third, and even more universes that are fully connected. Don't worry, as long as it's not Batman, I can still accept it. After taking the Dragon Ball, the King of Kai nodded deeply. He knew the importance of this thing very well, but what he knew even more clearly was that he was now completely on the pirate ship of Carrot L. Okay, then we, the living people, will leave first. Goodbye. After hearing this, everyone put their hands on Carrot L's shoulders and disappeared amid a burst of farewell. The earth, the metropolis, the waves calmed down, the storm calmed down, and the city that was caught in the fire gradually returned to operation with the help of the fire brigade. Iron Man crashed into a remote town in Tennessee and met a child when he was having an anxiety attack. From then on, he had a new nickname of a mechanic. It seems that in this remote town, Stark has found his new successor. At the same time, in the venue of the martial arts conference, people who paid tribute gathered from various battlefields. Except for those from the official Avengers, most of the members of the Justice League laughed happily amidst the applause of the world. As the last Metroid warriors were killed by Piccolo and others, Carrot announced to the global satellite cameras, "Everyone, we have overcome the crisis. I, Carrot L, as the Justice League, now declare that it is us and the Earth who have won this martial arts tournament. Everyone is safe." As soon as the words fell, cheers rang out from all over the world, firecrackers went off, and gunfire broke out. The prophecy of doomsday ended, leaving only the cheers of the survivors. This battle, which will be preserved in the annals of history, will become the most colorful event written by human civilization in the history of the universe, and will also become the most profound memory for everyone in the Justice League. At Zhenglian headquarters, Jarvis silently recorded everything that happened in this battle in the archives as precious images in the future. After discussions, the adaptation was filmed and circulated to the world. Phew, it's finally over. I'm going to have a big meal later. Natasha stretched, then seemed to have remembered something, and pointed at everyone with a serious face. Let me tell you in advance, I will not go to the barbecue restaurant that Stark pointed out, and Batman and his city will explode at any time. Restaurant. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and even Piccolo was infected by this atmosphere. Then you can go to L's house, he's a big foodie. Carrot L waved his hand and looked surprised. He didn't expect you to be like this big. Okay, come on, everyone, take care of yourself. Superman will pay for tonight's consumption. You said it, then I will drink all the red wine in your wine cellar. Ever since the Arctic glacier, Banner hadn't enjoyed a passionate party in an unknown amount of time. Only at Elle's house, he could have fun even if the Hulk came out. Daegu led Camilla and stood at the end of the team a little shyly. Natasha added a kick with a smirk on her face and kicked him directly to the middle of the field, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Camilla is not stage frightened. She looks like a queen. She shines with confidence. She doesn't care about everyone's teasing eyes. She holds Dagu's arm and cuddles her lovingly. Call. When everyone at the scene saw this, they whistled and booed with unknown meaning. But it can be seen from their eyes that they are all happy for Daegu. Gamera licked her itchy lips, ran to Broly's side, hugged him and kissed him. On the other side, Iron Man and Batman were watching this through the video camera, with unexplained smiles on their lips. For them, perhaps the most beautiful picture in the world is the moment when peace comes after they and others have resolved the danger. Tony Stark, who was far away in Tennessee, suddenly heard a very familiar voice behind him. It was Pepper, who hurried over after Jarvis reported his location. Oh, God, I was surprised, but then I thought about it. Not anymore. Under Stark's shocked eyes, Pepper rushed up with tears in her eyes and immediately checked whether there were any wounds on his body. Don't worry, I'm fine. Under the clothes of a mortal body, there was actually blood already, but the moment he saw his lover's eyes, Stark didn't feel any pain at this time, because there was only the light of each other in their eyes, and they kissed slowly go up. L stood in the wind like an upright statue, staring at everyone and smiling. Yes, this is the meaning of not being a native of the motherland. They don't need to know how powerful Superman is, nor how invincible the Saiyans are, nor how easy it is for L to walk on thin ice. They just need to laugh loudly when the sun rises. That's enough. Thank you, Al. Such a familiar voice, as if it has passed through an incredible adventure, and at the end of time, it is gradually attracted to you. Carrot turned around, met Bulma's distressed eyes, and smiled. Just now she was wondering why no one came to pick her up, but here comes her big-bellied woman. My beauty is more intoxicating than wine and more fragrant than roses. The charm is like you, exuding charming colors, gentle like you, better than the melting snow of the glacier. My heart is you, my person is you, and from now on when I look at the mountains and the snow, I see you every time I look at it. The two people embracing each other came closer to each other under the witness of the sun. Their two pairs of blue eyes were clearer than the sky and more tender than the lake. I like to listen to the wind and the rain. I like to listen to the mountains talking and the waves of the sea. But what I like to hear most is the hot heartbeat in my chest when you are here. This kiss goes from heaven to earth, from day to night. The members of the Justice League ended the conference with a kiss that was very typical of Hollywood. Fireworks cheering for Rebirth were lit up all over the world. The next day, at the headquarters of the Justice League, the Global Co-Governance Political Dawn Joint Reception Lecture Hall, a group of people dressed in formal attire attended the venue. Carrot stood on the highest podium and said to reporters around the world, "Now, the specific list of winners and awards of yesterday's conference has been counted, and the entire course of the competition has been recorded by satellite cameras and will be preserved in the newly established Earth History Museum. Everyone, this is not a simple martial arts competition. All the contestants present are heroes. Please pay tribute to the heroes in front of the screen." Carrot didn't know how many people in front of the TV really did this, but even if there was only one, he would be incomparably relieved, until 3 seconds later, he continued. As I said just now, everyone is a hero, so everyone's participation award is that their name and tailor-made carvings will become part of the new Justice League monument in New York, and their registration code will become the only certified identity, and with the death of the identity, it will officially fall into silence. Until one day, the name is restarted, which means that someone with sufficient qualifications will take over their symbol. When Al finished speaking, everyone present, including Batman, was stunned. The award has always been kept secret by Al, and he has never told anyone. Originally, everyone thought it was money, treasures, universal capsules, new battlesuits and the like. Unexpectedly, what Al prepared for them was a heroic honor that belonged only to them. In addition, everyone will receive an additional consolation bonus of $5 million. Non-members of the Alliance can also get a fixed guarantee contract from the Alliance. As for members of this alliance, those who win the battle or have significant outstanding performance will receive 20 senzu beans as a participation award. When heroes protect us on the battlefield, we should also protect them in other areas. Everything is mutual, which is the so-called bond. This is the unchanging creed of the Justice League. I also ask people around the world to work with us to build such a society. This is something that superheroes alone cannot do, and it is something that only the masses can do. L's voice spread all over the world, and his eyes revealed a sigh. He wanted to say these words for a long time. No matter which timeline the original works are, Dragon Ball, Marvel, and DC, humans have never formed a mutual watch with the heroes who protect them. Of course, except for the Ultra Universe, they are still qualified. As Spider-Man Peter Parker said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. If you have such power but do nothing, then what happens later is your responsibility. This sentence is not only about superheroes, but also about the countless people they protect. When they protect you, you should also protect him, instead of criticizing and accusing him and stealing his achievements. If you also want to be saved in this way, but don't respond to that belief, then the darkness that follows is all your own fault. Sun Wukong's family, Wanda, Peter Parker, Batman, Clark, etc. Countless examples prove this point. This is what L wants to change the most and what he wants to say to the world the most. We are not gods, we need this response. L was on the podium, without any speech script, and just calmly said the original intention of doing all this, since the establishment of the Universal Capsule Company. I actually don't believe in nonsense like love and peace can change the world. But I know that there are people who believe it, and those who believe it are among the people in front of me. They are around you, in every corner of this world, perhaps just born, or perhaps already in their twilight years. We always have to make some people believe that this can be done, just for their own safety. Respond, become, surpass, and fight. This is the era I want to see, an era that can only be created by us together. After the voice fell, the silence of the whole audience was followed by thunderous applause. Everyone stood up, fireworks rang out, and Piccolo, Banner, Iron Man, Black Widow, Lazuli siblings, Batman, Wanda, Dagu and other members of the Justice League all stood up, facing everyone, and accepted the awarding ceremony of the Human Peace Medal. Everyone has a smile on their face, and every smile is sincere. The reason they choose to believe in L is not just because he is powerful, especially for Batman and Iron Man. These two guys who never give up to fate will not give up the weight of trust because of how strange and strong their opponents are. A man will die for his friend. It is because L understands them and is a person who truly understands them that everyone is willing to trust him. At this moment, everyone gathered together and enjoyed the cheers. Here, the stars shine and gather beyond the mountains and seas. After a long time, the thunderous applause faded like a tide. L struck while the iron was hot and continued, and we will establish a superhero academy with this creed to train the next generation of successors. TPC, SHIELD, SHIELD, and people from all over the world with extraordinary abilities can enter the school to study after the exam. We have already communicated with the co-governing government to include superheroes in the list of college entrance examination applications around the world. And Tony Stark, Broly, Dagu, Wanda, Lazuli, Natasha, who have made outstanding contributions in this martial arts conference, will have a collective team-building opportunity to travel to other universes. Hearing this, Stark, who had originally looked listless and had no interest in this press conference, suddenly brightened up and took the lead in applauding. Thank Superman, thank my parents, thank my friends. I promise I will let the people in other universes know what a genius is. For Tony, nothing is more tempting than this. As one of the core members of the Justice League, he has long heard about other universes from Another universe? Hihi, which one is it? Not only him, but everyone else also smiled. Natasha thought that she could meet a new demon god, and Madoka thought that he could finally have a good vacation, and then threw all the affairs of the department to Masaka Kigo. Broly wanted to study the reproduction plan of the Saiyan race with Gamera. L's son was about to come out, and he had to hurry up and not fall behind too much. He just needed a good time and beautiful scenery to go through the proposal process. The announcement of the Justice League caused an uproar around the world, not only because of the strength shown in this martial arts tournament, but also because of the legitimacy and correctness of the Justice League that L always advocated. In particular, the inclusion of the Superhero Academy in the college entrance examination was a blatant provocation to the world system, but it was also a fact that no one dared to refute. Any smart person would undoubtedly realize that this group of people has the most advanced technology, the power to lead the world, the strength to rule the universe, and the technology to cross the universe. It's not that no one has discovered that L is ruling the world in a very gentle way. In Queens, New York, Peter Parker held the acceptance letter from the Superhero Academy and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Is this a dream? On the day of the martial arts competition, Peter Parker called Aunt May. Although Aunt May was shocked by Peter's identity as Spider-Man, as an elder, she gave Parker the choice of neither letting him come back nor letting him join the war, but to be a spectator on the side. In fact, this was the right choice. Although he did not finally enter the battlefield that was far beyond his imagination, what he learned in this war has laid a solid foundation for him to become a superhero. At the same time, his good friends Harry Osborn, Ned, and Gwen also received this acceptance letter. When are we leaving? At this moment, after finishing the boring socializing with everyone at the press conference, L rushed back to his own manor with everyone with an anxious look on his face. Are you kidding me, Tony? If you leave at this time, you will be scolded for the rest of your life. L looked at Bulma, who was doing prenatal exercises in the house, and smiled as he poured coffee for several people in the reception hall. While the outside world was still sighing at their glory for saving the world, L was now thinking of only one thing. That was that his child was about to be born.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.